At the utter failure of his plan, the undead grew furious and increased the intensity of his attacks on Varian. His hands blurred as they moved at speeds far surpassing the speed of sound. The shockwaves from the flexing of his muscles were enough to kill a level 6. Faced with these attacks, Varian was forced to use all his powers. Using his control over space, lightning, telekinesis, and ice, he created a layered armor covering his body. Then, he met a fist with a fist and a kick with a kick. The sheer shockwaves from these exchanges leveled nearby mountains, uprooted forests, and diverted rivers. Instead of moving to different locations, they confined the fight to a specific area. Each time a blow was exchanged, the ground cracked under the pressure, and craters formed. Every exchange was like an explosion, and these craters only widened. The once pristine land was now full of craters, as if it had been ravaged by Earth Awakeners. As the battle continued, Varian raised his arms to block the undead's punch. Like every other time, his skin split, blood spilled, muscles tore, and bones ached. Threads of dark energy transmitted from the undead to him during their contact, gathering around his wounds and hindering his regeneration. Varian wanted to crush these energies with his vitality, but after hearing the prompt, he curled his lips and continued the brawl. Seizing an opportunity, the undead grabbed Varian by the feet and slammed him against the ground, creating a huge crater a mile wide. Varian stopped counting his broken bones and got back up. With renewed confidence, the undead punched at Varian again, and just like their first official exchange, Varian punched back. Seeing this, the undead was overjoyed. "You couldn't block my punch when you were in perfect condition. Now, you're not only injured, but your injuries aren't healing while your vitality dwindles. Pay for your arrogance." The fists connected, and like every other attack, a huge wind broke out from their point of contact, resembling a terrible storm. The ground cracked apart, and huge rocks flew into the air as the ground beneath them sank a few feet. But this time... How? The undead looked at Varian with shock. Varian, who couldn't bear his attack even in perfect condition and was blown away like a rag, was now in a far worse state of injury and fatigue but only staggered a few steps back. The undead's eyes widened as he recalled the documents he had previously read about Varian. Although they mentioned he grew extremely fast, this was something else. There was a substantial gap between them when they started fighting, a gap that would take even a genius 3 years to close. But this guy... What the fuck? You monster. The undead's dead heart leaped as he realized why the Emperor paid such importance to this human. Monster? Huh, Varian twisted his neck and grinned. He was still weaker than the undead, but after repeated beatings, his body's power had taken a leap. With the superposition of other powers, he had almost caught up. Closing the gap in minutes, perhaps this was a feat only he could achieve. Yes, what secret are you hiding? I'll dig it out from MFF. The undead, who was talking too much, was forced to raise his arms to block Varian's punch. But it was no longer a weak punch he could ignore. Despite blocking it successfully, the undead staggered back and felt a long-lost sensation in his bones, pain. This pest. How did he? The undead grew furious, and the battle intensified. This time, however, Varian was no longer being thrown around. He fought head-to-head, and despite being the weaker side, he retaliated with every attack. The two vanished and reappeared over a hill, where they punched each other. The force of the impact destroyed the hill, reducing it to rubble. Unbothered, the man and the undead continued their brawl. Seizing another chance, the undead clawed at Varian, tearing a hole in his abdomen. The sharp, gray nails dripped with blood, savoring the hot liquid flowing down them. The undead licked his nails and noticed the injuries on Varian's body, which were widespread. His shoulders, arms, chest, abdomen, back, and legs were bleeding, and strands of dark energy clung to all these wounds. It should be almost time, the undead smirked at Varian and said, "Do you feel it?" Huh? Yeah, Varian nodded and clenched his fist. Oh, you really ugh. The undead was forced to block a kick to his crotch at the last moment, staggering back. He quickly recomposed himself and stared at Varian in rage and disbelief. How are you still fine? Aren't you feeling weak? Aren't your injuries still bleeding? Varian responded with a few more punches, forcing the undead to defend himself hastily. He sneered, "This is easy. You think I can't handle that little energy? I used it as a whetstone." With that, Varian opened his right palm to reveal the wound. A large patch of skin was missing, and flesh was exposed, with strands of dark energy hovering over the injury. But with a snap, tremendous vitality surged into Varian's palm, beginning to heal the wound. The dark energy was quickly captured and extinguished. In just a few seconds, Varian's palm was restored. You. The undead couldn't find words to speak. What the hell was this guy really? Varian's smile only grew brighter at the undead's aghast expression. His goal was within reach. It was a pity that the system had told him his wish to acquire this death energy was impossible at his current stage. Apparently, the other side wasn't using proper death energy but was merely spreading it, as he was an undead. That's why, despite being attacked by death energy so many times, Varian received no notification of a new path. With a swipe of his hand, Varian's injuries began to heal, and in a few seconds, he was back to peak condition. Smiling at the undead, he said, "Let's get this over with." Usually, too much growth in too little time results in bottlenecks. This is especially true when following the same method. For instance, Varian could go to a water dungeon and increase his water power. However, if he fought there continuously, he would progress quickly before hitting a bottleneck. Entering the dungeon and reaching peak level 9 in a day or a week is impossible. He would hit a bottleneck before that. Bottlenecks at level 8 are much tougher to crack. For lower and mid-levels, Varian took at least a day and at most a week. But high levels were a different challenge altogether, and he might take months. Still, even when training with Enigma, Varian could barely reach the limit his body could bear. With 7 paths, if each progressed by 2000 XP, it would total 14,000 XP, almost half a level 8 growth every day. Of course, there were multiple methods to progress. So, even if he hit a bottleneck, Varian was confident he could use other methods to break through it sooner rather than later. However, this might still take at least a week. So, he decided to grow organically, to progress as much as possible without hitting a bottleneck. Now, a surprise came in the form of black energy, also known as death energy. Even though there were numerous strands of this energy, and it was incredibly weak, something about it made his body react differently. To put it simply, it was like a diluted version of a very expensive wine, diluted, but still sourced from something valuable. The way his body responded to it was completely different from the norm. Until now, Varian hadn't hit any bottleneck nor experienced any growth fatigue. So, compared to the beginning of the battle, Varian's strength had taken a great leap. Varian had grown quite strong quite fast on multiple occasions, but this was the greatest growth so far. Status: Superhuman L8, 24K/25K, plus 10K. Space L8, 18K/25K, plus 10K. Lightning L8, 22K/25K, plus 2K. Planty L8, 5/8, plus 7K, plus 5. Psychic L8, 18K/25K, plus 10K. Macrokinetic L8, 15K/25K, plus 9K. Water L8, 15K/25K, plus 7K. The improvements were simply monstrous. Varian's strength had taken a direct leap. He now possessed 2 peak level 8 paths, 3 high level 8 paths, and 2 mid-level paths. The combined strength of these paths crossed a threshold and broke a limitation. Come. Varian's figure disappeared and reappeared at the midpoint between their previous locations. The undead also vanished from his previous position and arrived at the midpoint. Shining with the power of 7 paths, Varian threw a punch at the undead. The world flashed white for a moment, and the ground beneath the two shattered as if cleaved by a massive axe. Dust filled the air, and a terrible shockwave, surpassing every previous one, spread out. The fierce wind reached Sarah and Enigma. The two women were already struggling to hold the undead back. There was something they hadn't expected: the suppression effect of their powers on the undead was constantly decreasing. Enigma guessed it must be because the undead was assimilating the death energies that their light and death powers had been suppressing. The undead had previously occupied the energies from the crystals and reached the sovereign state. However, he hadn't digested all the power yet. Perhaps they could still suppress him even after he assimilated all the energies, but it would be far less effective. In short, they were running out of time. Enigma and Sarah both realized this and were thinking of informing Varian. Even with his best performance, Varian didn't seem like he could win. The two women decided to tell him to retreat. But when the shockwaves hit them, Enigma's eyes widened, and she immediately turned to Sarah, who was also looking at her with an astonished and confused expression. Level 9. Sarah muttered. How? Even a low level 9 can stand against 50 peak level 8s. So, how did Varian do this? Enigma gasped. The fierce wind settled, and the ground stopped cracking as the exchange ended. Varian stayed in place, while the undead took a step back before stabilizing himself. What? The undead shouted in horror as he felt his skin rupture and hand bones crack. How did you? You aren't even a level 9. He roared at Varian while resisting the constant mental attacks. To be honest, his situation was pretty embarrassing. He had to constantly look out for any sneak attacks from Varian. The space around his neck might crack, trying to slit his throat. A lightning bolt might try to numb his arm and delay his defense. An invisible telekinetic knife might try to pierce through his ears. And many more. Since Varian was significantly weaker at the beginning, the undead simply covered himself in a body armor of chi. It wasn't expensive and blocked all the sneak attacks. But with Varian's current strength, the body armor had to be thickened, and much more chi had to be strengthened, as the attack could come from anywhere. For example, die. The undead punched with both arms, shattering the wind and shaking the space. Varian responded in kind. The undead's focus was completely on the punches, and just before their fists were about to connect, the space around his waist suddenly cracked apart. Like a shattered mirror, every piece of this space became sharp. These space blades pierced the chi armor all over his waist. Even though they couldn't pierce through, they created a small crack. Usually, this wouldn't be an issue, as the circulating chi would restore the crack almost instantly. Even if multiple people were attacking the armor, they couldn't time the next attack to strike the crack within that limited time. It's nearly impossible for two individuals to coordinate to that level. But when it's only one person. At the very moment the crack occurred, an invisible telekinetic power shaped like a sharp blade struck the crack. The crack that was about to close up suddenly expanded, and the armor around the area thinned. Maintaining perfect timing, an ice blade struck the same area and pierced a small hole through the armor. Then, as if it had been waiting since the start, a very thin lightning bolt rushed into the hole and struck the undead's waist. All of these attacks happened without any delay and could be counted as a single attack due to their closely timed occurrences. So, the undead, about to clash with Varian, only felt a space fluctuation first. The next moment, he shrieked, "Wah!" A jolt shot up his spine, and the undead's body stiffened for a moment. The chi in his body instinctively resisted the lightning mana and neutralized its effects. But as a result of this small delay in the critical moment, the undead was unable to completely focus on the upcoming attack. Varian's fist changed its trajectory at the last moment and aimed for his chest. Even though the undead's trained instinct tried to correct his posture, his numbed body was a bit slower. As a result, the world flashed white once again, and the undead staggered back 10 steps, clutching his chest, which had now started to bleed. Even though his chest bones weren't broken, he could feel them cracking from the outside. For the first time, the undead had a terrible premonition. Rather than completing the conquest of the solar system, he might die here. I have to break this balance. If I can absorb the death energy from corpses, I can grow stronger. Even if not to mid-level 9, at least to the strongest state of low-level 9. The undead's eyes shone for a moment before dimming again. He glared at Varian and glanced into the distance behind the young man. A few miles away was the pit where he had gathered all the corpses to absorb. But now, all these corpses were either dismembered, burnt to ashes, frozen, or broken into pieces. Varian, being Varian, had ensured their battle's aftermath hit these corpses and orchestrated their destruction. I didn't think this bastard would be such a monster, so I didn't care much at the time. Damn it. Now that things had gotten so bad, the undead started thinking. I need death energy, corpses, but where? Suddenly, his eyes shone as his senses picked up the aroma of death a few hundred miles away. It was exactly where the human and abyssal armies fought. Varian felt his heart race for a moment, and an ominous feeling flashed in his mind. But he quickly suppressed it and refocused his gaze on the undead. Due to their battle, the ground was filled with cracks, craters, and even chasms. In fact, some of these holes were so deep and wide that the geography itself had changed. The former plains had become highlands, and the areas affected by the battle were crushed. Many new mountains had formed, along with a few lakes. Varian's unhurried and strong breath pushed through the smoke in the air as he rushed toward the undead. The undead kept a neutral expression and ran toward Varian. I feel something is off. Varian had no idea why. But as the undead got closer, Varian shifted his focus onto him. The distance between the two was reduced to an arm's length, and their fists were about to clash. Right then, the undead twisted his body and put force into his legs. A kick? Varian changed his stance to guard against the potential kick. But instead of kicking at him, the undead kicked the ground and took off like a rocket. Due to the sheer speed and momentum, a fierce wind slapped out in all directions. The ground began to crack like a cobweb, and the cracks spread. What? Varian's spatial sense locked onto the undead, who was rushing away from him at breathtaking speed. Suddenly, the white and dark lights covering his body went off, and his speed skyrocketed. Enigma and Sarah staggered back, feeling a huge sense of fatigue fill their bodies. The suppression had been incredibly tiring. The undead had already crossed the range they could properly focus on. Now, they could either wait for him to return to their range or chase after him. Enigma looked at Varian, waiting for his choice. Without waiting for a moment, Varian teleported immediately to catch him. However, the undead was already 100 miles away, having reached his target location, the periphery of the battlefield between humans and abyssals. As if they had been instructed prior to his arrival, the abyssals started throwing corpses, both abyssal and human, at him. You! Damn zombie! Varian roared in anger, realizing what the undead was about to do. Fuck off, the undead smirked. Intangible black tendrils spread out from his body and entered the corpses. The thin tendrils pulsed as if they were sucking something from the corpses. The corpses began to shrivel, and the aura around the undead started to rise. It was so significant that even the human army, engrossed in fighting the abyssals, noticed it and panicked. Quick! Stop that undead, someone shouted. Wasn't he a sovereign? How is this possible? Just do your job. Attack him. If not possible, attack the corpses. The human army's attacks were thwarted by the abyssals. You aren't going anywhere, leech. Varian declared. The intense battle between humans and abyssals intensified. Blood began to rain from the sky, and the ground was painted red and green. Amid such dangerous conditions, thanks to the abyssal's help, the undead faced no issues continuing his absorptions. However, the clever undead knew that if the desperate humans had the chance, they would kill him, even at the cost of their own lives. So, he got away from the location and was about to go farther when he suddenly felt a black and white light envelop him. The familiar suppression returned, souring the undead's expression. You want to die? Sarah and Enigma remained motionless in the distance, focusing on suppressing the undead. Their faces were growing paler with each passing second, and it was clear they couldn't hold on much longer. The undead's killing intent locked onto Sarah and Enigma. Bending his body slightly, the undead clenched his fists and was about to attack the two women. But then, he turned back and waved his hand fiercely. The powerful wind knocked the corpses to his left, and the next second, the space there cracked, creating a huge pit. If the corpses had remained in that position, they would have been severely damaged. "Do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice?" the undead sneered at Varian, who had teleported in front of him and wore a face full of disappointment. Maybe. Varian's response only inflamed the undead's anger, causing the black tendrils to start sucking out the energy faster. Despite the suppression, the undead was growing stronger and growing fast. "As long as I keep him engaged until I can absorb these corpses, it's enough," the undead decided. With a simple kick to the ground, he reached Varian and punched out. Varian punched back, and the battle between the two resumed. With every punch thrown, it was clear that the undead was growing stronger. This should have been a source of despair for Varian. But the young man only grinned and smashed his fists. The undead was initially confident. With every second, he could feel his strength growing. Even Sarah and Enigma felt him growing stronger and were helpless. But nothing seemed to have changed. Varian was fighting him on even ground. No, Varian was fighting him with an edge. But his strength should have already increased by at least 10% by now. This increase alone was more than the full strength of a peak level 8. So, how was Varian able to maintain the same balance? 10 more minutes passed, and the undead was now damn certain that he was significantly stronger than before. He was reaching the end of low level 9. But the undead staggered back as his bones creaked under Varian's fists. "Wait, what?" That jolt of pain finally forced the undead to confirm his worst suspicions. Even in the most classified documents, Varian's growth wasn't this fast. The only change possible was in himself. He was actually helping Varian's growth. The undead felt like dying after realizing this. But he had already died once, so he wasn't very keen on doing it again. Of course, if necessary, he wouldn't hesitate. Time to end this farce. Varian twisted his neck and relaxed his arms. The undead's instincts kicked in, and he hurriedly raised his arms. But he was still too slow as Varian's punches struck his chest and blasted him back. The undead's chest bones snapped, and blood gushed out of the large wound. Varian didn't stop. He used the situation to time the perfect follow-up and continued punching the same area. The undead learned his lesson and defended himself from getting hurt in the same spot. But he couldn't save himself from more injuries. Under Varian's display of might, he was quickly covered in injuries and bleeding from all over his body. Alerted by the undead's condition, the Abyss army stopped Varian. The human army stalled them. Despair Queen nearly attacked, but Irene, already very injured, appeared in time and neutralized the attack. With Enigma and Sarah supporting from behind, making this battle possible, only Varian and the undead were the main players. Varian took a deep breath and walked to the undead, who was bowing his head, blood covering his face. The undead looked at Varian with hatred before roaring and running away. Varian chased him, and they both ended up at the location of the World Tree, which no longer existed, along with the holy altar at its base. The undead was about to approach the holy altar, but Varian threw a lightning bolt, causing him to nearly trip. Perhaps realizing there was no other way, the undead turned around and faced Varian with burning battle intent, like a warrior before death. The undead roared and threw one last punch. Varian punched back. "It's time to end this drama." As the two fists were about to clash, a strange voice sounded. "Indeed, it's time to end this drama." Hearing an unexpected voice at close quarters, Varian's body stiffened, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. His brain raced, and his mind sense already saw the person appearing behind him, understanding his current situation. Now, he and the undead were facing each other, their fists just a few feet apart. In a blink, their fists would clash. The one who sneaked up was behind him. It was an abyssal he had never seen before. But Varian instantly recognized the crimson armor on the assassin's body. Blood heirs. Before Varian could get a proper look at the abyssal's face, his planty sense repelled, similar to how his nose would respond to a stinking smell. The stench of death overwhelmed Varian's senses for a moment before his mind took over and realized his current situation. There was no time to teleport, and Varian forcibly turned to the side, stretching his left arm toward the abyssal. Time seemed to freeze as Varian faced the undead on his right and the abyssal on his left. The ground beneath them sunk into a huge crater, as if an earthquake had struck, with Varian at the center. The land cracked apart, dust filled the air, and formed a tornado before being destroyed by a shockwave from Varian. As the dust settled, the condition of the human, undead, and abyssal came into view. Varian's fist was in contact with the undead's much larger fist. The skin on Varian's fist had completely cracked, revealing his flesh, and blood drenched it. The undead's skin was also blown away, and worse, his bones were strangely twisted. Even though Varian had to forcibly change his position at the last moment, the undead still lost in the exchange. The undead's mind went blank at this blatant display of disparity. A human who should be weaker than him had actually grown so strong so quickly. The undead glanced at Varian once before turning to the holy altar where the world tree used to stand. Without a second thought, he kicked the ground and shot toward the location, as if he didn't care about Varian. On the other hand, Varian stood still, gripping the neck of the abyssal in crimson. The abyssal's hand, poised as a claw, stopped just before his chest. The abyssal had wanted to tear his chest, but Varian stopped him at the last moment. It was only because the abyssal was significantly weaker. If it had been someone as strong as the undead, Varian would have been helpless against the sneak attack. But... Kukuku. The abyssal's face paled due to the lack of air, but he cackled like a madman. Varian didn't understand why until he felt a sharp sting in his chest. The claw had indeed stopped before his chest, but the nail from a single finger managed to pierce it. The cold, black energy oozing from the fingertip was in direct contact with Varian's warm, red blood. Varian felt an ominous premonition. What are, arg? A sense of weakness enveloped Varian. As if a puppet whose strings had been cut, he lost control of his body. Like an engine without fuel, he felt himself coming to a sharp slowdown. His eyebrows grew heavy, and he had a strong urge to sleep. As his body started shutting down, Varian forcibly opened his eyes. Sangwick, the head of Blood Heirs, felt his scalp tingle. Once hit by the original strand of death energy, Varian was supposed to faint and die. How could he still be conscious? Varian resisted the weakening of his body and smiled at Sangwick. Then, he tightened his grip around the abyssal's neck, crushed his throat, and threw him away. Feeling the last bit of vitality leave Sangwick's body, Varian shuddered. That was the same sensation he was experiencing now, loss of vitality. Like a cracked dam, his body was losing vitality, and with each second, the loss only increased. Death? Varian was forced to confront it. He could feel it in his body. The cold, dark energy sapped away his vitality. Even though it was just a strand of energy, its quality was extremely high. Forget level 9s, even sovereigns wouldn't be able to save him. The planty vitality he was so proud of could barely resist this terrifying death force. I am going to die. Varian felt his throat grow heavy, and a sense of despair filled his heart. He looked to the left and saw Sarah and Enigma in the distance. Their faces were pale as paper, and they were already at their limit. Would he really close his eyes and never see them again? Varian's eyes turned red. He had promised himself to keep Sia happy. She had suffered too much. If he died, she would be devastated. He wanted to protect Sarah and give her a happy life. He wanted to thank her for helping him through his dark times. He wanted to help his race. He wanted to see the wonders of the universe. This wasn't it. This wasn't how he wanted his life to end. System? System, can you do something? I don't want to die. The system didn't respond. Even though he had expected it, Varian's heart sank. But at the same time, he accepted his death. The sadness in his heart vanished, and tranquility filled his being. Varian turned to the right and saw the undead reaching the holy altar. His eyes shone with determination. If I'm going to die anyway and there's one last thing I can do, then, the undead grabbed a shining tablet from the altar and sprinted away when Varian suddenly appeared in front of him. You! Die! Resisting the weakening in his body, Varian poured all his remaining power into a single punch. The undead was taken aback by the surprise attack and barely managed to raise his arms in defense before Varian's fist struck his chest. The undead tried to raise his right hand to feel the hollowness in his chest. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his hand. Looking down, the undead realized his fist was gone, blasted into pieces of meat and bone. Not only that, there was a huge hole in the right side of his chest. Almost half of his torso was gone, revealing the raw flesh and blood. As a sense of weakness filled his body, the undead looked at Varian with a touch of horror. You! Varian's face paled as he realized he hadn't killed the undead. That punch should have been more than enough, but he was too weakened. If you remain alive, you'll be a threat to their and everyone's lives. Varian endured the gnawing cold in his body and raised his fist again. The undead knew he had no chance of surviving another attack. So, he quickly pressed the tablet in his hand. The holy altar gave off a bright light, and the space distorted. The undead fainted as the space around him twisted and teleported him away. His current injuries had broken him on a fundamental level, and it would take months just to recuperate. With teleportation, he also exited the range of Enigma and Sarah's control, causing the two women to refocus on the real world. But what they saw made their hearts sink. A huge spatial crack opened above Varian, pulling him in. His weakened body prevented him from resisting, and bit by bit, he was being dragged into the crack. Varian! Enigma and Sarah cried out in agony as they reached him. Enigma used her gravity powers to pull him out, while Sarah slowed down the time around his body. However, their efforts only made the space crack more chaotic, increasing the force with which it pulled him in. Due to their interference, a deeper crack developed in the already chaotic space. A highly chaotic spacetime crack opened up, starting to suck them in as well. The holy altar, responsible for the space crack, couldn't withstand the new changes and exploded. Without the stabilizing force, the crack became even more aggressive. Enigma and Sarah realized they had no time to waste and needed to make a decision. Varian couldn't be saved. So, what should they do? Enigma took a breath and used her gravity powers to push Sarah away. You leave. I'll bring him back. I'm going. Sarah broke free from the gravity hold and took Varian's hand. Enigma sighed before holding Sarah's hand. In the next moment, the crack expanded and sucked them in before closing up, leaving only traces of space, time, and gravity to tell the tale. What happened? Far away from the holy altar, Irene gasped. Her focus was on battling the Abyss Will and the Despair Queen. Despite the advantage of two artifacts, the injuries inflicted by the undead had left her suppressed by the Despair Queen. She was so focused on defending herself that she didn't even notice what had transpired at the critical battle just a few hundred miles away. The only reason she sensed something wrong was the chaotic fluctuations from a spacetime crack. As the wielder of the gravity path, she was also sensitive to spatial fluctuations. But the other power felt like the dilation of time. Even though Irene wasn't sure if there was really a time awakener, she definitely sensed time dilations. Space. Gravity. Time. Something big happened. Hey, do you really want to space out now and die? Amid mocking laughter, giant vines filled with blade-like thorns reached for her. Irene raised her hand, and a blue light flashed. The vines that were about to hit her suddenly changed trajectory and struck each other. Seizing the opportunity, Irene spread her gravity sense and checked the area where the fluctuations occurred. What the hell? She saw the corpse of an abyssal in crimson armor dissolving into dust and, a few hundred miles away, the unconscious figure of the undead lying on the ground, being tended to by some special medical plants. Losing half of his torso, the undead was nearly dead. Only his strong level 9 body kept him alive. His aura was so low that Irene doubted it was the same person who had nearly killed her. Forget Sovereign, forget level 9, the undead's aura had regressed to level 7. Enigma and Sarah had disappeared, along with the effects of their suppression. This meant the undead had lost his powers at the most basic level. Irene's heavy heart lightened after discovering the plight of the undead. With such a condition, the undead might never recover. Even if he could, we'll have enough time to prevent him, Irene's eyes flashed as she dodged the attacking vines. Occasionally, 1 or 2 vines would come close to hitting her, only to be repelled by her last-second shields. However, 1 in 10 would manage to break through her shield and injure her. Thus, Irene's injuries slowly increased, and the toll on her body grew. Her fighting power declined, and it wouldn't be long before she was overwhelmed by the joint assault of the Despair Queen and Abyss Will. Once that happened, her chances of survival would plummet. More importantly, why did they come back? No matter, if they stay here, they'll die once Despair Queen overpowers me. Sensing the human army facing off against the Abyssals, Irene was initially surprised before becoming panicked. In a few minutes at most, Despair Queen would overpower her. They needed to retreat before that or face death. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Irene issued the order. But ma'am, Varian said, a troubled voice replied. Varian? It was as if a lightning bolt had struck her. Irene stiffened and scanned the area again. That crack. She saw Varian, Sarah, and Enigma fighting against the undead. Now, she couldn't sense them at all. Subconsciously, she thought they had left in the ghost ship, which was why they were off her radar. But what if that wasn't the case? What if something had happened to them because of the dimension crack? Irene's eyes turned red, and she shot at the giant tree like a cannonball. What did you do to them? Despair Queen's giant tree form wrapped its trunk with branches, connecting them to form a sturdy shield. Even if someone like Albert fought her, he would struggle to break through her defense. This was a specialty of her plantiform, famously called the Iron Grid. But Irene wasn't Despair Queen's nemesis for nothing. With a wave of her hand, Irene created a strong repulsion between the branches and the trunk, as well as among the branches themselves. The branches were supposed to be connected and wrapped around the trunk to form the Iron Grid defense. However, thanks to Irene's gravity powers, it quickly fell apart. Even though Despair Queen managed to save some of the formations, Irene struck the vulnerable parts, causing a huge dent in the trunk. But due to the risk she took, Irene was slapped away by a vine and crashed into a mountain. You crazy bitch. Despair Queen transformed back into her humanoid form, clutching her bleeding neck. Irene rose from the rubble of the mountain and locked eyes with her enemy. If something happens to them, I will make sure you and your abyss go down. I'm really scared. Do you dare to stay here and continue fighting for another minute? Despair Queen sneered. The reason she was willing to talk was that she was receiving information from informants about Varian's battle. According to them, Varian and his companions fell into the crack. But Despair Queen couldn't be certain of this. Before the fall, Varian was attacked by Sanguic. So, on top of the assassination, Varian was thrown into a spatial crack. However, Despair Queen wasn't ready to celebrate yet. Every time they thought they were going to win, Varian emerged victorious. This man thwarted all their plans, single-handedly ruining decades of hard work and becoming the first human to invade their homes. His record was groundbreaking. If a list were to be made of the most fearsome geniuses, Varian would undoubtedly be the first. But that's not the scary part. The truly terrifying aspect was that even if the next 10, 20, or even 50 geniuses were combined, they still wouldn't match him. When the Abyssals invaded the solar system, they never anticipated such a monster in their worst nightmares. So, the Despair Queen asked the Abyssal to scan the entire abyss to see if their nightmare had truly ended. On the other hand, Irene was clear about it. Retreat now. If Varian was really fine, he'd never leave the undead intact. Something happened, and Varian might be gone. Irene swallowed the sadness bubbling up in her chest and ordered the team to retreat. The original mission was to stop the Abyssal's plan, which turned out to be a sovereign undead. Thanks to Varian, the mission was a success. But would the undead revert to his previous strength? Maybe. Maybe not. However, if they stayed another minute, they'd all die. Irene also knew that even if the human army tried their hardest, they couldn't assassinate the undead. The Despair Queen and the Abyssal army were keeping a tight watch. Retreat now. Under her insistence, the human army rushed back and exited the abyss. The Abyssals didn't chase them but instead guarded the undead. Irene was the last to retreat, but she was pursued by the Despair Queen. So, her exit wasn't easy, and by the time she was out, she was filled with terrible injuries and bleeding all over. Thankfully, the Abyss Will's influence ended outside, and she could now use the Nature Seed artifact for her defense. Irene wasn't worried about her safety anymore. The fight continued outside, and bit by bit, Irene retreated from the abyss. She wasn't severely suppressed anymore, but the Despair Queen went crazy and fought a bloody battle. Her tactics were, I will injure you in exchange for taking an injury. As a Planty Awakener, she had the edge in bearing injuries. Usually, this wouldn't be a problem, but Irene had already been fighting for too long. Standing in space in her bloodied uniform, the heavily injured Irene looked at the Despair Queen with a tired gaze. Aren't you worried I'll send my people to assassinate that abomination? She asked, hoping to send the Despair Queen back. But the latter only chuckled in contempt and continued the attacks. Thankfully, Irene's artifact provided a defense, so the Despair Queen's tactics ended up causing her more injuries. Hope you learned your lesson today. I will be back soon, the Despair Queen spat and dashed toward the abyss. But before she did, her sinister laughter reached Irene. Your guess is right. He really died. Irene clenched her fists. No way. The reason he didn't kill the undead might simply be something else. He might have been seriously injured, or he might have had an advancement. There could be other reasons. I'll wait for him to contact me, Irene thought and summoned her spaceship. But as she was about to step in, a powerful aura appeared behind her. Irene turned halfway, ready to attack, when a huge force hit her from the back. She was blasted into her spaceship, and the AI, having realized the threat, drove it away at full speed. The man who attacked Irene stood in space with a straight back. In his hands were two artifacts, a crystal armor and an exotic seed. He infused his aura into them, forming a connection with the artifacts. Heavens will recognized his progress and, with its blessings, a tremendous aura surged within his body. With each artifact, he drew closer to the next level. Now, he was almost on the verge of a new domain, the demon sword of Neptune, the crystal armor of Uranus, the nature seed of Jupiter, and the ether pendant of Mars. And my own artifact, the sovereign smiled, feeling the tremendous power surging within him. Just one more, and I'll be able to come out safely and destroy the Abyss Emperor. Just one more, and peace will be established forever. Sarah carefully held the unconscious Varian within her shield while Enigma covered him in gravity armor. They erected two shields around themselves as well. However, with the sound of glass cracking, their shields began to crack as countless small gray particles struck them. It was an endless storm that seemed to want to devour them whole. If they were at their peak, Enigma and Sarah wouldn't have a problem staying in this chaotic space for a whole day. But now, they were already tired from suppressing the undead and wouldn't even last an hour. Thus, the women decided to check their surroundings to find a safer location. All they could see, however, was a sea of gray currents in the endless darkness. Not even the twinkle of a single star was visible in this gloomy space. Thankfully, Enigma had darkness powers and easily explored the area. Sarah, on the other hand, waved her hand and spread a light wave, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, all they could sense and see were gray space currents and particles. They moved from one place to another using their powers, but everything seemed the same. Despite having traveled hundreds of miles, it felt as though they hadn't moved an inch. The situation was so frustrating that even the usually calm Enigma sighed and called for a break. Since she was tired from the earlier battle, Sarah agreed. A white barrier glowed in the endless darkness. Inside it, a young blonde sat with a young man resting on her lap. Facing her was a woman with silvery white hair and violet eyes. The white spherical barrier carried them through space like a boat on a sea, shaking sometimes and even developing cracks, but continuing to travel without a destination. Inside the barrier, the two women drank some potions to let their bodies recover. But even after that, they didn't speak, letting an uncomfortable silence settle in the air. Finally, Enigma looked at the unconscious young man and asked, with a trembling voice she tried to stabilize, "How is he?" Sarah intertwined Varian's warm fingers with hers and rested her forehead on his hand. "I slowed down the time of that death energy in his body." Enigma's heart sank at the answer, but her expression didn't change. Only her shaking eyes revealed how she was feeling. "How many months?" She couldn't bring herself to ask, "How many months does he have left?" She had already checked Varian's situation and, to her despair, realized she couldn't do anything about the strand of energy inside him. Not even a sovereign could solve it. That's why, even though the thought of his death made her chest heavy, she concluded that Varian couldn't be saved. The only question was how long he would still be around. Months? Sarah raised her head and looked up at Enigma with teary, red eyes. "I wish we had months. I don't know if he can survive even a full month." Enigma looked at Varian's pale face and bit her lip. She had known him since he was a child. She had seen his bright smile, his endless training without ever complaining about the lack of results. She saw his care for Sia, his tears when he nearly lost her, his pride in his late father, and his maturity in enduring the school where they constantly compared him with Sia and mocked him. She saw his madness, despair, and grief when he lost his mother to the girl he cherished. She watched him grow from the heights of optimism to the depths of despair, and then pull back from that despair to face his challenges once again. She saw a downtrodden, depressed Varian, who hit absolute rock bottom in life, rise up once more. She saw him fight, risk his life, and win. She saw him grow, step by step. From someone who barely stirred to a genius who saved the world multiple times. She watched him give his heart without holding back, risking everything for that love. She saw a man who always said he wasn't a hero but risked his life every time, even when he had no reason to. She felt like a silent companion on his journey, staying by his side, watching him, cheering for him, and wishing him a good future. As someone who spent most of her time in endless darkness, Varian made her feel less lonely. He formed a bond with her without even knowing her, a bond that existed long before she spoke to Sia. That's why she wanted to accompany him on his journey. She wanted to see what he could achieve, to see him through all sorts of challenges. But she never thought she'd see him dying in front of her. Enigma stretched her hand to touch his cheek, but the repulsion stopped her just a little finger's distance away. The distance of a little finger was nothing and everything. Enigma felt a lump in her throat. Her chest grew heavy, and her shoulders shook. In the end, she withdrew her hands and clenched her fists at her sides, lowering her head and sobbing softly. "Liar, you liar." He lied to her, to Sarah, to Sia. "I told you they were planning to kill you." She wanted him to be safe. But he didn't listen. He never listened. "You promised you wouldn't participate in this war once you saved Mars planetoids. You promised you wouldn't enter the despair abyss. You broke the promise. Why, you liar. Please. Please live. Even if you want to lie again, I'm willing to listen. Just stay alive." After an unknown time, Enigma felt someone pat her shoulder. Raising her head eagerly, she felt disappointed upon realizing it was Sarah. Varian was placed in a healing pod that Sarah retrieved from her storage ring. Even though his indicators weren't bad, they were slowly but surely declining. Enigma wiped away her tears and looked at Sarah with a puzzled expression. Sarah pulled her up and gave her a hug. Enigma wasn't expecting this at all and fell into the hug. When she was about to ask what Sarah was thinking, she felt a pat on her back, as if comforting her. Sarah's trembling but soothing voice sounded in her ear. I am sorry. I kept my distance and never saw you as a friend." Sarah broke her hug and held Enigma's hand, even as the silver-haired girl was still confused. Even though it's ridiculous, I believe we'll get through this. I believe Varian will do a miracle once again." Sarah's voice was filled with hope, not the normal hope, but the hope of the desperate. "He'll survive. He must. We'll return to our home. And once we do, I hope we can be good friends." Enigma felt the sincerity in Sarah's shaking voice. Perhaps this was when Sarah truly accepted Enigma as part of her family. Since they took the vacation, Enigma had wished to be friends with Sarah. But it never really happened because of the distance Sarah maintained. She'd smile and talk but never really treated Enigma as someone close. Now the distance was finally removed, but Enigma couldn't feel any happiness. She looked at Varian's sleeping face and placed her hand on her aching chest. Maybe he will really do a miracle. Sarah nodded and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Crying now would mean she had given up. She hadn't. She still hoped. It's not hard to believe in something when it's dazzling in the sky. But when it falls into the depths of the abyss, would that belief remain? Hope doesn't concern itself with logic. It need not be rational. Why should it be? Sarah's belief in Varian, even at this point, was irrational. She knew it too. But she believed in him anyway. Logic said he wouldn't survive. So, she clung to the hope that he would. After calming their emotions, the two women continued their search with renewed hope and energy. Perhaps it had been minutes or just seconds, but they saw it, a structure pushing the space currents. It was a long tunnel inside this chaotic space, almost a mile in diameter and seemingly stretching infinitely. Even with her best efforts, Enigma couldn't fathom how long the tunnel actually was. But a conservative estimate was 100,000 miles. "Wait, is that?" Sarah pointed at the tunnel and fired a light beam. The light beam flew above the tunnel, illuminating it. Made of gray material, the tunnel had small cracks all over it. But what caught the attention of the two women were the ancient but familiar runes covering the tunnel. Deva script? Enigma took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Why here of all places? Enigma was pretty clear about where they were. They were on the border of layered space and inner space, on the verge of entering inner space but not quite there. In front of them was inner space, where even sovereigns would die. Behind them were the final bits of layered space, where only peak level 9s could survive. Logically, their location should have space currents fiercer than peak level 9s, preferably equivalent to sovereigns. But it didn't. It didn't make any sense until they found the tunnel. It's influencing the space currents in this area, making it less dangerous. Enigma sighed. We're lucky. The tunnel was actively pushing the space currents away, making the area within 1,000 miles around it safer. Still, Enigma and Sarah needed shields to survive here. Without the tunnel, they would have died on the spot. But it's not as if they're lucky. They couldn't enter inner space, where only celestial rankers could survive. They also couldn't return to outer space through the layered space. Once they left the 1,000-mile safe haven of the tunnel, they would face space currents that only peak level 9s could endure, dying in seconds. We're unlucky, if anything, Sarah shook her head. During the space crack, we worked so hard to pick the safest route. But see where we ended up. Enigma went silent for a moment before giving a wry smile. Varian would have ended up in inner space, but Enigma and Sarah intervened at the last moment, disrupting the space crack. They didn't mindlessly destroy or expand it. Instead, they used their gravity and time sense to check where each small change would lead them. Even a minuscule adjustment to the space crack could greatly alter the destination, like tilting an airplane during takeoff. A small shift could change the plane's destination to a different city. For that reason, Enigma and Sarah worked hard within the limited time they had with the space crack. Enigma would change the gravity by 1% and use her gravity sense to detect the destination on the other side of the space crack. Then she would adjust it to 1.1% and repeat the process, inputting different values and checking the outcomes over and over again. Since they're level 9s, they can make such changes thousands of times in a single second. Enigma and Sarah searched more than 100,000 locations before choosing the safest route. They expected to land in a relatively dangerous place that they could easily escape from. They didn't expect to end up here at all. Now, they couldn't move forward or back. What to do? In this situation, the only option was the tunnel. What exactly is this structure, built by devas thousands of years ago, doing in this chaotic location? Sarah narrowed her eyes. The white barrier moved closer to the tunnel, and the two women began scanning it for information. After some observation, they concluded it had decayed due to neglect but was still functional. Enigma had previously worked on collecting the secret message from the ruins and was more familiar with the Devas legacy. She could roughly understand the words on the tunnel. From her translation, guests were supposed to open a portal to this location and enter the tunnel for interstellar travel. The setup was similar to an underground tunnel connected to a city, with the city being the solar system. Varian's group had broken through to the tunnel, giving them the option to use it for travel. This is risky, Sarah frowned. Compared to the other two options, this doesn't have a 100% death rate, Enigma shrugged. Sarah looked at the inner space and layered space before letting out a helpless sigh. Piggybacking on Varian, she flew toward the tunnel. Enigma floated beside her, and they both stepped into the tunnel simultaneously. The tunnel shook for a moment, then lit up. A white light engulfed Varian, Sarah, and Enigma, and they disappeared. In the endless dark space, a light beam flickered for a moment before vanishing. Inside the light beam, Enigma used her gravity power to fix Sarah's and her own feet to the tunnel. Meanwhile, she used her power to let Varian stand. Oddly, even though he was unconscious, Varian didn't lower his head. He stood in an alert posture, a reflex ingrained in him through rigorous training. "Hold tight," Enigma said, increasing the gravity power on both of them. The next second, the tunnel shook violently, and Sarah felt as if she had been hit by a bullet train. Thanks to Enigma, she didn't crash into the wall. The tunnel, left unmaintained for thousands of years, was in poor condition, with safety measures virtually non-existent. Would anything be different if we had Boo here? Enigma wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered. I don't think so. At least Boo wouldn't have to worry about safety, Sarah said, raising her palms to adjust the glowing light shield around them. Instead of providing complete isolation and safety, some space currents from outside were seeping into the tunnel. These gray currents could seriously damage Varian's body and, given time, destroy them as well. So, Sarah put up the light shield. However, with each passing second, countless gray particles continued to bombard the shield, causing cracks to form. Maintaining the shield was a challenging task for Sarah. Just moments ago, the shield had completely cracked and was on the verge of collapsing. Sarah pushed out the light power from her body to reinforce the shield, then turned to Enigma and rolled her eyes. And you're saying the death rate here isn't 100%? Enigma looked away with a guilty expression. It wasn't really her fault, though. What other choice did they have? Sarah knew it too. She was just trying to lift the depressing atmosphere. They could indeed die at any moment. The tunnel could break down, the space currents could turn chaotic, or an enemy might appear. Anything could happen in this place of uncertainty, and they would be dead. Even if they did survive, they had no idea where they would end up. What's at the other end of the tunnel? What if it's even more dangerous? Could it kill them instantly? Sarah grew very cold and indifferent after learning that her father had betrayed Sia. During the vacation, people feared even looking her in the eye because of her frosty temperament. But toward those she cared about, Sarah poured out all her emotions. In this situation, the rational choice for survival would be to abandon Varian. He was costing more to protect and not contributing anything. If it were anyone else, Sarah might have had that thought. But for Varian, she decided that, if push came to shove, she would remove the shield around herself first. If their roles were reversed, Sarah was certain he would do the same. I want to hear your voice, I want to look into your eyes and spend the whole day. Sarah locked her fingers with the unconscious Varian and leaned on his shoulder, biting her lip. Come back soon, idiot. Time passed, waiting for no one. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes turned into hours. Sarah and Enigma had switched roles a dozen times. Their faces were pale, and their tired bodies were slowly becoming stiff. Even as they sweated from head to toe, the journey seemed endless. The scariest part of this journey was neither the space currents nor the speed bumps. It was the uncertainty, the ignorance. They didn't know if they would reach their destination in an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, or not at all. Slowly but surely, their reserves began to dwindle. Sarah and Enigma now had to strategically thin their shields to last longer. As a result, the shields cracked more quickly, and a few space currents managed to sneak inside. A drop of bright red blood floated in the air as a space current cut Sarah's arm. A few minutes later, a drop of blood floated from Enigma's shoulder. Just half an hour later, there were quite a few clumps of blood floating around or sticking to the walls. While Sarah and Enigma had many small cuts, Varian remained uninjured. My turn, Enigma said as she stood up and created a shield of darkness around the three. Sarah's light shield collapsed the next second, and she fell to her knees. Her whole body was already injured, fatigued, and weakened. Don't think about anything, Sarah leaned back against Varian, closed her eyes, and thought. She should have collapsed long ago, but she was still active. She didn't know where she was getting the strength from. Enigma maintained the shield for the three, deliberately keeping her side of the shield thinner. As a result, in just 10 minutes, she received 3 cuts, one on her palm, one on her cheek, and another on her foot. Thankfully, her healing speed was good, and the injuries themselves wouldn't be a problem. However, losing a bit of blood with each injury certainly was. Enigma looked up at the end of the tunnel and saw only endless darkness. Her violet eyes widened as a spark, no, a small light, appeared in the darkness. As they approached at great speed, the light quickly grew larger. Before she even knew it, Enigma shouted in delight, Sarah. Varian. Look. Sarah turned around with hope. Her pale face brightened like a glowing sun. Finally. Like a thirsty person gazing at an oasis, Sarah stared at the gates surrounded by white barriers. After all the struggle, after all the pain, they had finally reached their destination. In the blink of an eye, the tunnel reached the gates and stopped after touching the barrier. There were more than 12 gates, each with barriers of varying strength. Sarah picked the weakest barrier and shot a light arrow. But the barrier only shook slightly before stabilizing. Sarah's eyebrows furrowed as an ominous premonition flashed in her mind. Shaking her head, she cheered herself up and used her full strength this time. With a wave of her hand, a giant light trident struck the barrier. This attack was at least 3 times more powerful than her previous one. Yet, it failed to produce any reaction other than a slight disturbance on the barrier. Sarah didn't give up and kept trying. But the price of repeatedly using her full power was high, and she quickly began to lose the last of her energy. Enigma understood her actions. The air, no, the space around them, was still hostile. Enigma maintained the barrier around herself and Varian to protect them from the gray space currents. If they didn't break through this barrier and enter, they would die here. Let's do it together, Enigma said from behind and snapped her fingers. A giant arrow of darkness floated above Sarah's light trident. With a flash, the 2 weapons struck the barrier, creating only a minor ripple. That was enough for Sarah and Enigma to realize they were too weak. But they didn't give up. To the point of being totally irrational, they continued to attack the barrier with all their power. In the end, they even lifted all their defenses and redirected that power to destroy the barrier. Yet, they failed again. Enigma even tried to wake her up. But even the woman's unconsciousness didn't respond, much to Enigma's despair. Yet, she fought on. Maybe the barrier would break after repeated battering. Maybe it was too old and could crumble at any moment. Maybe the tunnel would do something. Maybe. In one way or another, they kept going. Their bodies had long reached their limit, but their minds refused to surrender. After nearly 2 hours of relentless effort, Enigma and Sarah squeezed out every last bit of strength from their bodies and souls. As their consciousness turned hazy, Sarah injected the last bit of time power into Varian's body and collapsed to his right. "Don't die before me." Enigma turned to Varian and gave away the last bit of her power to create a darkness and gravity barrier around him. Her legs felt weak, and she collapsed right next to his left. She was so close that she could even feel his weak breath on her face. Looking at his peaceful sleeping face, Enigma smiled wryly. "Is this how it ends?" There was no reply. Feeling her consciousness slipping away, Enigma realized it was likely the last time she would ever be awake. This was truly the end. All of them were going to die. Enigma's weak eyes flashed and glanced at Sarah, who had fainted with her fingers interlocked with Varian's. Even in death, she wanted to be with him. If it's really the end of everything. Enigma stretched her trembling, bloodied hand toward Varian. Since it was her own barrier, she easily passed through it and held Varian's hand. Then, she awkwardly intertwined her fingers with his. It was the first time she had done anything like this. It was also the first time she felt the warmth of his hand. She could even feel his heartbeat. Is this why they hold hands? That was Enigma's last thought before she fainted. The space currents began attacking the defenseless women, like acid slowly devouring metal. The currents were gradually injuring them. With every passing second, more cuts appeared on Sarah and Enigma. The blood pooling beneath them formed a pool and began to flow toward Varian, touching his back. Meanwhile, Varian's hand started bleeding due to the repulsion. The injury worsened until it reached his finger bones. A jolt of pain shot down the unconscious Varian's spine, and he slowly opened his eyes. But feeling the warm liquid under his back and recognizing its familiar smell, Varian's eyes shot open. "Ha! Where? Enigma? Sarah? What the?" It has been a week since Irene returned from the despair abyss with severe injuries. The relative peace presumed by pacifists was spat upon and trampled by a war that touched every planet. The human army suffered significant losses, but, relatively speaking, they weren't far behind the abyssals. In fact, in some areas like Uranus, humans grew relatively stronger. This afternoon, the abyssals proposed a truce. It wasn't something the Abyss Kings and Queens personally favored. If the decision were theirs, they would have continued fighting to win. However, it's clear that nothing substantial would come from this war. The advantages they gained from the element of surprise, special treasures, and unique troops were all neutralized by a devil named Varian. Even if they were willing to fight now, it would only lead to a war lasting at least 8 years. Such a prolonged conflict, even if won, would wipe out at least 90% of the abyssal army. The original plan was always to secure victory with minimal losses, and it all depended on the undead sovereign. However, a week ago, all the Abyss Kings and Queens received news from the Despair Queen that the undead was on the verge of death. Undead on the verge of death sounded absurd but terrified every abyssal ruler. They didn't care if it was a family secret or a promised remedy. They went through their possessions and gave away whatever they could to save the undead. After nearly a week of emergency treatment, the undead emerged from a coma. Without their treasures, he would have remained comatose for at least half a year. According to the top physicians, he is lucky to have survived. If the attacker had applied just a bit more force, just 1% more, he would have died without a doubt. The Abyss rulers knew it was Varian who pushed the undead to this state. They also knew that killing Varian not only took the life of Sanguik, the brightest blood heir, but nearly killed a fucking undead sovereign. Learning about the demise of such an enemy, they didn't feel happy, they just felt relieved. It was surreal at first, but after 7 days of his absence, they accepted the reality. Though from time to time, one Abyss ruler or another would have a nightmare of Varian's return, they set it aside as a phobia that would never manifest. After bringing him out of the coma, the undead was now undergoing a long treatment after which he could finally start regaining his power. It's a long process and would take months, but the Abyssals were willing to wait. So, they called for a truce. The Human Federation didn't wish to continue the war either. Their chances of winning were 50-50, but if the Abyssals came up with new cards, the odds against them would diminish. And supposedly, there was no Varian or Enigma with them anymore to act as their trump cards. However, the army didn't blindly accept the truce. The Abyssals had started the war on their terms, and the humans decided to end it on theirs. They called up the reserve soldiers, gave them emergency training, and stationed them on the planetoids where Varian had slaughtered every Abyssal. Of the roughly 500 planetoids in total, about 430 were controlled by both humans and Abyssals. 20 were controlled by the Abyssals, thanks to this war. 50 were controlled by the humans, mostly thanks to Varian and some other bravehearts. With a parity of 2.5x, humans suddenly found themselves with significant leverage. In the next major conflict, these occupied planetoids would serve as a decisive force to curtail and suppress any invasion. If an abyssal force moved from one planetoid to another, the conquered planetoid could send forces to intimidate, harass, and even destroy them. Essentially, any abyssal planetoid needing reinforcements would not receive them. Now, the task was to populate these planetoids. Thanks to the reserve soldiers, it was not a significant problem for low and mid-level awakeners. However, there were few high-level awakeners to replenish the lost forces. Both sides lost many high-level awakeners, but relatively, humans suffered more, largely due to the blood heirs. There was a shortage of level 7 and level 8 awakeners. The Federation was working hard to address the issue, but for now, they could only temporarily adjust the situation. On one hand, many families grieved the loss of their loved ones. On the other, a sense of patriotism surged. Children, teenagers, adults, everyone felt the need to contribute. More children joined training classes than ever before. More teenagers enlisted in the military. More adults ventured into the dungeons, breaking all records. It wasn't just the direct combat soldiers, every sector of society got involved in one way or another. Scientists and researchers worked tirelessly to develop the next big breakthrough, hoping it would strengthen the human race. Thousands of movies flooded the market, all focusing on some aspect of the war. School textbooks were revised to include this conflict. War Day was declared an official holiday, similar to Red Pluto Day. The war had its negative effects. Families were shattered. Friends were lost. Lovers were separated. Children were orphaned. Elders were left alone. But for human civilization as a whole, this war was like a force applied to a spring. Did the spring compress? Yes, it did. But it would bounce back with more force than ever. Not despite the war, but because of it. After a chilling realization that their invaders would go to any lengths to exterminate them, human civilization started working around the clock to build their capabilities. In trying to weaken the humans, the Abyssals pushed them onto a path of greater strength. If given enough time, the humans would quickly gain an edge over the Abyssals and, a few years later, be able to achieve enough parity to destroy the Abyssals with minimal losses. If given enough time. Why would the Abyssals give them that time? Varian ignored the aching pain in his left hand and checked the conditions of Enigma and Sarah. Even though they had passed out and were constantly getting new injuries due to the space currents, their lives weren't in danger. But the fire had already been lit. It didn't matter if they were at the center of the forest or at the edge, they'd be burnt. Where are we? Why are they with me? What? Question after question popped up in Varian's mind. Suddenly, he recalled the last moment before he fainted. Varian's eyes widened. The space crack. Everything suddenly made sense. You too, actually. Varian looked at them with a complicated gaze. He didn't know if he should feel happy that they didn't abandon him in the face of danger or if he should be worried that they risked their lives to stay with him. Pressing down the bubbling emotions in his heart, Varian decided to address their current situation first. First, he needed to ensure Enigma and Sarah's safety. He covered them with a 3-layered shield of water, lightning, and telekinetic energy. Feeling the sharp cuts suddenly stop, Enigma and Sarah's tense faces finally relaxed. Varian's finger turned into a small branch and grew 2 leaves. These leaves broke off the branch and landed on the 2 women. Like ice melting, the leaves dissolved and began healing the numerous injuries. Even with their physical injuries healed, they were mentally exhausted and lacking energy. They wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Varian looked around and realized the space outside this strange tunnel was filled with chaotic space currents. Even though he seemed to have reached the strength of a level 9, he didn't have the confidence to face those currents while carrying 2 additional people. On one end, there was endless darkness filled with chaotic space winds that were ready to devour him. On the other side were 12 peculiar gates covered by barriers. At the edge of the tunnel, near the gates, were several areas that either glowed brightly with different colored lights or were pitch black. These were the effects of Enigma and Sarah's powers. For some reason, they were using their abilities against these barriers, trying to break them. Varian didn't know the full story but sensed that he might not be able to break the barriers either. However, he decided not to worry about it. As a space awakener, he instinctively knew they were in layered space. Getting out was easy, he just needed to endure the space currents outside and stand in the open. The currents themselves would push him out into outer space. Of course, he couldn't handle the space currents, but someone else could. Boo, take us in, Varian called out. There was no response. His eyebrows furrowed, and he called again, Boo? The little ghost's cute yet mischievous voice was silent. Varian used the connection he had with the ghost ship to locate it. A moment later, his expression turned grave. I told Boo to keep an eye on the human army, he muttered. His attack and being sucked into the space crack happened in an instant. By the time Boo noticed, it was too late. Only then did Varian realize the severity of their situation. Hiss. Varian winced and pulled his left hand away. It was bleeding profusely, and he could even see the outline of a white bone. He tapped into his planty powers to start healing himself and shot a glare at Enigma. She knew the repulsion would injure him if she touched him, so why? Enigma remained unconscious, but feeling the missing hand, she showed a panicked expression and murmured. Don't go. She tried to move her injured right hand to search for his missing hand, but she barely had any energy. All she could manage was to move her fingers. Every time her fingers moved, even slightly, blood would seep from her fingertips. Seeing her in such a pitiful state and hearing her pleading voice, Varian felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. He looked to his right and saw Sarah holding onto the tip of his finger with all her strength, her lips silently forming the words, Varian. She was too weak to even speak. Varian closed his eyes, trying to calm his heart pounding against his chest. They knew they were going to die. And since they were going to die, they wanted to hold his hand one last time. Till death do us part. But even in death, they didn't want to be apart. Varian felt a mix of luck, happiness, and sadness. Everyone wanted to share in a happy life. But how many would choose to share their death with others? Varian reluctantly pulled his hand away from Sarah and was about to walk toward the barrier. Since they couldn't go outside and couldn't stay in the tunnel, the only way out was through the barriers. As he moved, he noticed a thin, dark barrier covering his skin like a bodysuit. He also felt the presence of time power within him, acting upon the strand of death energy and slowing it down. Varian turned to the two girls and imagined the moment they fainted. They were heavily injured, completely exhausted, and on the verge of losing consciousness. They knew that once they closed their eyes, the ruthless space currents would consume them and end their lives. Death was certain. At that moment, when their eyelids grew heavy and death stared them in the face, what did they do? They didn't blame the person for whom they came here. Instead, they used their last bits of energy to protect him and lay down beside him. Even in death. Why spend their last energy on him? They were all going to die anyway. Why? Because they wanted him to survive, even if for a bit longer. Varian opened his mouth to utter a word, but all he could let out was a whimper. His emotions were in turmoil, and he was overwhelmed. He covered his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. But his lips curled up into a bright smile. I will protect you. Varian walked toward the gates with a determined expression. He would protect them or die trying, forgetting his own life and death. After scanning the barriers and probing them with random attacks, Varian chose the weakest one. Then, he started bombarding it as if there were no tomorrow. From the lowest to the highest, he tried every combination, using every level of power he could muster to destroy the barrier. First, Varian used his psychic powers to push his body beyond its limits. Then, he covered his fist in a gauntlet made of lightning, ice, telekinetic, and space powers. Kicking the floor, he reached the barrier in a blink and punched out. Space shook violently as Varian's gauntlet clashed with the barrier. At the point of contact, lightning exploded, ice froze, telekinetic power struck, and space cracked. Yet, the barrier barely shook before returning to its normal state. It was the highest damage he could do, but it was not enough. Varian suppressed the despair rising in his heart and continued attacking. He tried new moves, new combos, and everything he could think of. 3 hours passed, and Varian was spent. Having fought the undead for so long, Varian was already tired. This 3-hour intense fight had completely worn him out. If he were alone, he could have fought for 3 more hours. But since he had to provide defense for Enigma and Sarah, he was exhausted in just half the time. Arg! Varian punched the barrier with the last of his strength. The sound of bones crackling echoed through the tunnel as Varian's hand twisted from the force. Blood spilled out, and flesh tore apart. Losing the last bit of his strength, Varian collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he spoke in a weak voice. I can't break it. Perhaps only a sovereign could do it. Or maybe not even a sovereign could. It didn't matter, though. He couldn't do it. Even if he tried to wake Sarah and Enigma, which was nearly impossible due to their terrible mental states and fatigue, and even if the 3 of them worked together, they still wouldn't break the barrier. Varian laughed bleakly. How did things change so quickly? A week ago, there was no war. Yesterday, he was pummeling the Abyssals and was confident in bringing the war to a halt. A few hours ago, he was on the verge of finishing off the undead. That guy, he ruined it all, Varian recalled the Crimson Abyssal. He appeared just as Varian was about to deliver the final blow to the undead. If he had come a few seconds earlier, Varian was confident he could have killed him without getting touched. If he had come a few seconds later, Varian could still have killed him. But the timing. The damn timing. Fuck. Varian clenched his bloodied fists. He could barely feel his hands, which were in terrible shape after punching the barrier so many times. Using his psychic energy to probe his memory, Varian recalled the Crimson Abyssal's last moment. He hadn't paid attention at the time, but now he could see it clearly. That guy wasn't afraid at all. His eyes were shining with pride and relief. It was a do-or-die moment for the Abyssal, and he succeeded in initiating the death of his race's worst enemy. Varian endured the weakness in his body and walked back to where the 2 women lay. He wanted to protect them, but even his strongest attacks were useless. Now, he had no energy left. He couldn't think of any way out. They were doomed. Varian lowered his gaze and noticed something. The energy shields around Sarah and Enigma were cracking. The space currents were relentless. Varian raised his hand to reinforce the shields, but no aura flowed from his fingertips. Like a squeezed-out bottle, he was devoid of any aura. Now, he couldn't even put up a defense for the two women. Looking at the increasing cracks in the shields covering Enigma and Sarah, Varian panicked. But after panicking, he felt helpless. His own shield had broken a few minutes ago, and he was already getting cuts every few seconds. Now, his body was covered in small and large cuts. It's over. Varian slumped next to Enigma and Sarah and stared blankly at the gates. His whole body ached, and the old and new injuries continued to take their toll. Injuries, fatigue, and lack of aura weighed heavily on Varian. His eyelids grew heavy, and the whispers of sweet sleep sounded in his mind, calling him to close his eyes and embrace the darkness. Once he closed his eyes, he'd finally crossed the threshold of death. No more courting death. He'd be dead, with no more struggles, pain, or suffering. Varian covered his face and gritted his teeth. Fuck off. Even if I die, I'm not going to die like that. Just because he had stopped trying didn't mean he had no intention of fighting. If he had the energy for one more punch, he would have struck the barrier. Unwilling to accept death but unable to do anything to live, Varian lay down between Enigma and Sarah. They were both facing him, and he could feel their weak breathing and hear their faint heartbeats. Varian tried to clench his fists, but his hands no longer obeyed him. The flow of his blood began to slow. His heart felt weaker, as if it had trouble pumping blood. Even taking a breath was a burden, as his chest ached. Slowly but surely, his brain began to slow down, racing toward an inevitable shutdown. Varian realized that this might be his last conscious moment. All his life, all his dreams, all his relationships, everything would end here. He had so many things to do, but now they all seemed distant. He couldn't even see Sia before he died. It felt like ages since she last spoke to him. At least, she doesn't have to bear the pain of this dying experience. Sia had already endured so much. Dying wasn't something he wanted her to experience. Why did you throw away your life for me? Varian sighed as he looked at the dried tear stains on Sarah's and Enigma's faces. Even though he was unwilling to accept the outcome, what could he do? He was too weak to change anything. He couldn't even protect the girls who had sacrificed their lives to save him. But he didn't give up. Since his strength couldn't solve the problem, Varian racked his brain for other methods. If we can do synergy. Using the last bit of his strength, Varian moved his arm and held Sarah's hand. Then, he reached out his left hand to hold Enigma's. But the repulsion prevented him from doing so. Varian gritted his teeth and forced his hand forward. His skin began to crack, and his hand started to bleed. Resisting the repulsion, Varian initiated the synergy and closed his eyes. Just a few seconds later, he opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. And not working. The two partners in synergy were unconscious and drained. If they were more advanced in synergy, he could have made it work. But they were only beginners. Varian's heart pounded as he felt death quietly creeping closer to the three of them. Some way. Any way. There should be. There must be. His body grew weaker, but Varian continued to struggle. The few movements he could make felt increasingly difficult. In the end, Varian felt his hands slipping away from Enigma due to the repulsion. Yeah. Varian gasped. Why did this repulsion exist in the first place? I used the system's powers, Varian said, forcing his eyes to remain open. This repulsion should be due to the system's powers. Neither the exhausted Enigma nor he had the energy to create this repulsion. This energy must be coming from somewhere else. Varian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. As he did, a couple of space currents passed by him, one of which made a sharp cut on his face. Varian grimaced instinctively but kept his focus inward. After nearly destroying the ghost ship, Varian tried to use the system's powers again at least a few thousand times. It felt like he was trying to catch air. He caught nothing. If he couldn't use the dormant powers of the slivers inside him, perhaps he could use the active energy of the slivers causing the repulsion. Hope worked better than any steroid, and Varian managed to stand up despite being on the verge of fainting. Come on. Varian closed his eyes and urged the repulsion energy. But he got nothing. Frustrated, Varian focused inward and tried to summon the energy again. Slivers. It didn't work. He couldn't even feel anything. Varian's eyes turned to the unconscious Enigma, and an idea flashed in his mind. The young man stretched his injured hands and pulled Enigma up. She fell on his back, and Varian held her so she wouldn't be thrown away by the repulsion. The repulsion started to crack every inch of his skin, initiating the process of destroying him completely. Since their body contact was extensive, the repulsion was much stronger than at any other time. Varian, who was entirely focused on his body, suddenly found a strand of new energy. The energy was both familiar and unfamiliar, a strand of white and black energy. Thinner than a hair, smaller than a fingernail. If not for being super alert, he would have missed it. With a skeptical expression, Varian distanced himself from Enigma, holding only her shoulders. As the body contact disappeared, so did the repulsion. Under Varian's shocked gaze, the tiny strand of energy shrank to a point where he could no longer sense it. Fuck. Varian felt both ecstatic and frustrated. Regardless of his success or failure, by the time he finished his trials with this energy, he would be a changed man. Varian took a deep breath and walked to the weakest barrier with Enigma. I need as much repulsion as I can. He glanced at the injured, unconscious Enigma and apologized. Sorry. Then, he took her into his arms and wrapped his arms around her. Her head rested on his chest, and their bodies remained in full contact. The skin at the point of contact began to bleed due to the immense repulsion. Varian closed his eyes and focused on the strand of energy. It was significantly stronger than last time. By forcing his will, Varian approached the energy strand and pulled it. As if it were a thread connecting to a yarn, more strands of energy appeared before Varian heard a weird snap. The strands of energy originated from slivers. Now, the connection was cut off. Thankfully, he managed to extract a few strands by then. Varian carefully extracted the tiny strands from his body. The moment they exited, the black and white strands expanded to cover the entire tunnel. The tunnel began to shake violently, and its walls started to slowly dissolve. Fuck. Fuck. Varian realized he had extracted more power than he could handle. If he didn't dispose of it now, he would end up destroying the tunnel and killing all three of them in the process. The first victim would be Enigma in his embrace. He hurriedly put her down. Seizing the opportunity, the white and black energy strands in his arms twisted, trying to expand further. But Varian held them in place, using everything he had to press them down. Arg. The massive energy ball, nearly as large as a building, was condensed to the size of a soccer ball. Varian's bones crackled as they fractured one by one from the insane action. Despite the excruciating pain, Varian stabilized the situation. Taking a step forward with the energy ball in his hands, Varian left a deep footprint and the tunnel started to shake again. Reaching the edge of the tunnel, he threw the energy ball at the weakest barrier they had all tried to destroy. Immediately, the indestructible barrier cracked and crumbled upon contact. With the barrier gone, the huge gate behind it became visible. It had a blue vortex inside, acting as the gateway to another location. Since that location had a space gate like this one, it should be habitable, at least. They could survive. Perhaps he could even heal himself. But before Varian could fully rejoice, the gate that the barrier had been holding was struck by the energy ball. To his horror, the sturdy gate began to break down. It didn't take minutes, just 30 seconds, and the gate dissolved into tiny metallic particles, dispersing into space. Varian gulped at the spectacle. But he wasn't in a condition to appreciate it. His legs began to give out, and his vision grew hazy. Every bit of strength he had seemed to be used up in that final shot. Tragically, the power he summoned was too powerful, breaking down not only the barrier but the gate as well. Now, his body was slowly giving up, pushing him toward eternal sleep. Varian was unwilling, but his legs grew weaker, and he started to fall backward. Varian stretched his arms, but all he could grab was empty air. If only I had one more chance. Once he fell and fainted, there would be no more chances. It would all be over. Varian's vision shifted, and he saw the ceiling. Just as his head was about to hit the rough floor, he felt a soft arm grab him. Oh, one more time. Sia's pained voice sounded from behind. She wrapped her arms around him, and the repulsion began to destroy their bodies. If it was before, Sia would have backed off. But today, she held him even more tightly and used the bit of gravity power she could muster. They both floated in front of the barriers. Do it again, Sia said weakly. Varian was on the verge of fainting. He couldn't even stand and was entirely leaning on Sia. Is this a dream? He wondered, but used the repulsions and grabbed a few more strands of the Slivers' energy. The energy was about to expand, but with the experience from last time, Varian confined it to the size of a fist. The energy in this. Sia's pale face stiffened, but she didn't have time to talk or ask about anything. She, too, wouldn't be able to stay awake for long. Sensing the energy in the ball, she pointed to a barrier. That one. Varian shot the energy ball at the sixth strongest barrier. Unlike earlier, this barrier actually contested with the energy ball for a good while before breaking down. Ha 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 ha. I did it. Varian fainted in the middle of his exclamations. Sia pointed at Sarah, and the blonde girl floated to her best friend. Damn it, Enigma, there are no reserves, Sia muttered helplessly, carrying both of them to the gate. Her body was full of injuries, and her stamina was non-existent. The 100-meter walk nearly made Sia give up several times. But in the end, she dragged herself and the two to the vortex. Please let us survive, Sia prayed and stepped forward. The silhouettes of Varian and his women disappeared into the red vortex. Has there really been no news? A weak and soft voice asked. None. Even their friends have disappeared, the reply came. Does he not trust us to look after his friends? A wry smile appeared on the woman's pale face before she signaled the intelligence officer to leave. Irene slumped back into her throne, her expression troubled. Her worst fears were coming true. Something had happened to Varian. Did he really? Irene shook her head. No. Impossible. How could he die just like that? That boy is. Irene knew she was just lying to herself. Over the course of her long life, she had seen too many geniuses, thousands, tens of thousands of them. But she had also seen many geniuses die before reaching level 9. Even level 9s died. Even I was on the verge of death. Irene patted her chest. Everyone could die, ordinary people, geniuses, level 9s, even sovereigns. Varian, too. And you said you'd be a sovereign one day. Irene lowered her head, feeling her chest grow heavy. Yes, she had seen many geniuses. But this boy was different. His talent, his courage, and his optimism, all of it combined to make him a monster among monsters. With his talent, if he were alive, Irene was confident that humanity would solve the abyssal crisis in a year. Thinking about why he had died, Irene felt a lump in her throat. To save his race, at such a young age, with a bright future ahead of you, why is this world so cruel? Irene wiped the corner of her eyes and tapped her calm, announced the highest level of funeral for Varian, Irene said in a solemn voice. The world doesn't know how much this boy has paid. The least we can do is respect him for his sacrifices. There were many martyrs in this war. Only a few received special funerals. But Varian's funeral was on the same level as a sovereign. Few individuals in history have received such an honor. Recently, Commander Skad, who sacrificed his life to stop the Mirage Queen and buy time for Mars, received this honor. To have such martyrs, is it our honor or our tragedy? Irene looked out the window with a sigh. Are you sure? Those names are included in the funeral. A tall, middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice. Can't you read, brother? The old man sitting next to him gulped down his beer and grumbled. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, his chest feeling too heavy. Looking at the name under Varian's funeral, he couldn't even breathe. How did this happen? That bastard, he said he'd protect. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and slumped into his chair. Yo! Why are you so down, Harris? Didn't you get some good loot in the ruins? A burly man passing by patted Harris' shoulder and asked with a grin. The middle-aged man called Harris didn't respond. He lifted the beer jug and started drinking. Some of the beer spilled into his eyes, causing them to turn red. But he didn't care. Hey, that's ours. Yo, get it back. As if possessed, he picked up the jugs from other tables and started drinking them. The alcohol that would have felled even 100 level 7s was drunk by him, and he was still searching for more. By this point, no one tried to talk to him. They all understood that Harris, whom they thought of as a fellow level 7, was someone far stronger. Give me more. More. The middle-aged man slammed the counter and roared. Even though he was a level 6, the bartender nearly collapsed at the sound. Why yes. Shouting in response, the bartender ran back to the storeroom and brought out the stock. Just as the man was about to grab more, the comm on his wrist lit up with a message. The middle-aged man froze as if he had seen a ghost, then without a word, he rushed out of the bar. Hey, your tab. He ran all the way to the deserted alley mentioned in the message and saw the familiar spaceship. His face lit up as he asked, where is she? Is he safe? They're just hiding like always, right? No sound came from the spaceship. The bright expression on the man's face slowly darkened, turning to despair. A heavy silence filled the air, and a cute but somber voice sounded. Sia asked me to give this to you, in case something happened to her. An exquisite blue potion landed in Evander's hands. She said she forgave you, Boo conveyed her words. What happened to them? Evander asked, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Master fell into a space crack. Sia and Sarah jumped in after him, Boo said slowly as the ghost ship rose into the air. This last will was just insurance for them, but not anymore. Please use the power in your hands to fulfill their aspirations. Evander lowered his head and walked into the ruins of Jupiter. Both Sarah and Varian, even Sia, he would avenge them all. You're kidding. I'll exorcise you. Don't joke. Don't fucking joke. It's not funny. Kyle roared with a terrifying look as he lunged at Boo. Stop, Boo said calmly. Let him at least say what he wanted to say. We should respect his will. Maya wrapped her arms around him, stopping him from reaching Boo. Boo looked at Kyle, tears streaming down his cheeks, and sighed. Master said his death was unlikely, but if it were to happen, then it would be hard for humanity to fight against the Abyssals. So, he didn't die. You said he fell into a space crack. That's not death. There's still a 1 in 100 trillion probability of survival, Kyle said, his face red and his chest heaving. Boo hopes so too, Boo smiled bleakly. Seeing the little ghost's miserable smile, Kyle stiffened and lowered his head. He was devastated by the supposed news of his best friend's death. But wouldn't Boo also be crushed by it? As someone who spent literally every day with Varian, Boo had a deep relationship with him. Even though he seemed to bully him a lot, Varian was like a half-parent to Boo. Perhaps the pain Boo was going through was as bad as Kyle's. Kyle wiped away his tears and tried to smile. So, what did that bastard want to give me? This. A blue potion, a white potion, and a highly encrypted document fell into Kyle's hands. Master gave me the potions to give you. Enigma gave me the document. It contains the method to prepare the potions from their blood. The Abyss Empire was facing a greater crisis than they had initially anticipated. A simple border skirmish had escalated into a full-scale border war. Initially, it was still manageable. The Abyssals had fought too many wars with the Fairies in recent years. However, the situation took a drastic turn when strands of death energy began appearing in the Fairy army. The dead from both sides were being transformed into undead and used as vanguards against the Abyssal's Blood Province. Blood Province was well fortified. If 100,000 Abyssals defended it, the enemy would need at least 200,000 attackers to breach it. Even with the addition of undead, the Fairies did not have that kind of number. Thus, the Abyssals believed they were safe. But reality struck hard when one of the Fairy sovereigns used a highly concentrated strand of death energy on the defenses. Unlike the previous strands, which were diluted 1,000,000 times, this one was only diluted by about 1,000 times. When the strand hit the defenses, the Abyssals standing guard instantly lost their vitality and turned into undead. These undead attacked the Abyssals around them, throwing the defenders into chaos. Blood Province was breached that day. Once the first line of defense was broken, the rest of the province's defenses collapsed like dominoes. This war was far worse than what the humans had recently experienced. In the solar system, there was a clear battleground that separated combatants from civilians. But the entire Blood Province was invaded, resulting in the brutal deaths of hundreds of millions of Abyssals under the conquest. At the edge of Blood Province, a tower was suddenly struck by a fireball and turned to ashes. As the smoke cleared, 10 charred Abyssal corpses were revealed at the base of the tower. "Is this the final outpost?" a winged man asked from high in the sky. "The final one on the list," the winged woman beside him said after flapping her wings. After verifying the surrounding areas, the Fairies took the charred corpses of the Abyssals to their military camp. Since conquering the Blood Province, the Fairies had established their military bases in strategic cities closer to the border provinces. The victory in Blood Province was a huge step forward, but the overall goal had always been the complete conquest of the Abyss Empire. They had a long way to go, especially because of the Abyss Emperor. Would Zion's help our Emperor grow stronger to crush that bastard Hayden? In the largest tent of the main military camp, the Fairy commander fell into thought. The Fairy men and women across the table were also lost in their own thoughts. Finally, one of the Fairy men slammed the table, drawing everyone's attention. With a furious expression, he said, "Why are they pushing us to attack the Abyssals so fast? Yes, we won Blood Province, but look at how much we lost. Call them anything, but the Abyssals are tough bastards." The unfiltered words caused some members to grimace while others scowled. It was taboo to question Zion's in public. But this was the highest Fairy lineup, excluding the Fairy Emperor, so it wasn't forbidden. Still, some preferred not to address these topics. An old man coughed and said, "How about we focus on what we should do?" "No," another interrupted. "The Abyssals only lost 20% more soldiers than us. The losses we sustained are what a losing army would suffer. We didn't win. The Abyssals lost. It doesn't end there. We conquered a whole province, but did we gain anything? Those bastards took everything they could and burned the rest. That mad emperor even activated the toxic formations and created a poisonous storm to flood the Blood Province." The more he spoke, the angrier the Fairy man became. He was famous for his straightforwardness, which often offended people. But every word he spoke was true, so no one could refute him. The Abyss Emperor, despite failing to protect the Blood Province, ensured it didn't aid the Fairies. Realizing that the 100 million dead in the Blood Province would be turned into undead, he made a drastic decision and activated a huge formation. This formation devoured all the corpses it could and turned the Blood Province into a toxic wasteland, halting the Fairies' invasion. This was only temporary, but even buying that time was a significant feat. However, the Zion ambassador recently appeared and urged them to speed up their invasion. When they invaded the Blood Province, the deadline was 5 years, which was already too short. Conquering an empire with a population of tens of billions was a time-consuming process, especially when the invader and defender had no significant power gap. Of course, the Xians promised them support to ensure a swift conquest, but the fairies would bear the brunt of the invasion. Xians. I think they found something suspicious about the Abyssals, the commander suddenly said. Suspicious? A fairy woman tilted her head. The only suspicious affair is the disappearance of their 8 abyss worlds. But didn't they all get lost in a space storm more than 100 years ago? That's what they said, the commander replied, interlacing his fingers and resting his chin on them. This is top secret information, but the Xian envoy recently discovered an interstellar space formation in the Abyss's capital. What? Do they have a camp elsewhere? Damn Abyssals. We're only able to fight them because they don't have the Abyss dungeons and sovereigns. But if they were never destroyed, 8 abysses could ambush us, and we'd be dead meat. The tent grew noisy as the fairies voiced their concerns one by one. All of their concerns were legitimate. Even without an ambush, if they continued down the path of invasion without any loot, the fairies would be significantly weakened when they had to face the Providence trial. If they lost the trial, they'd have no protection. The rational decision would be to withdraw from this senseless war and consolidate their strength for the trial. After all, the enmity between the fairies and the Abyssals was very recent and shallow. Peace could be negotiated. But the Xians wouldn't allow it. Their only option was to conquer the Abyss Empire and secure enough loot to survive the trial. Even if they succeeded in the invasion but didn't gather enough loot, they'd be in danger of extinction after failing the trial. The commander smiled bitterly. Fate of the week. It was a courtroom built from precious purple stones, polished to the point they acted like mirrors. The ceiling was painted with the almost legendary tale of the previous war, depicting the Xian ancestors fighting alongside Abyssals in the Centuria sector, making great contributions. Dozens of finely carved pillars supported the courtroom. A huge red rug, made from the precious skin of a celestial ranking beast, was laid out from the door to the steps leading to the throne. On either side of the rug were grand chairs with different standings for the officials. At the top of the shining stairs was a huge throne made of a glass-like substance, filled with a strand of blue energy. The energy was so strong that it made the throne appear blue. This blue throne was a testament to the great prowess of the Xians. The strand of energy was capable of destroying anyone as strong as the Xian Emperor himself in a single strike. If this strand were directed at the Abyss Empire, the entire empire, the Emperor, the sovereigns, the provinces, and tens of billions of Abyssals, would perish. The same would happen if this energy strand were aimed at the solar system. It would take only a few seconds for everything to vanish. Despite sitting on such a powerful throne, the Xian Emperor was insanely paranoid. What are they hiding? Did they find a prince as their backer? The 5-foot-tall, slender, purple-skinned Xian Emperor asked as he shifted in his throne. We are unable to verify, Your Majesty, a 4-foot-tall beautiful female Xian stood up and replied. But it's unlikely any prince will support them. Why not? Even 7th Prince has opposition, doesn't he? The Xian Emperor gnashed his teeth. It was such a rudimentary question from an emperor that the entire courtroom fell silent. The officials exchanged glances with complex expressions. This bastard was never meant to be their emperor. His elder brother was the choice of both the previous Xian Emperor and the people. However, this rogue managed to offer his wife to the 7th Prince and gained his favor. Facing the 7th Prince of the Jai Empire, what could the Xian Emperor say? He remained silent and handed the throne to his younger son. Still, the Xians made great strides thanks to the 7th Prince's generosity. Of course, it wasn't as if the 7th Prince had a keen interest in them or was actively helping them. He casually tossed them a few tokens, and they managed to flourish despite the meager aid. Thus, despite the deep dissatisfaction among the Xians with the Emperor, they mostly accepted him. Yet, the wise ones had a sense that the Xians might soon face a catastrophe, and this Emperor would lead them straight into the depths of despair. The 7th Prince didn't truly care about them and never spoke to them. So, if a crisis arose, they would be on their own. The only other hope was for their holy Matriarch to win the prince's favor and have him save them. Hey! Why is everyone so quiet? What if the Abyssals get the backing of another prince? We'll be in trouble. I might be assassinated, the Zion Emperor yelled. Your Majesty, while your concerns are valid, the Abyssals are too weak to attract any prince's attention. They have nothing to offer, no materials, treasures, or knowledge that could draw a prince's interest, an official said in a dry tone. The Zion Emperor blinked twice and said, confused, huh? Isn't his wife beautiful? He could always give H. Your Majesty, the Abyss Emperor isn't that kind of man, a female Zion stood up and said with a hint of contempt. Were they all grateful for how much they had grown thanks to the seventh prince? Of course, they were. From being on par with the Abyssals at their peak to growing a step beyond, this was a dream come true. But would they respect this man as a man? Of course not. Suddenly, a messenger rushed into the room and bowed. Your Majesty, according to the latest intelligence, the corpses of the blood heirs we found on the battlefield were fake. They never appeared in the first place. An uncomfortable silence settled over the courtroom as the highest ministers and officials looked at each other. A few months ago, the Blood Heir group had slaughtered a city-state. While it had only one level 9, it had hundreds of level 8s. The group's deeds were so infamous that the Zions had to intentionally suppress their fame to prevent the Abyssals from gaining any allies, especially the Vayan Kingdom, which ruled above them all. If they got the news, they might recruit the Blood Heirs into a war against the Alliance. So, hearing that the Blood Heir group's corpses were fake, the Zions began to think. They're either waiting in other provinces to block us or they've been teleported to somewhere else. That would also explain why the Abyssals have an interstellar teleportation formation in their capital, a defense staff member commented. Somewhere else? It should be their second stronghold. Damn Abyssals. They fooled everyone and are building up their power elsewhere, the Zion Emperor cursed and waved at the Zion envoy. The envoy bowed, waiting for the order. What's the deadline for the Abyss conquest? 2 years. Too late. Make it 1. If they complete it faster, there will be more rewards, the Zion Emperor said. And provide them with appropriate support. But sir, we already used the strand of death energy. That was already too much, the finance minister nearly cried. It was a strategic item, and they had wasted it on the Abyssals. If the owner of the death energy strand knew how his power was being used, he might turn them all into undead. It was a complete waste of resources. I don't care. Abyssals must be exterminated. Hayden gives me a bad feeling, the Zion Emperor said. No one agreed with his words. But they didn't know that if Varian didn't exist, and the Zion Emperor didn't urge them to act against the Abyssals, the Zions would have been extinct in the near future. Even now, if they didn't pressure the Abyssals and allowed them some breathing room, the Abyss Emperor had plans to save a portion of his race and develop them to a point where they could destroy the Zions after receiving the legacy. Due to the sudden war and urgency shown by the Fairies, his plans couldn't be implemented. Ironically, the irrational emperor they called him was saving them from certain extinction. A/N, end of volume. I'm not sure how this volume went, honestly. I welcome your feedback. There are 2 volumes left in this saga. Thanks for reading, Laughing Face. Capital of Jewel Kingdom, in one of the residential quarters in the royal complex, a young man walked down the corridor, his gaze fixed on the purple carpet in deep thought. Though it was called royal, this building was actually designated for the lowest class of nobility. Even provincial officials would disdain staying here. Yet, Prince Shak, the legitimate son of the current king, lived in such a lowly place. Will he be fine? He should be. Yes, he'll be all right, Prince Shak muttered to himself as he walked, passing through multiple rooms and gardens. The walls were painted with tales of the Jewel Kingdom's glorious conquests, and the ceiling was adorned with the stories of the great men and women who had led the kingdom to its present height. Every brick and tile here would cause a bloody war in a civilization like the Abyssals, let alone among humans. These were extremely precious materials that only a powerful galactic kingdom could afford. Even though it was the lowliest of royal quarters, its value exceeded that of the entire planets of lesser civilizations. Prince Shak crossed the training grounds outside his quarters, where the head of the palace guardians, a celestial ranker, was training the sovereign guards. Exiting his quarters, he entered a shining blue road and headed straight for a distant diamond-shaped building. Men and women walked past on either side of the road, their skin glowing with different colors under the starlight. They resembled humans in every way except for this unique trait. When they spotted Prince Shak, they turned their gazes away and whispered with gloating eyes. Do they know something? No. This is just the usual mockery. Yes, that's it. Prince Shak tried to calm his racing hearts, but the 3 hearts in his chest pounded harder as the ominous premonition in his mind grew with each step he took toward the diamond-shaped building. When he finally reached the building, his skin had turned so pale it was almost transparent, and his 3 hearts were pounding like an engine about to burst. I can't run away now, he thought, taking a deep breath. Prince Shak looked at the building with a determined gaze. Royal Duty Department. This department managed the royal family and the affairs of the imperial palace. For the dozens of princes and princesses, they were the direct supervisors. Though their influence was limited to royal affairs, they wielded considerable power throughout the kingdom. While they couldn't act openly, their connections with the princes and princesses of the previous generation made them almost untouchable. This morning, Prince Shak received a notification from the department, instructing him to report by noon. A few minutes later, Prince Shak faced an old man in a military uniform. The senior officer, seated behind his desk, hummed twice and hurled a letter. The force behind the throw created a small sonic boom and a space crack. However, the shock waves couldn't even damage the flowers in the room, let alone the sturdy walls. Prince Shak stumbled back several steps before he regained his balance. A small cut appeared on his palms, but he paid it no attention. With rapid breathing, he opened the letter and read its contents. It was a single line, but it nearly brought him to tears. Prince Shak is missing. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Prince Shak turned to leave when the senior officer's voice called out, "A synthetic world has been discovered." Huh? The duchies of Ruby, Emerald, Diamond, and Sapphire are tasked to win it. Depending on the situation, it could be gifted to them or owned by the royal family. Isn't it normal for duchies to retrieve synthetic worlds? Why are you telling me this now, Mr. Darren? Prince Shak asked without turning around. You're also being sent on the mission. The old man dropped the news like a bomb. What? Prince Shak turned around, eyes wide. I don't even have a personal entourage. No one except for a personal guard. What am I supposed to do in a synthetic world? The senior officer tapped the desk with his knuckles, his face indifferent to the young man's predicament. But realizing he was addressing a prince, he spoke. Synthetic worlds don't allow a lot of people in, anyway. The limit is 3 people. You and your personal guard make 2. The department can lend you a 4-path hybrid. Good luck with your mission. Hearing the officer's apathetic tone, Prince Shak felt his blood boil. But he knew this matter was beyond his control and that emotions would only worsen his already precarious situation. If his brother were here, this order would never have come down. But now that he couldn't resist the royal command, he had to negotiate for better resources. A 4-path hybrid? That's what duchies use. I understand if you want to shame me, but using a 4-path hybrid will only shame the kingdom. The senior officer's expression was reluctant, but he finally nodded. A 5-path hybrid, then. 6-path, Prince Shak said immediately. It's not my reputation at stake, it's the kingdom's. Reputation was crucial. The Jewel Kingdom ruled many duchies, which in turn governed many provinces. But the Jewel Kingdom itself was a vassal of the Lumen Empire. If their reputation suffered, neighboring galactic kingdoms would try to take advantage. So, despite the requests from connected princes to make things difficult for Prince Shak, the senior officer relented. You win. Breathing a sigh of relief, Prince Shak exited the room when a sudden force pushed him from behind. He tried to grab the red curtains on the pillars but failed, as the space around his arm turned solid and prevented his hand from moving. As he stumbled to the ground, mocking laughter erupted from behind. Prince Shak didn't look back and returned to his quarters. He called his only confidant, the sovereign bodyguard who had been training under the celestial security captain until recently, and selected a six-path hybrid. Leading his team, he reached the travel area in the royal complex and walked into a teleportation gate without hesitation. In the endless dark expanse of space, a world shimmered with a gentle green light. There were no stars in the vicinity, and this world was not part of any star system. In fact, it didn't seem to exist in the conventional sense of outer space. Instead, it appeared to reside in its own dimension. It was in motion, and the duchies of the Jewel Kingdom had to invest significant resources to track it. They discovered it only because it had come into range. Once it left that range, no amount of effort would allow them to find it again. Tracking it was also impossible, as these synthetic worlds were rumored to vanish upon detection. In the hostile space beyond the boundaries of the synthetic world, 5 portals opened, and 15 men and women stepped out, adorned in exquisite armor and holding magnificent treasures. Their attire spoke volumes, and the powerful artifacts they carried shielded them from the chaotic space currents. Each team consisted of 3 members, a prince of their duchy, a sovereign, and a hybrid. First, the sovereigns extended their senses to ensure the area was safe. Even with their treasures, caution was still essential. Then, the teams discussed their strategy. Finally, the 4 teams turned to face the only odd team out. Prince Shak maintained his composure as he stared back at the 2 princes and 2 princesses. Although they came from a duchy under his kingdom and were not technically princes and princesses, they referred to themselves as such and ruled their duchy as if it were a kingdom. Of course, in the presence of a prince from the kingdom, they did not call themselves by those titles. "Prince Shak, are you really going to compete with us?" the 6th Diamond Princess asked, a smile playing on her lips. Hearing the derision in her tone, Prince Shak felt anger bubbling up, and he had the urge to fight her on the spot. Since when did fake princes and princesses of duchies mock the prince of a kingdom? If they did it to the crown prince, they'd be beheaded on the spot, and their heads would be sent to the dukes. If the crown prince was really mad, even the dukes would be implicated. But he... Shaking his head, Prince Shak smiled at Princess Diamond. The woman with diamond-like skin was surprised. She thought he had accepted her insult and was about to smile when his next words came out. "I might not win the synthetic world, but you are the weakest duchy and have the greatest chance of losing. If you fail, you know the consequences, don't you?" Prince Shak grinned. "You'll be sold off to some old bastard in a faraway duchy as a political tool." The atmosphere suddenly cooled, and members of the duchies glared at Prince Shak. Without backing down, Prince Shak laughed at the princes. "And if you fail, you'll be sold off to some ugly women as a political tool." The princes and princesses snorted and turned away from Prince Shak. Only he was the outcast in his place. Everyone else here had more or less had backers. Even if they failed here, they wouldn't really be married off, as Prince Shak said. However, their status would certainly take a hit. Every duchy had more than 100 princes and princesses. If they couldn't stand out and improve their status, they risked becoming nobodies. If that did happen, they would be used as political tools for marriage. So, what Prince Shak said wasn't entirely false. In fact, the reason they had actively pleaded for this opportunity and come here was to make an achievement and stand out from the rest. Strength alone wouldn't win many friends in the duchy. They needed to do something. Capturing a synthetic world wasn't very hard, but the benefits were enormous. The teams reached the entrance to the synthetic world, a huge silver vortex. As the representative of the kingdom, Prince Shak's team entered first. Soon, Prince Shak and his 3 teams found themselves in a vast world filled with lush greenery. Beautiful mountains loomed in the distance, serene rivers flowed between the forests, and the green grass stretched to the horizon. The silver sky shone like mercury. "Prince Shak, you shouldn't worry about us. If we succeed, our status will skyrocket," Even if we fail, we still have chances to prove ourselves, Emerald Prince said, smiling and waving at his team. Their figures blurred, and the three disappeared. If you die here, will they still care? Ruby Princess asked, smiling mockingly, before disappearing with her team. Sapphire Prince gave him a contemptuous glance and left. Prince Shak crossed his arms and stood patiently. Prince, should we also go now? Sovereign Alban, the personal bodyguard of Prince Shak and his only confidant, asked with an awkward look. I'm waiting for that bitch from the Diamond Duchy, Prince Shak shrugged, glancing at the silver vortex. What he didn't know was that outside the vortex, the three members from the Diamond Duchy were bouncing off it. Why? What's happening? Why can't we get in? Diamond Princess gnashed her teeth and yelled. The sovereign and the team threw a concentrated lightning bolt at the vortex, only for it to be repulsed back at him with double the force. The entrance is rejecting us because the numbers are filled, the sovereign said with a confused look. But only 12 went in. There are 3 vacant positions. Diamond Princess cried out in indignation. That's true. The limit is 15. Could it be that someone else has sneaked in before us? The sovereign expressed his doubts. Sneak in? Diamond Princess sneered. The entrance has been monitored without fail. How can anyone sneak in? The sovereign fell silent. He didn't want to deal with this crazed princess. But he thought, how can anyone sneak in when we're monitoring the entrance? Maybe there is another entrance? He kept his thoughts to himself and followed the princess back to their duchy. What he didn't know was that his guess was spot on. Just a few minutes earlier, 3 uninvited guests had landed in the synthetic world through an ancient route. Ruby Prince, Sapphire Prince, and Emerald Prince passed through a vast forest as they headed for the entrance. On their way, they each encountered strong monsters of varying powers. These included giant trees whose leaves poisoned the air, birds that breathed fire, tigers that spat lightning, and space-twisting snakes. Despite the synthetic world having large numbers of powerful monsters, none reached the celestial rank. In fact, the number of sovereign-level monsters was few. Compared to the well-trained, well-equipped sovereigns from the duchies, these wild monsters were notably weaker. Thus, when the sovereigns released their auras, the clever monsters hid. The foolhardy beasts that confronted them were turned into dead meat within seconds. Unlike the groups from the 3 duchies, Prince Shak moved cautiously. He did not let his group's sovereign unleash his aura and preferred to avoid combat. Whenever they encountered a beast, they avoided it and moved forward. An hour later, Prince Shak was nearly at the entrance, a 3-colored vortex. The entrance was on the other side of the river, surrounded by dense trees and plants. As Prince Shak was about to cross the river, he noticed a few corpses floating by, humanoid corpses that were not much different from the species in the Jewel Kingdom, except for their normal skin. Master, these are the natives, Sovereign Alban said in a serious voice, glancing around with a cautious expression. This is the most dangerous phase for our entrance. The thick forest around them was filled with dangerous creatures. The Red River was contaminated with various liquids that could eat away at one's lifespan. The air was occasionally filled with poisonous gas released by trees or creatures. In short, this area was the most dangerous they had encountered so far. Without the protection of a sovereign, death was likely. Adding to the challenges, natives existed here. Every synthetic world has its natives. By virtue of living in such a dangerous environment, they grow into a strong and formidable group. Their strength is equal to that of 2 or 3 planet armies in a civilization that rules its own star system. When these groups enter the synthetic world, the natives' home, they are considered invaders. The natives naturally show hostility. The most frequent place for ambushes is usually the entrance to the inside. Of course, Alban wasn't afraid of them. The cap in any synthetic world is the sovereign state. Those stronger than this limit cannot enter. If anyone reaches the sovereign state inside, they are expelled. Thus, a sovereign in a synthetic world means near invincibility. I will survey the area first, and then we can enter, Alban said, teleporting right next to the vortex. His spatial sense had been open the entire time, but it didn't detect any natives. However, the moment he appeared beside the vortex, he immediately sensed 30 natives hiding inside the hollows of the trees. These trees apparently had a shielding function, keeping the natives hidden until now. Die. Alban waved his hand, and the space fluctuated violently. It looked like a mirror breaking. The trees were sliced into countless pieces, along with the natives inside them. The air filled with the smell of blood as pieces of flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Prince Shak frowned but didn't comment. He simply gave a signal to the third person in the group, who had been silent the whole time. The thin man with hollow eyes stepped forward. He was the six-path hybrid sent by the royal department to assist Prince Shak. 2 origins with 3 paths each, just how strong would that be? Prince Shak wondered as the hybrid snapped his fingers. The flesh and blood, including the remnants of the trees, caught fire and burned to ashes. Then, he nodded stiffly to Prince Shak and performed a saluting gesture even more rigidly. From beginning to end, his eyes remained hollow. There's nothing alive about a hybrid. Prince Shak shook his head and entered the vortex. Every synthetic world was divided into 2 parts. The outer region, where the natives resided, was often filled with dangerous creatures and a hostile environment. It was a world of its own. Then there was the inner region, which was much smaller in area, almost 100 times smaller. It was far richer than the outer region in terms of natural treasures, aura concentration, and creatures. The significant treasures found in the inner region were a major reason the princes and princesses of these duchies took on this task. As the silhouette of the hybrid who entered the vortex last disappeared, the leaves of the nearby trees rustled. One by one, humanoids landed in front of the vortex. They wore colorful dresses made from the furs of different creatures, and some even wore armor made of precious alloys. The princes had encountered natives wearing animal fur and leaves, looking incredibly savage, and assumed these natives were barbaric. However, natives varied greatly across synthetic worlds. Some lived in tribes, while others formed various kingdoms, and some even created a unified empire to negotiate with invaders. Therefore, the current invaders did not find it strange to encounter seemingly barbaric natives. If they saw the current attire of the so-called barbarians, they would realize it was all a scam. Oh, did they all die? A beautiful middle-aged woman walked toward the ashes. Dressed in green silk woven from the finest threads, she looked dazzling with a tiara made of gemstones on her head. Hearing her words, everyone on the scene stiffened and bowed toward her. Glory to Matriarch. The woman waved her hand and pointed to the corpses floating on the river. Burn them. Undead are disgusting. Yes, Matriarch. All the dead natives were thrown into a pit and burned to ashes. Watching the smoke rise to the sky, the middle-aged woman's lips lifted slightly. Her political enemies had taken the bait and became the heroes who wanted to defeat the invaders. Now, she would have less opposition. As the matriarch was about to leave, an anxious voice spoiled her mood. But Matriarch, they have a point. The invaders should be stopped. What if they pass the test and conquer this world? Pass. The matriarch turned around with a sneer and pointed to the vortex. We lost our ancient history records, but our oldest writings date back 30,000 years. In just recorded history, more than 3 million invaders have entered that land. None of them returned. Those idiots must still think our world is like any other synthetic world. They're in for a rude awakening. But they'll all die anyway. The woman who asked the question bowed her head and fell silent. Along with relief that their lives were going to be fine, she was now filled with fear. This matriarch was the same person who had encouraged some people in the political faction to attack the invaders, saying that the moment this world was conquered, they'd be slaughtered. They took the bait and died a gruesome death. Matriarch, a stiff voice called out. Yes? We've encountered only 12 people so far. We haven't even found the traces of the last 3, the reconnaissance officer reported. Oh, the matriarch narrowed her eyes. I still have a few more heroes. I'll send them to hunt down these invaders. If the invaders die, well and good. These heroes will succumb to their injuries and become martyrs. If the invaders kill them, it's a pity. Everyone in the scene pitied both the next invaders and the heroes. No matter what they do, they will both die in the end. Varian's consciousness suddenly became clear. The first thing he felt was the pain from the injuries all over his body, especially the ones caused by touching Enigma and Sia. However, someone seemed to have applied healing potions, and the wounds were quickly healing. Yet, the injuries were too numerous: torn flesh, broken bones, and warm blood. The pain was excruciating. Varian suppressed the urge to yell and focused on the next thing he felt: a soft body hugging him tightly and growing wetness on his chest and left hand. Confused, Varian opened his eyes and saw a beautiful blonde girl sobbing. Her tears flowed down like pearls, splashing against his chest. At that moment, the cold and indifferent Sarah was nowhere to be seen. All Varian could see was a girl crying out in joy and pain. Turning around, he saw Sia kneeling beside him. The brown-haired girl was covering her face, tears falling incessantly and splashing on his hand. Hearing their heartbreaking sobs, Varian felt a pain in his chest. They had nearly died. "Why-yo, I'm not dead yet." He tried to be sarcastic, but only a weak voice came out of his throat. That weak voice froze both girls, and they looked at him with wide eyes. Varian felt awkward for a moment before they threw themselves into his arms, embracing him tightly. The left side of his body started to hurt as the repulsion from Sia began. But Varian ignored the pain and closed his eyes with a relieved smile. Feeling the warm blood on her hands, Sia quickly backed off. "It's fine," Varian gestured for her to return, but she shook her head and took out a healing potion from her storage ring, pouring it on his injuries. "You've already lost too much blood. If not for your planty powers, you would be..." Sarah broke from the hug and cupped his face. She stared at him intently, as if she didn't want to see anything else but him. Varian felt his heart race under her scorching gaze and turned to the side, only to meet Sia's burning gaze. Overwhelmed by the love, care, and pain in their gazes, Varian felt a surge of emotion. He vowed to keep them safe and happy. "I love you," he smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you for loving me back." His words hit the two girls hard. Sarah bit her lip, and Sia had to fight back her tears. They still couldn't believe they had survived. Just a few moments ago, they thought they were going to die. They had even lain beside him, choosing their own death. Now, they somehow found themselves in a place they didn't recognize. But they were, without a doubt, alive. Alive enough to feel the breath of their lover and hear his heartbeat. "I love you too," Sia wiped the corner of her eyes and looked at him with a pleading gaze. "So, don't risk your life like that. What if something happened to you?" "Something almost did." Sarah sighed deeply. "I don't know what to say. I can't even think about it now. All I know is that your life is being drained by that strand of energy. I will do my best to slow it down as much as I can, but Varian, please tell me you have a solution for this." Varian scanned his body. The strand of death energy was devouring his vitality unceasingly. The only reason he wasn't fainting was because Sarah's time powers had slowed down the devouring rate. Another factor was Varian's own immense vitality, thanks to his planty powers. If he didn't have the vitality he had, even with Sarah's intervention, he would have been dead by now. Varian used his space powers to solidify the space around the energy strand. However, it wasn't as effective as time manipulation. Still, the process was slowed down by at least 10%. But even with that, Varian wasn't sure if he could survive a whole month. Maybe 20 days? But that's barely half of a month. As for a solution, he had a brute one. "If I can reach celestial rank, I'm confident my planty powers can crush this death energy." Hearing his solution, Sarah's face turned pale, and Sia sighed. Even for Varian, reaching celestial rank wasn't easy. Given their current conditions, it was questionable if he could even stay safe enough to make progress at level 9. So, his solution wasn't a solution at all. Feeling their dejection, Varian looked around to distract himself. He didn't give up on himself, but he realized that his chances of survival were near non-existent. He didn't have the word impossible in his dictionary, though. Even now, he believed he would triumph over the damned death energy and survive. But he wanted the girls to mentally prepare for the worst. The whole episode served as a tough experience for him, making him realize that his enemies were not only stronger but also very cunning. Using the same strand of death energy, the Abyssals could have killed a sovereign. But they didn't. They used it on Varian. It was a terrifyingly wise decision. Varian's respect and caution for the Abyss Emperor only increased, along with his desire to end such a dangerous enemy. As Sarah and Sia discussed possible solutions to save Varian in hushed voices, he downed a few more healing potions indiscriminately. He'd be fully healed in 20 minutes at most. Before that, he wanted to be aware of his current situation. Status **. Superhuman L8 *7/8, plus 1k, plus 7 due to the intense fight with the undead and the incredible stress your body has been through due to continuous destruction from within and regeneration. Space L8 May 8, plus 7k, plus 5 due to exposure to chaotic spaces and space fluctuations you were hit with on the way here. Lightning L8 *0/8, plus 3k due to the intense battle with the undead. Plenty L9 *1k/50k, plus 3, advanced, plus 1k continuous death energy is killing you, but it's the best catalyst for your Plenty path. Psychic L8 *23k/25k, plus 5k intense battle with the undead and tough experiences. Macrokinetic L8 *20k/25k, plus 5k intense battle with the undead. Water L8 *20k/25k, plus 5k intense battle with the undead. Time L1 *99/100, awakened, plus 99 your body is instinctively learning from the time power it is in contact with. If you actively concentrate, you can improve faster. Reading the massive improvements, Varian opened his mouth in surprise. If I weren't in such a fucked up situation, would have been dancing now. Sarah and Sia were discussing the possibilities of saving him. Hearing his words, they immediately turned to him. Dance for what? Sarah asked, with a baffled expression. For this, Varian threw a stone into the air and pointed his palm at it. An invisible force emerged from his palm and enveloped the stone. Sia tilted her head in confusion. The stone went up, then fell down. There was nothing special about it. So what was he saying? On the other hand, Sarah covered her mouth in shock, staring at the stone as if it were a ghost. Then, a nervous smile filled her face as she turned to Varian with expectant eyes. Did you really? Yep. Though I'm only level 1 now, Varian said. Right then, a certain force inside his body crossed a threshold and reached a new height. Oh, wait, I just reached level 2. Time path? Sia guessed. Varian nodded. Great. Sia almost lunged at him before controlling herself from touching him at the last moment. She backed off quickly and coughed, then said with an excited smile, if you can also use your time powers on it, the strand of death energy will be slowed down further. Sarah, however, didn't speak and covered her forehead. I'm only level 2 now. It won't make a difference even if I'm level 6, Varian's words doused Sia's excitement. True, Sia's shoulders drooped before straightening, and she looked at him with a hopeful gaze. But can't we just upgrade your path? Sarah will help you. In moderation, it works, Varian replied. But if I take too much experience from her too fast, it'll stop being effective, Varian said. Even with my best estimate, I'd need 2 weeks to reach level 8 in the time path since I'm solely relying on Sarah. How about synergy? Sarah proposed. We're still in the basic stages. So, I might get to level 8 a day or 2 quicker at most, Varian replied. No matter, it's worth it, Sarah insisted, and Sia nodded. 1 second. Varian checked the outside and realized they were in a cave on a hill inside a vast forest. He closed the cave entrance with a sturdy wall and nodded at the girls. This time, the synergy began with blood. Varian endured the breakdown of his hand as he interlocked his fingers with Sia. Their hands were both bloodied and became more miserable with each passing second. But the two didn't want to let go of each other's hand. Varian hadn't had the chance to hold Sia's hand for almost a year. Even though he had touched her earlier, it was all in a hurry. Now, he could clearly feel her hand, the smooth palm, the soft fingers, and the supple skin. It brought back memories and made him relax. Even though the hand soon started bleeding, in Varian's mind, the sensation remained the same. An invisible energy rippled from the three and connected. Varian's mind went blank as he felt a deep connection to the two girls. He could feel Sarah blaming herself for not being strong. He could feel Sia's burning hatred for the undead and abyssals. He caught a glimpse of a few strong memories and felt his own feelings for them strengthen. On the other hand, Sia was able to experience Varian's feelings. He was scared of death, but he was more scared of losing them. He was afraid he would let them die. Sia clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms. Sarah bit her lip, feeling his emotions as well. They experienced each other's emotions, but only to a limited extent. As time passed, their state in synergy grew deeper until they crossed a threshold. Varian felt everything go blank before he found himself in a world of darkness. In front of him was a vertical partition, with divine views on each side. On the left, he saw 3 origins with paths of mind, darkness, and gravity. On the right, he saw 3 origins with paths of body, light, and time. How can I see their origins? Varian soon realized that he could not only see the origins but also observe them closely. What he experienced was nothing short of mystical. In the endless darkness, he saw 3 origins floating over a prism-like path. These paths gave him a feeling like no other. They were the foundation of the existing reality, akin to signatures by God himself. Perhaps for that very reason, people called them divine paths. Like Varian, Sarah and Sia were also observing his origins. But they could both feel something else in his divine view. They sensed the presence of a power that seemed as ancient as the divine paths. However, that was the limit of what they could perceive. They couldn't see the slivers. Soon, the 3 origins began to vibrate, and their auras and experiences started to mix. Varian felt the experiences of a level 9 from Sia's and Sarah's divine paths. The girls, in turn, experienced the different divine paths of Varian. To a certain extent, they also felt each other's powers. Varian's aura started to rise, and all his paths began to progress. Sliver energy? As he held hands with Sia, the repulsion continued, and strands of sliver energy became tangible. But surprisingly, Varian realized the repulsion was quickly decreasing. If he let it be, it might disappear soon. Varian suddenly became sober and quickly recalled the death scene of his mother. The repulsion that was about to fade away halted, causing Varian to sigh in relief. I can't afford to lose this trump card now. Varian grabbed the strands of silver energy to store them away for later use. But something unexpected happened the moment he touched them. The slivers bloomed like fireworks and, under the guidance of synergy, rushed into the bodies of Sarah and Sia. Wah! Varian wanted to stop synergy and check their conditions. Even though only a single strand went to each of the girls, it was very destructive. What's more, it was inside their bodies, and if it attacked, it would directly destroy their internal organs and might even lead to worse outcomes. Before Varian could do anything, the auras from Sia and Sarah suddenly rose. Sarah shone with a bright white light, while Sia was covered in blinding darkness. Their divine paths were both at low level 9. Even though Sia and Sarah were quickly progressing in these paths, they were still far from reaching the next step. However, the moment the strands of silver energy entered their bodies, the darkness and light powers started growing. They progressed from low level 9 all the way to mid-level 9 and didn't stop. Even after reaching mid-level 9, they continued to grow until they were halfway through. Only then did these divine paths calm down. Meanwhile, Sarah and Sia's other two paths received a significant boost and were now closer to reaching the end of low level 9, just a little distance away from mid-level 9. Sarah and Sia's auras entered Varian, and his aura started rising. Most of his paths were either at late or peak level 8. They all received a boost thanks to the synergetic aura. More importantly, a strand of silver energy also merged into Varian's aura, and the next moment, lightning crackled around him while the temperature dropped. Originally, the lightning and water paths were still far from reaching level 9. Lightning was at 0/8, and water was worse, at 20k/25k. But when the silver energy touched them, the divine paths seemed to be supercharged and raced ahead. Breaking the bottlenecks, Varian's elemental powers reached level 9 in one fell swoop. Varian wanted to continue the session a bit longer, but he could no longer ignore the injuries to his left arm. If he left it any longer, he feared the bones in his palm would be reduced to dust. Sarah and Sia understood his intention without a word and stopped synergy simultaneously. Varian grimaced as he pulled back his bloodied hand, which was too mangled to look at. After pouring a healing potion over it, he muttered, "Status. Superhuman L8, 8/8, +1. Space L8, June 8, +1, thanks to synergy. Lightning L8, August 8, +8, the sliver of order and chaos naturally rules over the elements. You just received a strand of its energy. Plenty L9, 2k/50k, +1k. Psychic L8, 3/8, +3k, +3, Sia's mind path has helped you. Macrokinetic L8, 25k/25k, +5k, Sia's mind path has helped you, but not as much as it helped the psychic path. Water L8, 8/8, the sliver of order and chaos naturally rules over the elements. You just received a strand of its energy. Time L5, 0/2000, advanced from L2, 0/200, Sarah's experience is very useful. Even though your progress isn't much, you will not have bottlenecks all the way until level 9, thanks to the shared insights. Varian exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power charging his body. If not for the excruciating pain in his hand, he would have laughed. He still didn't know how to solve his current predicament, but he had found the next step in his situation. As long as I can increase my time power to level 8 or 9, I can live for at least a month, or perhaps even longer. It would just delay his death by half a month. But another day alive meant another chance to find a solution. So, Varian was deeply satisfied with the results of synergy. He even felt the urge to ask Sarah to use her time powers on him so he could start improving right away. But he held back. His body usually developed resistance if he fought with one person for too long and tried to improve. This was because when he was fighting and improving, he was essentially absorbing their aura, observing the use of their divine path, and instinctively learning it. If he did this too much with a single person, he'd reach a point of stagnation. So, he wanted to reserve Sarah until he reached level 7 or 8. These levels were harder to progress through, and using Sarah's help at that time would be more effective. Phew, Varian exhaled deeply and walked to the cave's exit. With a flick of his finger, he moved the huge stone covering it and observed the vast forest below from the top of the mountain. The trees came in all colors and sizes and were densely packed. Countless beasts roamed between them, constantly fighting and killing. Even from a distance, Varian could feel their strong auras, level 7s, level 8s, even level 9s. What truly worried him was an aura even more powerful than a level 9. It was very faint, but he could feel its intensity. Where the hell did we land? Sovereign-grade beasts? No way. Varian wanted to curse but quickly accepted his current situation. I think we can all try to fight a high level 9. Sarah squinted at the giant forest and said. Sia was about to say it was impossible, but she noticed a level 9 fluctuation from Varian. Pursing her lips, she said, "Stalemating is the best we can do. If only we had Boo." Varian clicked his tongue and walked forward. "Come, let's see what's going on here." Varian's figure blurred, and he disappeared into the dense forest in a blink. Sia and Sarah looked at each other before following him. A few seconds later, a huge roar shook the forest, causing the birds to scatter from the trees. A giant one-eyed, ape-like creature confronted the trio. For better or worse, the creature was a high-level 9. Roar! The one-eyed ape beat its chest and leaped at them. "Oh, fuck it. Let's fight." Varian clenched his fists and punched out. Boom! The flock of birds fled from the treetops as a man and an ape fought head-to-head. Unlike Earth, the ground here was incredibly resilient. Even the forest trees could withstand a level 7 attack easily. So, as Varian and the ape exchanged hundreds of blows in a matter of seconds, only a 1-mile radius of the forest surrounding them was affected. It was incredible because, on Earth, the shockwaves of the battle would have been felt from at least 100 miles away. "Don't be a pussy. Just fight." Varian roared at the ape as he kicked the ground and reached its shoulder height. Then, his lightning and water powers transformed into a huge humanoid figure enveloping him. This golden-blue humanoid, composed of lightning and water, mirrored Varian's every move. So, when Varian punched, his elemental avatar did the same. This punch was further amplified by the space layer and telekinetic power. The ape felt a stinging pain in its mind as it braced for Varian's punch. Its single eye turned so red that it seemed about to bleed. The ape glanced at the two females in the distance, and its heart burned with hatred. Sarah and Sia continued to restrain the ape using their gravity, time, and light powers, suppressing the high-level 9 ape to a low-level 9. It was still far stronger than the suppressed undead back home, but this suppression was the reason Varian could fight it on even ground. Boom! Their fists connected, and the sheer force blew both Varian and the ape back. Varian landed on wobbly feet and wiped the blood dripping from his lips. His insides were a total mess due to the force of the punch. He was still a distance away from reaching superhuman level 9. Just one step, but that one step made a difference that couldn't be ignored. Despite his injuries, the ape was fine. Thanks to its thick skin, it only felt a sting in its fist. At first glance, it seemed like the ape would win easily. However, as a relatively wise creature, the ape had noticed Varian's anomaly a while ago. Due to his level 9 planty powers, Varian's internal injuries had healed in seconds. Even the ripped skin and torn muscles were fixed almost instantly. To make matters worse, the ape sensed the rise of Varian's aura. He was growing stronger. The ape had a strong feeling that if it fought Varian for a few more minutes, this guy would easily overpower it. Monster. I encountered scary two-eyed monsters today. The ape glanced at the three of them one last time, then beat its chest. Varian thought the ape was making a war cry and braced himself for the fight. But to his surprise, the ape ran away at an incredible speed. Even Sarah and Sia couldn't keep up. Confused, they landed beside Varian. Just a few more punches and I could have reached level 9. Fuck. Varian cursed the ape's cowardice. Superhuman level 8, 8 out of 8, technically, he should be a level 9. But there seemed to be a small bottleneck at the end. He almost cleared it, but the ape ran away. Plenty of beasts in the forest. But if we want to explore it, flying is better. Our senses are severely suppressed here, Sarah said. Indeed, they could only feel 100 miles around them at most. The trees, the mountains, everything seemed to be suppressing their senses. Sometimes, their senses were even tricked. For instance, they sensed no creatures near a large, blue-leaved tree 30 miles away. When they finally reached it, they found a blue snake hidden in the branches. In comparison, flying seemed like a better option. There were only a few beasts flying above the forest. If we can go higher, we might see the whole world, possibly a civilization. Sia tapped her chin. Alright, let's try a test flight first. Varian raised his hand. 20 miles away, a blue, rabbit-like beast with 4 ears suddenly stiffened. It was then thrown into the air and glided above the forest as if it were flying. Sarah and Sia focused their auras on the rabbit and observed it closely. Their eyes widened as they noticed hundreds of dangerous auras locking onto the rabbit. They stepped back as countless attacks reached the rabbit, overshadowing even the daylight with the burst of lights from the attacks. Lightning, ice, and some purple poison, almost everything was present. It was a barrage of attacks the rabbit hadn't asked for. A second later, the sky dimmed. The rabbit, of course, was no more, not even its bones were left. Varian gave up any illusions of flying and easily figuring out the whole world. He expanded his multiple senses and checked the surroundings, then chose the path with the least number of beasts. Sarah and Sia, with their wider senses due to their higher levels, followed his lead. However, because the forest was inherently deceptive, their wider senses weren't the best. On the contrary, Varian could use almost 8 senses to check the same place. This overlap of senses created a much more accurate mental map. Thus, Varian's trio quickly passed through the jungle, avoiding the strong beasts. Sometimes, they still encountered a few hiding beasts, but as time went on, Varian became better at this. Soon, they traveled 500 miles without any battles. The density of the beasts dropped significantly, and the 3 of them continued on the path. The logic was that if there was an intelligent civilization here, its borders would have the lowest beast density. Over the next few hours, Varian fought a few battles, retreated from others, and finally reached a lake. After they crossed the lake, a dozen figures in black leather armor appeared, and the leader of the team spoke into the bracelet. Matriarch, we found the last 3 invaders. Ha! The matriarch's long sigh sounded from the bracelet, followed by her cold voice. Hunt them down. The inner world of the synthetic world was like a dungeon, divided into 7 areas, 6 large areas surrounding one small but crucial area. These 6 areas were divided based on their characteristics: life and death, space and time, and order and chaos. The process of conquering a synthetic world was fairly simple. One had to pick an area, cross it, and reach the central area. This central area contained the command center that granted ownership of the world. For the makeup of the teams the duchies had, this was an easy task. With the protection of sovereigns, there was no danger. That's why the princes themselves came. However, the moment they entered the inner world, they realized something was amiss. The good news was that the resources, aura concentration, and treasures were higher than in any normal synthetic world. The bad news was that the beasts were far stronger, and the environment was much more hostile. The safe trip, where their biggest challenge would have been outcompeting other princes, turned into a quest for survival. It wasn't nightmarishly dangerous, but they needed utmost caution. If they made a slight mistake, they'd face sovereign beasts, and not just one. Therefore, the teams from the 3 duchies and Prince Shak were moving very slowly in their selected zones. The order and chaos zones were different from the others and were further subdivided into 7 elemental zones. Ruby Princess chose the fire subzone, owing to her divine path. The soil was practically lava that never cooled, and volcanoes erupted every hour. The air caught fire as inflammable substances were spewed into it by various plants. In one such location, where the ground was completely orange-red due to lava, footsteps echoed. A young man, whose body was practically on fire, ran on the lava, followed by a silent old man whose feet had elementalized into fire, so they weren't affected by the lava. Prince. Hurry. A hoarse voice sounded, and the ground suddenly shook. A pillar of lava shot into the air, and from it emerged a 3-faced humanoid horse. Its hooves glowed red, and it breathed blue fire. Facing it was the sovereign of the Ruby Province, the ultimate protector of the Ruby Princess. Princess. Get into the volcano, he yelled, and his whole body lit up with blue flames. Roaring a war cry, he shot toward the fire horse. The humanoid horse neighed, and the surroundings shook. 3 more humanoid horses raced toward the sovereign from afar. The sovereign's face darkened, and he immediately started firing at the humanoid horse in front of him. Even though he was stronger than any normal sovereign, these creatures in the inner zone were no pushovers. Worse, he would have to fight several at once. The sky glowed with orange, red, and blue as fireworks blasted everything within a 100-mile radius. Lava was blown away, volcanoes razed to the ground, and tough fire plants that casually dipped their roots in lava were torn to shreds. The Ruby Princess and the hybrid jumped into a volcano that had erupted a few hours earlier. The inside was filled with orange crystals, which would help fire awakeners improve their powers. However, they were mostly useful for mid-level awakeners and barely helpful for high-level awakeners. So, even though the volcano was filled with crystals, the prince ignored them and leaned against a wall. The hybrid stood guard, as usual, without uttering a word. A volcano was a safe zone that no beasts approached, so they were temporarily safe. The prince finally had time to ponder. Why is this place so different from other synthetic worlds? Every synthetic world had its variations, but this one was a different beast altogether. Earlier, the Ruby Princess had been confident in being the one to conquer this world. But now, not so much. Even though safety wasn't a problem, winning was no longer a guarantee. The Ruby Princess wondered if this issue was specific to her zone. Perhaps others were facing normal challenges, and only she had this problem? Ruby Princess shook her head with a smile. No, that's impossible. According to the myths, synthetic worlds, also known as other worlds, were created by the primordial gods. These worlds were so ancient that even when the 6 tribes discovered them long ago, they were already thriving. The myth states that the Creator left the universe after its creation. The primordial gods who followed aimed to recreate the universe. They attempted to create a perfect world that could replicate it. These 3 primordial gods wielded the powers of space and time, life and death, and order and chaos. Using these fundamental powers, they created countless worlds, striving to achieve a perfect world. This ideal world would be a perfect balance of the 3 avenues, expanding to become a new universe. That's where the myth ends. All the synthetic worlds discovered so far lack such capabilities. Beyond their abundant resources, once conquered, they can be used as mobile worlds. Their primary application is to transport armies. The next war of the alliance against the Jai Empire was imminent, and every kingdom wanted as many synthetic worlds as possible. From all the tests conducted, the most common feature of these worlds was the balance across all avenues. While there are some variations, overall, every zone is roughly equal. Thus, every zone would be in a similar condition. As Ruby Princess pondered her next move, an injured figure landed in the volcano and saluted. Princess, I have repelled the beasts. Ruby Princess rubbed her chin. Prince Emerald will go to the space zone. Prince Sapphire would go to the life zone. If Princess Diamond were there, she would go through the water zone. Maybe if they worked together. Bring the Diamond Princess to me, she ordered. Yes, the sovereign bowed and jumped out of the volcano. This was a safe space, and he had no problem leaving the princess there. 30 minutes later, he entered the water zone, an ocean filled with water beasts. Avoiding fights, he picked a jewel from his storage ring and tried to contact the Diamond Princess. However, the treasure indicated that the Diamond Princess was not present in this area. Confused, he checked a few more times before reporting to Princess Ruby. Check the outer world. Maybe she is messing around with the natives, Princess Ruby instructed. Following her instructions, the sovereign exited the inner world and began searching the outer world. The treasure still showed that the princess was not there. After 3 hours of hard searching, he realized the princess was not in the outer world at all. How can she not be here? As he wandered into the outskirts of the forest, wondering about the Diamond Princess whereabouts, he sensed 3 foreign auras. These auras were foreign because they did not belong to the duchies, Prince Shak, or the natives. They belonged to a man and 2 women who had just killed a group of natives and a few beasts. The sovereign stiffened on the spot and suddenly understood what had happened. There were only 15 quotas. 12 were taken by the duchies and Prince Shak. The last 3 were reserved for the Diamond Duchy. But if these 3 had come in... Hey, you bastards! How dare you steal the Diamond Duchy's quota? The sovereign roared and locked his aura onto the 3. However, the sheer weight they felt on their chests when the aura pressed down made it clear that their opponent was someone they couldn't beat. They had just encountered an ambush by the natives, who looked almost human except for their weird noses and ears, and slaughtered them. As they were about to check the bodies for any clues about the civilization, this diamond-skinned figure appeared. Answer me. Who the hell are you guys? The Diamond Duchy's sovereign glared at the 3 but didn't attack. Though they were all weaker than him, he was wary. If these individuals belonged to a neighboring kingdom, even touching them could warrant his death. If it came to appeasing an angry kingdom, his duchy wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice a sovereign. Even though sovereigns were not abundant, there were enough to make the loss tolerable. So, if they were from a powerful background, he'd have to let them go. If, however, he could verify that they weren't from a powerful background, then... Killing intent slowly leaked from the sovereign, filling the air and turning the wind into sharp strings. Varian, Sarah, and Sia were very uncomfortable with this killing intent. They knew they had to answer the man, but the issue was that they had no clue about the language. Sia felt like she heard the language, but it was buried too deep in her memory for even her psychic power to retrieve it quickly. Sarah and Varian were hearing this strange language for the first time. As the 3 remained silent, the sovereign's killing intent intensified, and he became more convinced that they were not from a powerful background. When this thought appeared in his mind, he focused more on the details that supported his claim. For instance, the clothes they're wearing can't withstand even a sovereign's blow. Their storage rings were also of low quality. But he couldn't ignore the sense of royalty exuding from the young man. It felt odd, as if he were seeing a ruler, perhaps a king. Who the hell is he? The sovereign gulped as the silence increased his nervousness. Several kingdoms had the habit of sending their important princes on training missions in the mortal realm. They'd start from 0 and reach the celestial rank on their own before being taken back into the kingdom. Even the 3 empires trained their geniuses this way. But that's too rare. Out of tens of trillions of creatures in this galaxy, what are the odds of meeting such geniuses? Moreover, why did these 3 even enter this place? They're too weak to survive here. Especially in this synthetic world, which is much more dangerous than the rest. The sovereign's doubts deepened, and he became more inclined to believe he could kill them and get away with it. I can first restrain them, feed them a psychedelic herb, and make them confess their identities. The sovereign raised his hand, and 3 sparks appeared above the 3. But right then, the silence was broken. Who do you think we are? Varian asked in a calm tone, underlaid with contempt. Huh? The sovereign raised a brow, his mind imagining the worst possibilities. On the other hand, Varian was racking his brain for the next step. Of course, he had no clue about the language being spoken. Apparently, it was the lingua franca of the intergalactic civilizations. But the system, which had ignored him during all the major hardships, helped him out. Varian wanted to slap the damn thing for its timing, but the situation was getting out of control, and he had to focus on the trouble at hand. This was a sovereign, and one mistake could mean their death. So, Varian had to do something, anything, to get them out alive. He glanced at Sarah and Sia from the corner of his eye and felt his heartbeat drop. They had nearly died just a few hours ago. After what they went through, Varian wanted nothing more than to return home safely. But the sovereign's arrival threw everything into jeopardy. Is he really from a powerful background? He talks like it, but if he is, shouldn't he have some powerful treasures and act more confidently against me? The sovereign slowly clenched his fist. He decided to launch a single, probing attack to uncover the truth. Seeing his opponent clench his fist and prepare for an offense, Varian pushed himself to think of a solution. What should I do? Bravado wouldn't work. Even if he sacrificed his life to hold the sovereign back, he'd be killed in seconds, and the girls would be in danger. Escape wouldn't work either, they were too slow for a sovereign. Boo wasn't with them, so escaping unharmed was out of the question. Then what other option was there? Fool him into thinking we're important, but he'll learn the truth sooner or later. The only answer is to kill him, but I can't attack him instantly. I need time. Varian suddenly laughed, causing the sovereign to pause his attack. What's so funny? The sovereign asked in an aggressive tone. Varian continued to chuckle as he replied, I never thought there'd be a day when someone like you would even consider attacking this esteemed prince. If this got out, you, your ruler, and your entire region would be drenched in blood overnight. The sovereign's face turned ashen as fear crept into his heart. But he wasn't so naive to believe everything a stranger said. If you're the prince, then show your insignia. It's the litmus test. If this young man didn't show, the sovereign decided to attack and restrain him. If he did show, he'd apologize. And if he tried to escape or do something out of line, he'd kill him immediately. Insignia? You aren't qualified, but I'm in a good mood today. So, why not? Varian said and grabbed Sia's hand. Dear, where is my insignia? I remember I threw it somewhere in your ring. Huh? Sia had been thinking of a way out the whole time. Varian's words were confusing, but she knew he was brewing a plan. Moreover, when he held her hand, his voice sounded inside her mind. Let me hold your hand for a few more seconds. Hold his attention. The moment Varian held Sia's hand, his skin tore apart. Ignoring the pain, Varian focused inside his body and started pulling the slivers of energy within him. The repulsion towards Sia was decreasing, making it harder to extract this energy, but for now, he could still do it. The sovereign noticed the injury and frowned. He was about to attack the three when Sia rolled her eyes at Varian. Take your hand off. My father's restriction won't be lifted until our marriage. You touch me, and you bleed. I hate your father. Even if we're so far away from him, I still can't touch you without getting backlash. What a nasty curse. Varian licked his lip and wrapped his arm around Sia's shoulder. The sovereign opened his mouth in shock as he saw Varian's arm bleeding without any aura fluctuation from Sia. What the hell? Curse? Who can place such a restriction? The sovereign started to believe this guy might really be from a powerful background. Please show your insignia. We might even be from allied regions, the sovereign said, showing his restraint. Sure, Varian said and signaled to Sia. Nodding lightly, Sia tapped her storage ring, and a bright, shining treasure emerged from it. The sovereign's attention was drawn to the item. He scanned it with his fire sense, only to realize it was just a weird, shining stone, nothing else. There were no inscriptions, no formations, no runes, nothing. It's not an insignia. The sovereign realized he had been deceived and instinctively channeled his fire mana, wanting to attack Varian. But he was a second too late. No. An invisible ripple spread from Varian and reached the sovereign in an instant. It was a formless energy far beyond anything the sovereign had ever experienced. The moment it touched his skin, he began to dissolve. His mind screamed, but his body turned into countless tiny specks and dispersed into the wind. Wow. Sarah and Sia froze in shock. Forget Sarah and Sia, Varian was also shocked by the instant death of the sovereign. Even though he instinctively knew that the attack from the silver power was beyond a sovereign, he expected some resistance. But it turned out to be too strong. Sia gulped and asked in disbelief, what was that? Varian wanted to explain, but Sarah grabbed his hand and looked at them with a stern expression. Let's leave this place first. I have a bad feeling. Bad feeling? Sia didn't argue, and the trio teleported a few hundred miles away. Just a few seconds after they left, a woman appeared at the location. Her smooth, silky green dress blended her with the surrounding scenery. This region was at the border of the forest. The brawl here had released a strange aura that attracted a lot of beasts from the depths of the forest, including sovereign beasts. But the moment they sensed the Matriarch's aura, the beasts growled unwillingly and returned to their nests. The woman, whose mere presence repelled the beasts, was entranced by the giant pit in front of her. The forest land within 30 miles was completely cleared. The river that had been flowing nearby was nowhere to be found. All the beasts in the surrounding area were either dead or crippled. The matriarch closed her eyes and sensed the lingering energy from the pit. It was something that felt familiar yet different. What is this power that evokes deep fear in me? The more she scrutinized the esoteric power, the more fear the matriarch felt. When she finally reached a threshold, her body trembled violently, and she collapsed onto her knees. Her body was drenched in cold sweat, her breathing ragged. Her usually calm heart was on the verge of bursting out of her chest, and her mind was blank. She had caught a glimpse of this power. At that moment, she felt the universe collapse before her very eyes. Strands of slivers? The matriarch took a few deep breaths. Her expression changed, and the tiara on her head shimmered. The next moment, the matriarch appeared thousands of miles away, in the palace of a giant forest city. Ignoring the surprised guards, she stormed into the core chamber. It was pitch black, and even with her heightened senses, the matriarch felt blind. The place, by design, invoked nervousness. Shaking off the unease, the matriarch stepped forward until she walked into the light. In the dark chamber, this light was emitted by a floating sphere. Inside the sphere were 6 colorful, thin threads, strands of 6 slivers. This is it. The matriarch compared the slivers and recognized their familiarity. Of course, there were still differences, but it was clear that the invader had strands of slivers. Particularly, the strands of order and chaos slivers. When those slivers came to mind, another name surfaced in the matriarch's thoughts. The Devas? It had been thousands of years since the last Deva contacted them. They had almost forgotten they had such an ally. After all, the Devas received a lot of help from them and never repaid the promise. According to the myths and legends of her world, the 6 tribes fought a fanatical war. The Heaven tribe was wiped out, and their time sliver was taken by the Nevea tribe. The Aries tribe was nearly exterminated by the Sarah tribe. But instead of losing their sliver, the Aries tribe snatched the order sliver and fled. The Vita and Avat tribes fought but did not escalate to the point of extermination. That was the common myth everyone knew. But the folklore that circulated here had something extra. The Aries tribe, hunted down by the Sarah tribe, was on the verge of extinction. It was the people of this synthetic world who let them in and sheltered them. Her ancestors helped the Aries tribe, and it was on this land that they abandoned their roots and transformed into Devas. As a token of gratitude for the irreplaceable help, the Devas promised to conquer the synthetic world and free them from its clutches. After all, the natives were bound to their synthetic world and could only leave if it was conquered. For tens of thousands of years, the Devas kept trying to conquer this world, but to no avail. However, a few thousand years ago, they stopped altogether. For the natives, this was akin to a betrayal. Not a single message for thousands of years. Now you suddenly show up, without even an apology. Do you think I'll allow such disregard for my people? The matriarch clenched her fist, and the palace began to shake. After confirming that these invaders were indeed from the Deva Empire, the matriarch's fear turned to anger. She harbored no good feelings for these Devas. She only wanted to restrain and torture them until they regretted coming here. But she couldn't risk it if they possessed more strands of slivers. The best way is to let them go into the inner world. No one has ever passed the trial. Like everyone before them, they too will die. The matriarch's lips curled into a vicious smile. But after a moment's thought, she pursed her green lips into a thin line. If I just let them in, it'd be no fun. Now that she had calmed down, the matriarch realized her fears were overblown. The strands of slivers should have been given to the team for passing the trial. The fact that they used it even before entering indicated that this new team was extremely incompetent. I still need to be careful, but I can. The matriarch chuckled and tapped her bracelet. A few voices responded with respect. Guide the 3 invaders into the lair of the golden tree. Inform it beforehand to finish them off. In return for the favor, we'll not pick fights with him for 50 years. The previous invaders all had a sovereign and a hybrid in their team. This one should be no different. They'll most likely win. The matriarch would have thought so too, if not for the traces of sliver powers. For one reason or another, this team had to use the sliver powers in the forest. If they're strong, why would they resort to such a method? They're weak. Anyway, convey my words to the golden tree. If they lose, then we'll have rid ourselves of 3 invaders. If they win, rob the remains of the golden tree. It's very precious. As expected of you, matriarch. We'll benefit regardless of the outcome. Stop flattering me and get to work. And I figured I could draw from the power causing the repulsion and use it for attacks. Sarah and Sia nodded, slowly recovering from the shock of the sovereign's instant death. The knowledge about slivers was too dangerous, and it was in their best interest to not learn anything about them, at least for now. So, Varian didn't tell them everything, but he shared what he could. What if the repulsion disappears? Sarah leaned against the tree, muttering. I won't be able to use that attack anymore. Varian sat beside her and placed his palm on the tree. His planty senses began to work, analyzing it. And the repulsion is going away, isn't it? Sia, sitting atop the tree, asked. Varian froze for a moment before smiling wryly. It's fading fast. So, I had to recall those unpleasant memories. It's weird, right? I always wanted to get rid of the repulsion. But now, it's the only safety for our lives. Sarah inhaled the sweet scent in the air and felt a bit weak. Still, she turned her head and locked eyes with Varian. Safety for my life and Sia's. Not yours. Until we find a way to solve that thing inside you, your safety won't be guaranteed. Isn't that why we're here? Varian shrugged with a carefree smile. They were currently resting on a barren mountain where nothing grew except for a pink tree. For miles around, not even a blade of grass was visible. The culprit was the pink tree they were leaning against, which had sucked up all the nearby vitality. Even they were slowly succumbing to its sweet, sedative scent. According to Varian's planty powers, once they fainted, the tree would drain their vitality. Sarah, if your plan works out, I can push my death away by a day or 2 and solve this problem once and for all. Varian stood up and grabbed the pink trunk with both hands. The silent tree suddenly shook. Its pale pink branches turned scarlet and lashed out like whips, launching at Varian. As if waiting for this moment, Sarah and Sia jumped into the air and clenched their fists. Countless tiny ropes of light and darkness surrounded the tree, imprisoning its branches. A huge gravitational force and a mysterious temporal power fell upon the tree, weakening it further. Even so, the tree continued to struggle, nearly uprooting the restrictions. After all, it was a being nearing the peak of level 9. The only reason it was in this state was due to being caught by surprise. Varian's branches penetrated the trunk and connected with the tree's core. He could feel the brimming vitality of this powerful tree. So much vitality that if a single drop of liquid leaked out, the entire mountain would be drowned in greenery. Yes, vitality. Life. The answer to death. Varian tried to absorb the vitality with the tips of his branches. The tree swayed its branches violently within the web of light and dark threads. The threads snapped easily but were quickly replaced by newer ones. Still, the tree was slowly shaking off the restrictions. On the other hand, Varian discovered that he couldn't absorb vitality from the tree. It wasn't that his planty powers had this ability. Sarah had suggested he try. In the plan she proposed, if he could drain life using his planty powers and feed it to the death strand, he would gain more time to live. If Varian could feed 1 day's worth of vitality to the death strand every day, his death would always be 20 days away, neither decreasing nor increasing. If he could maintain this for a few months, Sarah was confident that Varian would reach the sovereign state and easily solve the Death Strand issue. This was actually the worst-case scenario. In the best-case scenario, after a few days of draining vitality, the Death Strand would be overwhelmed and collapse. This was a ridiculous plan, and its success depended on how much vitality Varian could absorb from a vitality-rich plant. However, Varian realized he couldn't absorb any vitality at all. Wait a minute, Varian's eyes flashed, and he pushed the strand of death to the edge of his body, to his fingertips. Of course, it still remained inside. If Varian cut his fingers, the strand of death energy in his fingertips would return to his body. He had already tried this. So, now he wasn't trying to separate the death strand. After bringing it to the edge of his branches, Varian cut the branches open, exposing the death strand to the tree's insides. Now, the tree, which had been violently struggling, suddenly stiffened. Its powerful branches drooped weakly, and the pink leaves, trunk, and branches slowly darkened into a depressing gray. The once vibrant pink tree, brimming with vitality, turned to ashes and was carried away by the wind. Varian, Sarah, and Sia all froze in place, witnessing this ridiculous scene. The plan was a success, but the ease with which the death strand killed the tree indicated its lethality. How much? Sia landed on the ground and asked Varian, her expression nervous. Sarah landed beside her, looking at Varian with anxiety. How many days had Varian gained from this? The death strand must have spent considerable energy. So, a day? 2 days? 10 days? Even if it's just half a day, Sarah and Sia vowed to devote all their time and strength to hunting down high-vitality trees. This way, the death strand would lose more and more energy. It might collapse due to a lack of energy. That's the plan. Varian's arms turned back to normal, and he stared at the girls with a complicated expression. The time I gain from this is 1 hour if your time powers are applied. If not, then 10 minutes. What? Sarah felt as if the air had been knocked out of her chest. Even if she maintained her time powers on him, Varian wasn't going to live much longer. Sia closed her eyes in pain, and a powerless sigh escaped her lips. They had taken 2 hours to find this tree and spent about 30 minutes deceiving and killing it. Varian now had around 20 days left. Even if he spent every waking hour hunting these trees and assuming he was successful, he would gain at most 10 more days to live. Looking at Sarah's pale face and trembling shoulders, Varian felt his heart hurt. Grabbing her by the waist, he patted her weak back. Hey, 10 days is 10 days. More time to figure something out. Sarah buried her face in Varian's chest and held him tightly. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks as fear filled her mind. Sia turned away from the two and looked down the mountain with a determined gaze. She would try her best to save Varian, even at the cost of her own life. But if everything failed and Varian died, she would do whatever it took to return to the solar system and exterminate the Abyssals. Then, she would go to the Abyssals' homeland and slaughter every single living thing there. If the world took away the one person she had, then she'd burn down the damn world. Unlike Sarah's fear, Sia's heart was filled with rage. Huh? Sia narrowed her eyes as she noticed a few natives approaching them from the distance. Die. Thick killing intent filled the air. Kill them if you can. If you can't, hunt them to Mad Land. This was the Matriarch's message. Thousands of active, hunting teams usually handle tasks like killing beasts and maintaining peace at the borders. Now, half of these teams were reassigned to eliminate the invaders. Additionally, thousands of natives formed teams to search for the invaders. Like many adventurers in his city, Captain Warhack formed a team and entered the forest to hunt the invaders. He wouldn't have done this for any other invaders because this group had a sovereign. The natives, bound by the synthetic world's laws, could not have more than 6 sovereigns. Whenever invaders came, they arrived in 5 groups, each with its own sovereign. Despite their long development and well-documented history of invasions and atrocities, the natives faced significant risks in confronting the invaders on a large scale. Furthermore, the invader sovereigns were always more powerful than the natives. Although most invaders paid little attention to the natives and entered the inner world with other motives, there were more than a dozen instances in the past 10,000 years where invaders tried to exterminate the natives. It was only through the world war that expelled the overzealous invaders that the natives survived. These dozen events remained a sore point for the natives, and their hatred for the invaders ran deep. This was why Warhak signed up. He wanted a chance to kill the invaders, regardless of the reward or the resources spent. And this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate a group of invaders. This particular team, consisting of a young man and 2 young women, was unlike any other. They didn't even have a peak level 9, let alone a sovereign. And, fortunately or unfortunately, out of thousands of teams searching for the invaders, Warhak's was the one that found them. This is our chance. Let's wash the graves of our ancestors with the blood of these barbarians. Captain Warhak raised his axe and pointed to the top of a mountain. For Hortus. For Hortus. 10 more axes were thrust into the air, and a bloodthirsty war cry echoed through the forest. The hunting team, all composed of body awakeners, dashed to the bottom of the mountain in the blink of an eye. But before they could take another step, their bodies grew heavy, and they knelt on the ground. Damn it. Warhak tried to stand, but his weight doubled in an instant, causing the ground beneath him to crack, and his knees to sink into the soil. Seeing this, Warhak's team gulped and fell silent. But Warhak only grew angrier. I'll kill you, Bast. Warhak's words came to an abrupt stop as the wind around him turned sharp like a blade, pressing against his neck. His skin strained under the sharpness and tore, leaking a drop of blue blood. The gravity on Warhak's neck increased, and his proud head was forcibly lowered. Tap. 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 The invaders' footsteps were light, but in the terrifying silence, they hammered against the hearts of Warhak's team. More worrying than the footsteps was the being emanating the horrific killing intent. As it approached with each step, cuts started to appear on the natives. First, they were small, only a finger's length. Then, they became larger and deeper. When the footsteps finally stopped, the team members were covered in numerous cuts, and their blood pooled beneath their knees. Following the invaders' disdainful snort, the air around the natives tightened, choking them. Warhak's neck, too, was slowly compressed. In a matter of seconds, he would die. Knowing struggle was futile, he closed his eyes and prepared for the inevitable. He only hoped other teams would avenge his death. But after a few seconds of gruesome strangling, the pressure on their bodies suddenly vanished. Warhak thought it was an illusion and instinctively looked up. He saw a woman in an exotic black dress. Her cold eyes and frosty face, coupled with the killing intent, made him realize she was the one who nearly killed them. On the other hand, the young man who suddenly appeared before them had a peaceful face and even a friendly smile. This only made Warhak more vigilant. I want to talk to your leaders. We don't mean you any harm, the young man said in a calm voice. His tone was reassuring, and he had the air of a leader. For a moment, Warhak almost wanted to call his leaders. But he quickly came to his senses and sneered at the young man. Do you think we're fools? You and your friends are all the same. Bloody invaders. My friends? The young man frowned. Warhak thought he might have had a bad relationship with the other invader teams. So, he decided to provoke him. Oh, yes, friends. They're not weak like you. They all have sovereigns. But you don't even have a strong level 9. The young man's face turned grave, and he turned to the woman in white and the woman in black with a serious expression. They spoke in a language Warhak didn't understand, but he sensed their fear. But a few seconds later, the young man turned to him with a calm face and said, "Let them be. How about you connect us to your leader and we hold a proper dialogue? Hostility with us will not gain you anything. If we cooperate, maybe we could even help you with my friends." Ha, ha ha ha. Warhak burst into tears as he roared with laughter. This was the funniest and most audacious thing he had heard in his entire life. The invader, whose sole purpose in entering their world was to plunder their resources and enslave their people, was talking about peace. Not only that, this invader, who was the weakest of all the other groups, had the audacity to call it cooperation when he just wanted to use their strength against his enemies. Warhak's hatred of the invader only intensified. Unaware of the complex mental dynamics, Varian continued to speak in an attempt to strike peace. We had our own circumstances. I assure you we're not hostile to your people, as long as you don't antagonize us. If our talks proceed, we'll leave this place. Keep dreaming. There is no peace. Only war. My people are coming for you. Thousands of them. You can't escape. You bloody bastards. Warhak spat on the ground and closed his eyes. Varian's eyes turned gloomy, but he adjusted his mood and signaled to Sia. Sia waved her hand, and everyone was knocked out. The three of them then traveled toward a safer region while carrying the hostages. After putting them in a safe space, Varian's trio started searching for another team. They found a 20-member team with a mid-level 9. After subtly guiding them into the valley they were currently in, Varian appeared in front of them along with the hostages. Sarah and Sia hid in the background, lying in ambush in case things went south. I have your people in my hands, but they're not harmed. I just want to talk to your superiors, Varian said with a peaceful gesture. The hunting team paused for a moment, their gazes alternating between Varian and the hostages. Varian decided to show some goodwill and waved his hand. The hostages, including Warhak, floated toward the team slowly. As they reached the hunting team, Varian removed the telekinetic hold and let down his vigilance slightly. They should be willing to talk now, Rig, boom. The captain of the hunting team shot his spear straight at Varian, using Warhak as cover. The spear tore through Warhak's body and headed for Varian. More spears, following the sound of ripping air, pierced through the hostages and reached Varian. What the? Varian was dumbfounded by the hunting team's actions. They used the hostages as cover to attack him and didn't hesitate to kill their own. Worse, Varian realized that there might not be any talks. As the hunting team's attacks reached Varian and were about to strike him, a barrier of light appeared in front of him. The spears, capable of leveling cities, couldn't even push through the thin white barrier. What? The team turned their gazes towards Sarah and were about to attack her when their bodies grew heavy, and their knees crashed to the ground. The natives struggled violently. Even for Sia's gravity power, it was a bit much. Thankfully, her psychic powers were also in use, which decreased the natives' struggle. So, even though they hated the invaders, the hunting team could do nothing when they were imprisoned and forced to kneel. But such a situation didn't evoke even the slightest bit of their fear. Instead, they glared at Varian and the girls with bloodshot eyes. You'll die. You're so weak. Not even a sovereign. We're just novices who signed up to hunt you scums. The real hunting teams are yet to arrive. And when they do, you'll die an ugly death. Saying this, the hunting team moved their tongues, pressed against a certain metallic item at the top of their mouths, and channeled aura into it. Varian's eyebrows shot up, and he felt an ominous premonition. Without hesitation, he took Sarah and Sia and teleported away. Moments later, a massive explosion occurred at the location they had just vacated. A giant cloud of dust rose into the sky, and a vast crater, spanning dozens of miles, formed at the site of the explosion. If Varian and the girls had remained, they would have sustained several major injuries, even if not fatally. The trio returned to the location after a moment, and with a snap, the dust settled. Looking at the deep crater where the hunting group had previously knelt, Varian took a deep breath and muttered, "Madness. This is madness." The other party was willing to die just to make them suffer. This hatred wasn't normal. The only reason the natives didn't attack the previous teams like rabid dogs was their fear of retaliation from the invader sovereigns. They wanted to avenge their ancestors but didn't want to risk their civilization. Even then, under the Matriarch's slight nudging, several powerful members formed teams and tried to kill the invaders, only to be counter-killed. To some extent, those people knew they were likely to die. But they still went. This hatred was engraved in their bones. They just couldn't vent it. Under such circumstances, Varian's team was the perfect outlet. Even if they killed this invader, they wouldn't have to fear any sovereign attacking them. The deep-seated hatred would find its way toward Varian one way or another. Even though Varian didn't know the situation of the natives, he trusted his observations. The natives wouldn't compromise. The hatred he saw in their eyes was just too much. Talks aren't possible, Varian sighed. Then what do we do? Sarah raised her head and squinted her eyes at the distant mountain on the horizon. We need to keep finding more vitality treasures for you. And we also need to get back. Both of these need assistance from the natives. Even though they lived outside the forest, the natives must have excellent knowledge about the forest and its treasures. If they could help, Varian might find precious life treasures and, perhaps, save his life. If there were no such treasures here, Sarah also had the idea of going to the ruins. Such a miraculous place should definitely have a solution. Moreover, Varian is the scion. He might be helped by the ruins. But they didn't know the way back. So, even for that, they needed the help of the natives. The current situation, where they were unwilling to talk and wanted to hunt them down at any cost, was the worst possible outcome for Varian. Sarah didn't know how to solve this issue. But she did know their time would be better spent trying the next best vitality tree. So, she said, forget about these natives. Let's check for trees, flowers, and plants with strong vitality. No, Sia objected before Varian could reply, looking down at the pit where the natives had previously knelt. Our search for treasures is too inefficient. If we can get the information from the natives, it'll save us so much time and effort. Besides, they might have a solution to Varian's problem. But they don't want to talk, Sarah bit her lip. Sia shook her head and smiled. If they don't talk, let's not talk. We can try infiltrating their kingdom and stealing the information we want. Sarah opened her mouth in surprise. It was something she hadn't really considered. Sarah's thinking was traditionally militaristic, in contrast to Sia's experience with the Shadow Guardians, who acted as a shadow force. Sarah was open-minded and had no problem accepting Sia's plan. She even praised her best friend for it without holding back. Then, she turned to Varian and asked with a nervous expression, "You did disguise yourself as an abyssal prince and infiltrate the abyssals before. Can you do the same now?" Varian scanned the natives a few times and nodded. "I can." Sarah's eyes lit up. "Then what are you waiting for? Disguise yourself and go." "I can't," Varian shook his head before she even finished. "And why is that?" Sia glared at him. "My mask only works once. And we don't have Boo now. So, if I go now, I have to leave you two here. I can't do that while the natives are hunting us." "It's too dangerous," Varian said. "Are you crazy?" Sia took a step forward and looked into Varian's eyes. "You're dying, and there's a good chance you can help yourself by infiltrating. You don't want to go because you're worried? Then what about us? If you go, we might die. If you don't go, you'll definitely die." Varian was silenced by her words. "Our powers support stealth. We can hide well," Sarah tried to soothe his worries. "Your stealth is good, I know. But they have sovereigns. What will you do if you encounter a sovereign?" "You know, we just encountered one and almost died," Varian said with a heavy expression. "That." Sia couldn't refute Varian's words. Enigma's stealth after using her darkness powers was indeed exceptional, but even she had no chance of staying undetected under a sovereign's radar. If she encountered a sovereign, no, even a peak level 9, it would be game over. Sia realized she had been ignoring that they had narrowly escaped death during their sovereign encounter. If Varian had been even a second late, they would have died. In such a dangerous environment, it was understandable that Varian wouldn't feel safe leaving them alone. Still, Sia wanted to persuade Varian. But when she noticed his resolute gaze, she sighed like a deflated balloon. Forget it. I'm feeling tired anyway. A familiar violet light enveloped Sia's body. Her brown hair turned silvery white, her golden eyes turned violet, and her body grew slightly, becoming more mature. Huh? Enigma blinked at Sarah and Varian in surprise. She had been the most exhausted during the chaotic space saga. After fainting, she was sleeping and only woke up a few minutes ago. Then, Sia shared her recent memories and suddenly went dormant. Why am I suddenly in charge? Enigma wanted to ask, but she suddenly turned north, and her expression changed. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said to Varian and Sarah in a serious tone, "Run." Hearing Enigma's sharp cry, Varian ran without hesitation. So did Sarah. Varian's body powers enabled him to run faster than the wind, as did Sarah's. Moreover, Enigma used her gravity power to lighten their bodies as she ran beside them. As a result, the ground nearly cracked apart as the three shot forward like a rocket. In Varian's view, the surroundings seemed to play in fast forward. In just a second, the hills passed by, the large valley receded into the distance, the distant lake was now a foot away, and the landscape in front of him completely changed. All this happened in a second. Before Varian could even ask Enigma why they had to run, he heard a loud bang from behind, and the ground under his feet suddenly shook as a shockwave hit his back. Varian staggered forward before balancing his body and continuing his run. Even though he didn't turn back, his lightning sense expanded and captured everything behind. There were 5 natives at the location they had run from. Unlike any previous teams, which mostly consisted of level 8s or low-level 9s, 4 of these 5 members were mid-level 9s. And the captain was a high-level 9. Merciful Sword reporting, we found them at Zonos Mountain, Perkless region, the captain reported into his communication crystal. An encrypted message arrived a second later. But I wish I could kill them on my own terms, the captain frowned at the order in frustration. However, thinking of something, his lips curled into a sadistic smile. Chase. The team chased the invaders. Their speed was so high that a storm began in the area due to the harsh winds. Even though they started a few seconds later, they quickly narrowed the distance with the invaders. In a few seconds at most, they'd catch up. Varian realized the problem and enveloped the girls in his space power. The space around them distorted, and they appeared 200 miles away. Previously, they were at the border of the wilderness area and the natives' kingdom. With this teleportation, they retreated into the forest, which was filled with many dangerous beasts. The teleportation didn't help Varian for long. Even though he created more distance between them, it was quickly narrowed. Even when he tried teleporting 2 or 3 times, he remained within the sensing range of the hunting team. This frustrated Varian, and he decided to teleport continuously until he disappeared from their sensing range. Varian, Sarah, and Sia's bodies blurred, and they appeared 100 miles away in the forest. They blurred again and were now 100 miles farther. And again. Once they crossed 500 more miles, they'd be out of range. Varian was excited and teleported again. As a result, they ended up under a giant tree that Varian's senses deemed safe before teleportation. But the moment they appeared, a pair of red eyes opened on the green bark of the tree, and the green snake shot at them with lightning speed. What? Feeling the peak level 9 aura from the snake, Varian's heart sank. He hurriedly used teleportation once again. He was fast, but the snake was faster. As the space around them distorted and they were about to teleport, the snake's fangs reached Varian. Varian put up a last-minute defense of lightning and ice walls that instantly crumbled before the snake's power. At that last moment, 2 walls of light and darkness stood in front of Varian. Even these only lasted a moment before they were crushed. Thankfully, the brief reprieve these defenses bought gave them time to complete the teleportation. So, when the snake bit down with the intent to kill, it only found empty air. This greatly enraged the snake. Its 2-meter body suddenly swelled to a length greater than an anaconda. The green snake enveloped the giant tree and hissed into the air. Hiss! The birds froze mid-flight in fear, and all the beasts on the ground stopped moving. Even the tree leaves ceased rustling. Everything and everyone within the surrounding 100 miles froze. Darn this forest! Varian cursed, appearing 200 miles away amidst a row of blue trees. 5 auras locked onto them, chasing them at full speed. The natives were about to lose them, but thanks to the green snake's commotion, they were able to close the distance. With dangerous beasts lurking throughout the forest, evading his senses, Varian couldn't risk random teleportations. So, the only option was to run with caution. The hunting team had no such problem. They literally hunted in the forest. It was their usual job. Based on their familiarity with the forest, they knew the safest and shortest routes to Varian. By now, other professional teams had started arriving. Shadow Hunters, reporting. Smiling Butchers, reporting. Purity Swords, reporting. The small team of 5 was quickly joined by 9 more teams, bringing the total to 50. These 50 level 9s included 8 high level 9s and 45 mid-level 9s. There were even 2 peak level 9s. This formation would have been futile against other native teams because of their sovereigns, but for Varian's team, it was lethal. Dozens of colorful attacks shot into the air, chasing after Varian's group. Varian's trio used all their divine paths and sped up as much as they could. But the distance continued to shrink. In the end, Varian abandoned caution and began continuous teleportation. Even Enigma used her artifact to teleport them. But to their horror, the natives were able to learn his location instantly, as if they had messengers everywhere in the forest. The chase continued in the dense, colorful forest filled with dangerous beasts. More than once, Varian wanted to use the sliver powers and kill them all, but the problem was that the hunting teams weren't together. They acted in perfect coordination and as a single unit, but the distance between them was too large. To use the sliver power, he needed to concentrate and, preferably, stand still. If he used the sliver powers and killed one team, he wouldn't be able to immediately recharge for another sliver attack for the other teams. The trees around Varian's trio began to shrink as they ran. The forest quickly turned into a swamp, which then transformed into plain grasslands. Soon, they reached the edge of the grasslands, following a river. The river flowed down a cliff, creating a beautiful waterfall. Besides the beautiful flower beds and exotic plants, there wasn't a single beast in sight. This absence of beasts gave Varian an ominous premonition, especially because of the cliff. He couldn't see anything below it due to the dense, white fog. We should try to get out of here. The sky lit up with hundreds of attacks: fire roses, ice lilies, lightning leaves, and earthen sticks. Following these attacks were the bulky body awakeners from the natives. Shit, Varian cursed. Only then did he realize what these teams were planning. They weren't planning to kill them directly. If that had been their plan, they could have started serious attacks earlier. Instead, the chasing teams used their attacks to guide them in a specific direction, leading them to this place. Varian's guess was spot on. The Matriarch's order was to push them to the Mad Zone. Even though the natives regretted missing the chance to kill the invaders with their own hands, they too liked the idea of throwing these invaders into that terrible zone. Die. Ha ha ha. Taste despair, bitches. With roaring laughter, the teams attacked the foreigners with full strength. Sarah, Enigma, and Varian put up their defenses. However, hundreds of attacks rained down on them and blasted them toward the edge of the cliff. Varian grabbed Sarah and Enigma's sleeves and was about to teleport when the space around him solidified, and his mind was attacked. Fuck. Enigma's attempts to teleport them were also sabotaged. Under the bloodthirsty gaze of the invaders, more attacks hit the trio and sent them over the cliff. Done? Seated on the throne in a lazy posture, the Matriarch asked the messenger who had just stormed into the throne hall. The messenger was panting heavily, and his blue skin had turned dark red, indicating he was incredibly excited about something. Even though the members of the throne hall had already guessed the news, they couldn't help but look at the messenger in anticipation. The messenger forgot to breathe as he said with a big smile, "The hunting teams pushed the invaders into the mad zone." The faces of everyone in the room lit up, and they slammed the armrests of their chairs in appreciation, a cultural practice. The matriarch's lips curled into a thin smile as she witnessed this scene. In the last 1,000 years, this was the highest appreciation ever given by the court members. "Announce this to the citizens. We will hold a celebration for 3 days and 3 nights." The matriarch waved her hand at the cultural minister and walked out of the room. The ministers and courtesans who stayed behind in the throne hall whispered among themselves. The consensus was that by doing something no ruler had ever done before, destroying a group of invaders, even if it was only one of 5, the matriarch's prestige had reached a terrifying level. As long as she lived, the matriarch would have no trouble remaining the ruler. One of the older ministers sighed as he stroked his brown beard. If the invaders had been directly killed, the hunting team that eliminated them would have been in the spotlight. Instead, she pushed the invaders into the mad zone, where they can't live or die. Now the public will think she inflicted eternal torture on them and give her all the credit. Everyone agreed with his analysis and sighed once more before leaving the palace. Not a single person even considered the possibility of the invaders escaping from the mad zone. If you're not a sovereign, forget about high-level 9, even peak-level 9s couldn't escape that place. And even sovereigns had to pay a price to escape. The mad zone or the Twilight zone, as described in their scriptures, was a place of intersection, the intersection of life and death. Boom! With a loud bang, Varian and his companions crashed onto the hard ground. The tiny, pointed graves would have pierced their skin if they hadn't set up their defenses in advance. Still, the 3 of them were already injured from the hunting team's attacks, and the crash only made it worse. Ignoring the pain, Varian jumped to his feet and looked around, spreading his psychic sense. The sky was obscured by thick, white clouds, blocking his psychic and other senses. In fact, the entire sky was covered in white clouds. The region they were in resembled a vast, earthen plain, except the soil was purple, with countless black patches spread across it. But the most surprising thing was roar. There were a large number of beasts on the plain. Although the nearest beast was 50 miles away, Varian realized this was because their current area was relatively isolated. Every other area had at least 10 to 20 beasts. While not all of these beasts were strong, there were plenty of high-level 9s and peak-level 9s around. Troublingly, there were even several sovereign auras. Despite the danger, Varian didn't panic. Sarah and Enigma also observed their surroundings, maintaining an extraordinary calm. Just a few seconds ago, they had been hunted down and were about to be killed. Now, they were in a strange area teeming with countless beasts. Why did they throw us here? Enigma looked up, trying to pierce through the clouds to see the hunting teams. Sure, it's dangerous. But why let go of the prey in our hands? This place is weird. Sarah said with a frown. She waved her hand, and a couple of huge, strange corpses floated from the ground. With each passing second, these corpses were filled with a familiar energy, and that energy was slowly turning their purple flesh black. You undead? Enigma's expression darkened, and she looked at the corpses with a hateful gaze. Varian grabbed a corpse that resembled a giant horse and brought the strand of death energy within him into contact with it. The dormant death strand pulsed twice and began to absorb the death energy from the corpse. A surge of death energy rushed into Varian's body, causing him to stagger back. Before he could throw it away, the corpse disintegrated into countless small particles and dissipated with the wind. The death strand in his body strengthened slightly, but Varian's lifespan was shortened by 10 minutes. A single corpse has a lot of death energy, and it's all very pure, Varian said with a grave expression. The Abyssals had to sacrifice tens of millions of corpses to gather the death energy in the death strand. But with these corpses, just 100,000 would be enough. This place was saturated with death energy. Varian stepped forward to inspect more corpses, but Sarah grabbed his arm and injected time power into his body. This was all the time power she had accumulated since the last use, and as she poured out the last drop, Sarah's face paled. But she didn't care about her condition and urged Varian. The time power in your body has been unstable since we entered here. This place is more dangerous for you. Let's get out of here first. After saying that, she gestured for them to fly. The reason they hadn't tried just flying to the clouds and getting out of this place was to avoid being targeted by the beasts here. They had learned a bitter lesson in the forest: anyone and anything flying was an open target. Sarah was willing to risk even that. Staying was more dangerous. Varian and Enigma trusted her and channeled their power. Dust flew under their feet, and in the blink of an eye, the three shot up to a height of 100 meters. But before they could fly further, a heavy pressure enveloped them and slapped them down. Boom! This crash was worse than the first. Varian climbed out of the crater, coughing. The dust slowly cleared, and the three of them flew up again. Boom! This crash was twice as rough as the last one. Hoping it was just this area's fault, Varian and the girls flew to another area with a couple of level 8 beasts and tried to fly to the sky again. Boom! This crash was also twice as rough as the last one and was already capable of injuring them. After 2 more attempts, they gave up on trying to fly out of this place and accepted the bitter reality. We can't fly out of this place, we can only find an exit, Varian said as he looked around. The exit would be where the thick white clouds ended. As far as Varian could see, there was no such place in sight. And worse, Enigma noticed the beasts and undead beasts nearby slowly moving in their direction. They couldn't fly out, flying was prohibited. They couldn't escape, they were being approached by beasts from all sides. They couldn't make peace, these beasts were reeking of crazy bloodlust. Most of the beasts were smeared in thick purple blood and were exuding tremendous killing intent. Enigma's heart sank as she realized the danger they were in. She unsheathed her sword and warned the two, "Prepare yourselves. It's going to be a long fight." Mad Zone has existed since the dawn of the native civilization. Even their oldest myths mention this place. Despite the resets of many kingdoms, surviving legends still spoke of this area with great reverence. The scriptures always held a respectful angle toward it, as if it were a divine blessing. But that was all in the past. A few thousand years ago, they discovered the true nature of this sacred place. They realized it was not a divine realm or paradise, it was hell, and hell had its own monsters. Shoot! Varian roared, summoning a giant lightning bolt and firing it at the giant undead ape running toward them. The yellow lightning crackled and reached the ape in an instant. It then expanded to the size of a bus, poised to pierce the ape's chest. The undead ape's gray eyes flickered, and at the last moment, it bent its body. The lightning bolt that should have pierced its heart now struck its right shoulder. The ape's shoulder was mostly rotten flesh and loose skin. As the lightning bolt made contact, the skin was blown away, the flesh blasted into pieces and charred. Even the bone socket cracked, rendering its right arm useless. This would have caused unbearable pain to any creature, but the undead felt nothing. Ignoring its dysfunctional right arm, the ape raised its left arm to attack Varian. Varian clenched his fists, and an invisible telekinetic force took the shape of a spear. When the spear reached the ape's neck, it barely managed to dodge, but its right leg was injured. When Varian summoned an ice spear, the undead ape realized it couldn't dodge this attack. Using all its strength, it reached Varian in an instant and, with its only functional arm, punched out. Feeling the immense wave of death energy emanating from the ape, Varian frowned and teleported behind it. Whenever he came into contact with death energy, the energy within his body became active and chaotic. This is why he used ranged attacks against the undead, despite his preference for close combat. Die. The ape tried to dodge as it had done the previous 2 times, but due to the injuries in its right arm and leg, its balance was off. The spear successfully decapitated the undead ape. Varian was about to use lightning to burn the corpse to ashes when something astonishing happened. The ape's corpse melted into the soil, leaving no trace behind. The process was so quick that Varian barely caught a glimpse of it. What was that? Varian had a foreboding sense of dread. Roar. Greyhar. Star. The war cries of the undead rushing toward him reached Varian. Undead reptiles that looked like crocodiles with long legs, undead frogs with metallic skin, and undead humanoids with varying numbers of tails, ears, or eyes. It wasn't just one or two, it was a wave of them. They encircled Varian and his companions, closing the distance quickly. Fortunately, most were peak level 8s or low level 9s. However, due to their sheer numbers, Varian was forced to focus entirely on the fight. He could no longer afford to think about anything else and fought with all his might. From the clouds, it appeared as though a single dot was about to be swallowed by a sea of black dots. But the single dot shone with multiple colors, and its attacks began to eliminate the black dots. These black dots fell to the ground and melted into nothingness. From a bird's eye view, it was clear that the black dots were falling at an alarming rate. It was as if they were all throwing themselves into a meat grinder, committing suicide. Even Sarah and Enigma, who were fighting the waves directed at them from afar, were startled by the fluctuations from Varian. When the attacks first began, they took on the stronger mid-level 9 and low-level 9 enemies, leaving Varian with the peak level 8s and weaker low-level 9s. Because his growth was so rapid and recent, Sarah and Enigma still subconsciously treated him as a level 8. But now, even though they were 100 miles away, they could clearly feel the rapid deaths of the undeads. Unlike Sarah and Enigma, who were using their superior levels to overwhelm the enemies, Varian was using a combination of his powers to create a synergy, achieving a kill rate that surpassed theirs. For instance, he would push a group of aggressive beasts into an illusion, making them attack other undead. When these undead tried to defend themselves, he would use his space powers to slow their movements. When the two sides clashed, both the illusion and the space blockade would break, and the illusioned undead would realize they had been fooled. However, there was a small window of opportunity before they realized this, less than 1/100th of a second. It was the perfect chance to attack. But even for Varian, acting in such a short time frame was impossible. So, even though he had this chance, it wasn't really a chance at all, and his kill rate should have been much lower. But a factor changed everything: time power. Varian's time path had reached level 5. To be fair, it wasn't strong and wouldn't even slow down a level 9 enemy by 10%. But Varian used it on himself. That 1/100th of a second stretched out before him, allowing Varian to time his attacks. As a result, dozens of precisely placed lightning, telekinetic, ice, and space attacks struck the illusions of the beasts at their most vulnerable moments, reaping their lives. Since Varian avoided physical clashes, his body path remained on the verge of reaching level 9. However, his other paths continued to improve due to continuous combat. Slowly but steadily, his paths made progress toward level 9. If asked for advice on getting stronger quickly, almost all humans would say finding a treasure, an elixir, or making a retreat. But Varian would have a different answer: fight. About 50 peak level 8 undead were fast approaching Varian in 3 waves, 10, 15, and 25 undead in each wave, respectively. The 4th wave consisted of 5 low-level 9 undead, and the 5th wave had 5 mid-level 9 undead. A large pond suddenly appeared above the first wave of 10 undead and crashed down on them. These undead instinctively tensed up and were about to dodge, but they sensed it was just water and nothing else. Even though it hit them with strong momentum, it didn't cause them any damage. However, the water slowly seeped into their bodies. The undead typically had several gaping wounds, and the water took full advantage of these wounds, forming a water layer that extended from the outside to the inside. The undead noticed this and were about to act, and they realized the water had lost its mana. In other words, it wouldn't be able to do any harm. So, they focused on the pure living creature that appeared. They kicked the ground, raised the dust, and continued running toward Varian. The dust that rose in the air contaminated the water, giving it a property that pure water lacked. It could conduct electricity. The undead a few hundred meters from Varian saw a flash in the sky, and the next thing they knew, dozens of lightning bolts struck them. Usually, these lightning bolts would have caused only damage and wouldn't have inflicted fatal injuries. But now... rumble. 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 The undead twitched violently as the lightning traveled through the water layer and entered their insides. The next moment, a burning smell permeated the air, and the undead crashed to the ground, melting into the soil. The second wave consisted of 15 undead. After the first wave was defeated, they accelerated and swiftly closed the distance to just 100 meters from Varian. The third wave of 25 undead was entirely made up of elemental wielders. Dozens of fireballs, ice arrows, lightning bolts, and earthen maces rained down on Varian without mercy. Faced with the combined might of these two waves, Varian chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he teleported behind the elementals and froze the space around them. At the same time, he attacked their minds, making them sluggish. He also applied his time power to himself, increasing his response speed. In Varian's eyes, the world slowed down. The second wave turned and started running toward him. The elemental undead shielded themselves with their elemental armor. The fourth wave of low-level 9s and the fifth wave of mid-level 9s were still 100 miles away and wouldn't reach him for another 5 seconds. Go! Varian uttered slowly, but to the undead, it sounded extremely fast. Before they could react, the elemental undead, who had just broken free from the spatial binding and the psychic attack, were struck by lightning bolts, invisible telekinetic daggers, and ice bullets. All of these attacks were at peak level 8, so while the undead were hit, only a few died. But the real surprise came in an unexpected form. Varian's arms transformed into branches, and these branches bloomed with beautiful flowers. These flowers, in all colors and forms, flew from the branches toward the undead. They appeared delicate and harmless, so the undead only raised small elemental shields to defend against them. Crack! The moment the flowers touched the shields, they shattered instantly, and the flowers hit the undead. The flowers entered the gaping wounds of the undead, and the next moment, all 25 undead exploded into flesh and bones. Varian sucked in a breath of cold air in wonder. His planty path was the only one that had reached level 9. Despite his planty power being one of the weaker ones among level 9 paths, 25 peak level 8 undead died without resistance. This only highlighted the disparity between the two levels. Even the strongest level 8 was significantly weaker than the weakest level 9. I should push the other paths to level 9 as soon as I can, Varian's eyes flashed with determination. Superhuman L8, 8 out of 8, on the verge of advancing. Space L8, July 8th, +1, Lightning L8, August 8th, on the verge. Planty L9, 2K/50K Psychic L8, April 8th, +1, Macrokinetic L8, 1/8, +1, Water L8, 8 out of 8, on the verge. Time L5, 500/2000, +500. Since coming into direct contact with the undead had flared up the death strand inside him, Varian focused on the lightning and water paths. Exhausting fight? He muttered, glancing around. The 15 undead of the second wave were approaching with bloodshot eyes, while the fourth and fifth waves were not far off. Varian initially wanted to finish them off as quickly as possible, but the prompts changed his mind. A lightning wing and an ice wing appeared behind his back. Varian flapped his wings and shot toward the 15 level 8 undead. The undead were taken aback by this living creature approaching them. Without much thought, they lunged at him, punching out and causing a small storm. Varian raised his fists, and a giant composed of a lightning body and ice fists appeared behind him. Die! Varian punched out, and the giant followed. The massive ice fists, reinforced by telekinetic power and accelerated by loose space, clashed with the fists of 15 undead. There was a muffled sound, and the elemental giant shattered into pieces. Varian coughed out blood, suffering a serious injury. However, his level 9 planty power quickly healed him to normal. On the other hand, only 2 undead died in the exchange, which inflicted a severe injury on Varian. If they had repeated this 2 or 3 more times, any peak level 8 would have died. Unfortunately for them, Varian had a level 9 planty path. Thus, he allowed himself to be reckless and summoned the giant again, this time with an ice-bodying lightning gloves. Another muffled sound echoed in the air, and Varian was sent flying for a few miles before he barely stabilized himself. His new injury was also serious, but it quickly healed to the level of a normal injury. 3 undead died in the exchange. As the 4th and 5th waves of undead approached with great speed, the elemental giant and the remaining undead kept exchanging punches. Each time, the elemental giant would break, and 1 or 2 undead would die. Varian would suffer a serious injury, which would be healed back to a normal injury. The cycle repeated. By the time the level 9 undead reached the range to attack Varian, the elemental giant punched the last 5 undead. The giant was decimated upon contact, and Varian crashed to the ground, coughing out blood. The 5 undead died on the spot. The level 9 undead in the 4th and 5th waves sped up and reached Varian. Such an injured prey made their job easier. Kaka. With a monstrous laugh, the 5 low-level undead of the 4th wave attacked Varian, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries. But at that moment, an elemental giant made of lightning and ice appeared before them. It was far larger than the previous giant and exuded a dangerous aura. Varian slowly got back onto his feet with a smile as the new power surged within his body. Lightning Path Level 9, 0/50k, Water Path Level 9, 0/50k. Like Varian, Sarah and Enigma were also facing 5 waves of undead. They had already dealt with 3 waves consisting of 10 low-level 9s. However, the problem came with the last 2 waves. The 4th wave included 1 high-level 9 and 9 low-level 9s, while the 5th wave had 2 high-level 9s and 8 low-level 9s. If it were before they entered this strange world, Enigma would have decisively retreated from a high-level 9. But after synergy, her darkness path was almost at the peak of mid-level 9. Her gravity and mind paths were also over 70% complete for low-level 9s. With 3 paths combined, she had the confidence to fight a high-level 9, though it was a challenging fight with no guarantee of victory. Sarah was stronger than Enigma, but she had it worse since she used up all her time power reserves on Varian. Since then, she had generated some time power, but only enough to use at critical moments. As a result, both of them considered the idea of retreating from this fight and even discussed it during the battle. However, even if Enigma used her artifact to teleport, they wouldn't be able to escape the detection range of these undead. Worse, teleporting in this dangerous zone might land them in the territory of a peak level 9 or even a sovereign beast. There were enough cases where they failed to detect nearby beasts and ended up teleporting to dangerous spots. Enigma wasn't sure if this was a peculiarity of this world, but she didn't dare to teleport unless there was no other choice. So, the 2 women fought hard. As the 4th wave of undead approached, Sarah enveloped them in a bright light. Much like Enigma's field of darkness, Sarah's field of light enabled her to blind her opponents. Not just their eyes, even their special senses were suppressed. Then, Sarah clenched her fist, and her body blurred. The undead in the light sphere, having just recovered from their shock and blindness, were ambushed by Sarah. The air exploded, and so did the undead's head. At the same time, Sarah kicked an undead in the chest, splitting it into 2 halves. The force of her kick was so powerful that the mountain 2 miles behind the undead split in 2 due to the fierce wind it generated. As she was about to launch her 3rd attack, an undead burst out of the light sphere and punched at her. It was a high-level 9. Sarah decisively used her tiny reserves of time power to slow down the high-level 9. Kicking the ground, she leaped far back. A moment later, Enigma appeared behind her. With their backs against each other, the 2 stared at the high-level 9 undead and the low-level 9s of their 4th wave rushing toward them. As they made contact, Enigma felt the warm blood seeping from Sarah's back and shoulders. Sarah could smell the heavy scent of blood from Enigma. The undead here didn't bleed, so it was her own blood. Their injuries weren't fatal, but they were significant in affecting their battle capabilities. Go to Varian. He can't face the mid-level 9s, Sarah said, adjusting her ragged breath. Without answering, Enigma first gulped down a healing potion and locked Varian's position. He stood silently as 5 low-level 9s raced toward him. They wouldn't be a problem for him, but the 5 mid-level 9s running toward him from a distance would be an issue. Enigma knew she had to take them down to keep him safe. But if she left, her share of undead would have to be taken care of by Sarah. But why is he just standing there? Enigma wondered, but she didn't have the luxury to think further. Feeling Sarah's rough breathing, she asked with guilt, "Can you bear them?" "I don't have a choice." "So, come back as soon as you can," Sarah said, raising a sword of light. The undead, racing toward both Sarah and Enigma, were blinded for a moment. Enigma was about to race toward Varian when a strong aura shot out from him. She paused momentarily, her mouth opening in shock. Even Sarah turned around and saw Varian with wide eyes. As the low-level 9s approached him, Varian raised his hands and waved them gently. The space around the undead froze for a moment before breaking. Then came the telekinetic barrier, which also broke in an instant. And then came the psychic attack that slowed the undead for a moment. Even though these attacks were useless individually, when used together, they slowed and confused the undead. Then, Varian's hands flashed with golden and blue light. Right at that moment, the undead overcame Sarah's blinding move and were about to attack her. But they felt a sudden chill and looked at the undead facing Varian. No one knew when, but a thin layer of ice had frozen the bodies of the undead, while bright lightning spears pierced through them, burning their insides. As if this wasn't enough, Varian teleported in front of the 5 mid-level 9s that were originally rushing toward him. The undead didn't expect him to throw himself into their midst and were taken aback. Using the element of surprise, Varian swung his arms. Before the undead could react, an ice sword and a lightning bolt appeared in Varian's hands. The swing pierced 2 undead, seriously injuring them. The undead then reacted and attacked Varian. However, having long planned for this, Varian teleported and snapped his fingers. Lightning bolts and ice bullets rained down on the undead still in mid-attack. Even though the mid-level 9 undead were prepared to deal with Varian, they only treated him as a weak level 9. This mistake left them with little defense against the unexpected attacks. As a result, the lightning bolts and ice bullets burned their bodies, turning them into sieves. The 5 mid-level 9s that should have troubled Varian collapsed onto the ground and melted into the soil. Varian teleported next to the girls and smiled. "Looks like I'm catching up." Sarah smiled helplessly, and Enigma snorted. The 2 high-level 9 undead and 15 low-level 9 undead roared in anger and attacked them. Having fought together before, the 3 coordinated better. If it had been just Sarah and Enigma, it would have been a hard battle. However, Varian's participation changed everything. While Enigma and Sarah stalled the high-level 9s, he quickly took down the 15 low-level 9s. Using level 9 lightning and ice as his main attacks, he employed space, mind, and telekinetic powers as distractions and disruptors. Soon, he joined the battle against the high-level 9s. Unlike the undead sovereign, Enigma and Sarah couldn't weaken these undead. So, what Varian faced was a true high-level 9. A high-level 9 was still too strong for him to take head-on, but Varian had no problem being the secondary front. As a result, the high-level 9s suffered major losses under Varian's continuous interventions and were slain. Shortly after the undead melted into the ground, several dangerous auras shot up and darkened the sky. Varian, Enigma, and Sarah didn't stay a moment longer in that place and ran away. They passed through various forests, deserts, and plains. To their surprise, some of these areas had undead, while others had living monsters. The undead reacted with extreme hostility, while the living monsters were generally hostile. Concluding that perhaps the undead just hated any living beings, Varian's group chose a region with living monsters. Even there, they selected a barren mountain range and retreated into a large cave, ready to rest. After 2 hours of healing and rest, as they were about to leave the cave to explore the area, they were confronted with something at the entrance. It wasn't there when they entered. It was a huge egg. Where the hell did this come from? Varian poked the truck-sized egg. His planty sense tried to push through the eggshell but failed. Enigma and Sarah couldn't sense what was inside the egg either. Are we discovered? Enigma gave the egg a sidelong glance and was about to step out of the cave to check. Let me try something, Sarah said, waving her hand. Dozens of small light orbs shot out of the cave and spread in all directions. Enigma raised an eyebrow and used her dark sense to track the light orbs. They were 10 miles away, 100 miles away, 200 miles away, and 500 miles away. The farther they went, the harder it became for Enigma to keep track of them. She had already lost 50% of the light orbs. Soon, the light orbs went beyond her sensing range. Enigma looked at Sarah, her eyes shining with surprise. Sarah felt a bit uncomfortable under the intense stare. If it had been anyone else, she would have given them a cold glare and told them to get lost, but this was Enigma, and she didn't mean any harm. So, she patiently explained, we teleported after checking the location, but there are usually beasts hiding there. I'm trying to develop a stronger detection method. As she finished speaking, dozens of screens lit up in front of Sarah, showing the visuals of the surroundings. The giant, living beasts, the fierce battles between the monsters in the nearby river, and the undead slowly moving in their direction, as if they could smell their life. Varian paused inspecting the egg and gave Sarah a thumbs up. This method was similar to sending stealth drones but far more effective since the light orbs were much stealthier than the drones. After cross-checking the new surveillance, Sarah concluded that while the undead were slowly inching towards them, there wasn't any immediate danger. So, the trio, who initially wanted to leave this place, got more time to sort and plan things out. The first thing on their mind was the egg. The eggshell can block level 8 attacks. If we destroy it and the mother comes after us, we'll have extra trouble, Varian shrugged. We already have the undead after us, so let's not provoke the living beasts too. But what if it's dangerous? And how did it even appear so silently? Sarah shook her head. We have no knowledge of this strange place. We need to acquire as much information as we can. Let's break the eggshell delicately so the beast inside won't be harmed. I have a gut feeling it'll be something unpleasant, Varian said with a wry smile. You know, my luck is not ordinarily bad. It's dog's hit. With Varian and Sarah having differing views, they turned to Enigma. If Varian had really insisted, Enigma would have backed off, but he didn't. So, Enigma shared her opinion. Let's take it to a desolate place, cover ourselves, and do ranged attacks. Even if the mother finds out, it won't know it's us. Sarah and Varian looked at Enigma with strange expressions. How to say it, the whole thing felt like a criminal plan to murder an innocent egg. And Enigma seemed quite casual about it. Her criminal record must be pretty solid. Enigma noticed the weird gazes and her expressionless face crumbled slightly. She muttered in a complaining tone, what? The trio found a desolate valley with no living or undead creatures. The ground was covered in a layer of inch-deep ash. It was likely that this place had been attacked by a sovereign fire beast, causing significant damage. They placed the egg on a mountain and retreated several hundred miles. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt struck the eggshell, cracking it. On the bright yellow screen that Sarah summoned, the eggshell fell off, revealing a sleeping creature. It was a curled-up blue-striped ape. No way, Varian's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at the living version of the undead ape he had slain a few hours ago. To any normal person, it would sound ridiculous, but every creature had its unique features. Only awakeners with strong psychic powers could accurately differentiate these features and tell the beasts apart. Varian was more than capable of such an analysis. He compared the facial features and stripe patterns of the ape, and they matched those of the undead ape. Even though this one was only a peak level 8 and seemed more teenage than adult, its unique features revealed its identity. As Varian grappled with the implications of a literal resurrection, Sarah's shocked voice sounded in his ear. There's more. 7 more light screens lit up, each showing a different egg. 4 were under siege by undead and were being desperately protected by living beasts that were rushing them back to their residence. 3 were in remote locations. Varian recalled everything from the moment they landed here, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. Could it be? Enigma's body stiffened, and she, along with Varian, stood silently as Sarah continued to monitor the 6 eggs. 3 eggs were being transferred by living beasts, while the last one was destroyed by the undead. The infant beast's corpse lay still for a while before an undead beast slowly rose to its feet and roared. The living beasts watched this unfold with a bitter satisfaction. They were content, however, that they had saved 3 eggs. The first was already cracked when it was moved, the second cracked an hour into the journey, and the third 2 hours in. The 3 remote eggs remained untouched. The creatures in the cracked eggs slowly emerged. The earliest to crack produced a level 7 child beast. The one that cracked an hour later yielded a level 8 adolescent beast. The last, which cracked 2 hours later, gave birth to a peak level 8 young adult. The new beasts were welcomed and celebrated by the existing ones. 2 hours later, 3 low-level 9 auras shot into the air as the untouched eggs hatched flawlessly. The silent Varian finally exhaled a mix of wonder and horror. All of them. Except for 2, 5 of the beasts born were the undead they had fought and killed. There was no doubt. Varian couldn't understand how or why this was happening. But he understood one thing. He hissed, "This place is miraculously horrifying." Every living being would transform into an undead upon death. Every dead undead would be reborn as a living being. This cycle continued endlessly. Whoever created this place might as well be a god. A mature woman in royal green attire gazed down at the fog-covered mad zone with a smile. Behind her stood her personal entourage and the powerful ministers of the kingdom, all looking at her with a mixture of respect and fear. A few miles away, a large crowd of millions gathered, staring at huge screens made of special silk that projected the Matriarch's image, while special stones transmitted her voice. The Matriarch's lips parted, and her gentle voice spoke the cruelest of words. The Mad Zone is called the Twilight Zone in our scriptures. The place where life and death intersect. Once you die and are reborn, you lose your memory except for your basic instincts. Giving a simple death to these invaders would be doing our ancestors a disservice. Now, they will be in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth, forgetting who they were and living as non-living beasts. This is my punishment for the invaders. Glory to Hortus. The millions of natives stayed silent for a moment before they shouted in fear and joy, "Glory to Hortus." Fire subzone, elemental zones, inner region of Hortus. Fucking hell. You son of a bitch. Can't you do a single job properly? Ruby Princess repeatedly tapped the ruby ring on her index finger. Her beautiful, red finger was swollen and purple. If the courtiers of the princess saw this scene, they'd be heartbroken. This pale, red-skinned lady was both a genius and a beauty, attracting the admiration of countless young nobles. Now, such a woman who always maintained an elegant image was spewing profanities worse than a hooligan. Are you dogs or what? Why aren't you answering? The inside of the volcano where Ruby Princess was staying echoed with her insults, only increasing her frustration. The sovereign she sent to check on the Diamond Princess was missing. It had already been 2 days. He certainly couldn't have been killed by the puny natives. So, the only option was that he was avoiding communication for some reason. Whatever the reason, Ruby Princess decided to punish him severely. But she had a more urgent problem. So far, she had been staying in a volcano, because it was a safe space that no beasts would approach. But here came the problem. Recently, 2 peak level 9 beasts were fighting nearby, and as a result, the volcano was slowly breaking down. It wouldn't take long, perhaps a day at most, and her safe zone would be gone. Then, she'd have to survive in this harsh zone without a sovereign. Of course, there was another person with her in the volcano. Ruby Princess turned her gaze to the expressionless and stiff hybrid. In a dismissive tone, she ordered, "Hey, check the situation outside and return safely." The hybrid merely blinked in acknowledgement and jumped out of the volcano. Half an hour later, a severely injured hybrid, with half of his left arm bitten off, entered the volcano. "What's the situation? Forget it." Ruby Princess stopped her question mid-sentence and shook her head. As expected, the hybrid handed her a recording crystal showing the nearby area. The beasts within 50 miles were evacuating their homes. There were already broken mountains and damaged corpses, the casualties of the great battle. So the battle is going to continue. Ruby Princess' face grimaced, and she opened her lips unconsciously. "What do you think we should?" She abruptly shut her mouth and glanced at the hybrid. As always, the hybrid remained emotionless, staring blankly into the distance. "I'm crazy," talking to a hybrid and expecting a response. Ruby Princess clutched her long red hair and cursed. After another unsuccessful hour trying to connect with the sovereign, Ruby Princess was forced to face the bitter reality. With or without the hybrid, she wouldn't be able to get out of this place. Should I ask for help? Princess Ruby thinned her lips. But who would help their competitor? Whichever duchy won the synthetic world would be favored by the kingdom. Moreover, the duchies shared a competitive relationship. There is still one more. Ruby Princess bit her lip and recalled the unimpressive figure. Only he might help me. With a bitter expression, she changed the contact in her ring and called him. Life Zone, Hortus Inner World. Two giant humanoids clutched their bloodied heads and crashed to the ground. The sheer impact caused a small-scale earthquake, and a huge crater formed beneath the corpses of the giants. Prince Shak loosened his bloodied fists and exhaled deeply. His bones gave a crackling sound as he fixed his damaged joints and downed a healing potion. In the distance, a much larger giant, easily the size of a 100-story building, collapsed. Even though it was far away, the impact caused the ground under Prince Shak's feet to shake. A sharp shockwave formed from the crash and reached the prince, stinging his skin. A moment later, Sovereign Alban, the one who had slain the giant, appeared before Prince Shak and reported, "Sir, every synthetic world is slightly different from the others. But the differences here are far from slight. This world is much different from anything we've ever seen or read." Prince Shak frowned. If this was true, it was bad news for him. He subconsciously wanted to refute it, but the experiences since he entered the inner region flashed through his mind. "Why?" he asked, his expression unwilling. "That giant," Sovereign Alban pointed to the colossal corpse in the distance and said, "There are at least 50 more like that here." "What?" Prince Shak nearly yelled. As the prince of the Jewel Kingdom, he had seen countless sovereign battles. With his insight, he judged that the supergiant Alban had fought was at the peak of the sovereign state. "You mean there are 50 peak sovereigns in a mere life zone? Is this a joke?" Prince Shak asked, clenching his trembling fists. "I wish it was," Alban sighed. "The closer we get to the center, the more of these supergiants we encounter. I fear there's only a 10% chance for us to make it to the center." 10%. Prince Shak's expression darkened, and he covered his face, sighing. When Alban was about to comfort him, Prince Shak uncovered his face and smiled. "Prince?" Alban asked, worried. "If we can't beat it, neither can the dukedom heirs," Prince Shak said with confidence. "And in this situation, the only choice is to cooperate with each other." "Right. If they didn't do this, they would have to return empty-handed, which would result in harsh punishment. However, if everyone cooperated, the individual merit might be less, but they would still receive some form of reward. Moreover, this synthetic world was so different from the usual, making the rewards far higher." Realizing this, Alban smiled excitedly. Then, Prince, please contact the others. Let's start. Daz. Prince Shak's communication crystal rang, and an embarrassed female voice sounded from it. Prince Shak, this is Saaha. Can you fetch me to your zone? I'd like to cooperate. Oh. Shak narrowed his eyes. I'm more than happy to cooperate. But how about you come on your own? My hands are full at the moment. This. Saaha, the third Ruby Princess, stuttered. Please speak. The Ruby Princess gritted her teeth and spat, my sovereign died. What? Prince Shak and Alban felt a jolt down their spines. Then, Prince Shak immediately reprimanded, stop kidding. I'm not, Ruby Princess replied in an aggrieved tone. He went to the outer zone 2 days ago. I confirmed he was outside from the map, but his location suddenly disappeared. He didn't return, and he's not responding to my calls. He won't betray me unless he wants to die, even though I'd rather he betray me. The more I think about it, the clearer it becomes. He must have died. Of course, she didn't really believe what she said. She thought the sovereign had betrayed her because he found a valuable treasure in this land. He might even be planning to defect to enemy duchies. But Prince Shak believed her words. After saying a few more words, he ended the call and glanced at Alban. Alban nodded. We need to go to the outer region to take a look. As they were about to go out, Prince Shak received a message from the Emerald Prince. The inner region is locked. We can't get out until we pass the test. None of us can pass the test alone. Sapphire Prince and I are already cooperating. Do you want to join us? Can't leave the inner region? Didn't Ruby's sovereign leave? Prince Shak ignored the message and raced toward the inner region's exit with Alban and the hybrid. The blue vortex exit was blocked by a black barrier. Alban. Yes. Alban roared and attacked the barrier. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater formed beneath Alban, but the barrier remained unscathed. Prince Shak's face darkened. However, he didn't waste any time. After picking up the Ruby Princess, he joined the Emerald and Sapphire Prince's teams. Where is Diamond Duchy's team? I can't reach them. Me neither. Maybe they. Prince Shak waved his hand to draw the team's attention. Let's focus on clearing a zone first and passing the test. This is not a normal synthetic world. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Everyone nodded. 4 sovereigns, 4 princes, a princess, and 5 hybrids headed deep into the life zone, ready to battle it out. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. It was a famous saying from old Earth that has carried over to the present day. Until recently, Varian believed in the ancient saying too. But now, whenever he recalled it, he simply wanted to smash the person who came up with it. He was hit by a strand of death energy that was slowly killing him, and all he could do was slow it down. Fine. He was thrown into an alien world, nearly killed by a sovereign, chased by natives, and forced into a strange region filled with living and undead beasts. Fine. It turned out that the region was exceptionally strange because the living turned into undead, and the undead turned into living, creating a never-ending cycle. Fine. But. Run. Run. Don't stop. 3 shining lines zipped through a vast forest in the blink of an eye. Wherever they passed, trees on either side were uprooted due to their fierce speed. From the clouds, it looked like 3 lines were imprinted on the forest. Suddenly, 12 more lines appeared as 12 gray silhouettes followed like laser beams. These zombies, Varian cursed through gritted teeth as he passed through a mountain valley and ran over a river. The world accelerated in front of him, and everything seemed to be moving backward. He moved so fast that wherever he went, he left a trail of his passage due to the sheer speed. Even then, Varian couldn't stop. In addition to his physical strength, he used his telekinetic and ice powers to boost himself. To his left, a silhouette covered in black energy kept up with Varian, even as he ran at full speed using multiple powers. It was Enigma. She was on alert for any sneak attacks. To his right was a silhouette enveloped in white energy. It was Sarah, and she was keeping watch on the pursuers. Behind these 12, there are 20 more. And just now, 2 more have been added, Sarah's voice rang out. Great. Just great, Varian murmured. He had confidence in defeating the first 12 and even taking down 12 more, but not 10 additional. If they stopped to fight, they would be quickly surrounded. If they didn't, they would have to keep running to escape, which would end up exhausting them and getting caught. It was a lose-lose situation. The chase continued for 30 minutes, and the distance between the 2 groups continued to shrink. As the situation seemed to turn dire, Sarah suddenly accelerated in a particular direction, shouting, "Follow." Without any hesitation, Varian and Enigma followed her and jumped into a deep underground passage. It was an underground plane with no light. The walls around them were covered with strange grass, mucus, and colorful rocks. The air had a contradictory mix of musky and rancid smells. The soil was soft, almost suctioning their feet. The only oddity was the numerous metallic threads scattered everywhere on the ground. As far as Enigma and Varian could sense, this was just a weird underground location with no peculiarities. The undead might enter this place at any second, and they couldn't afford to waste any more time standing still. Before Varian could ask anything, either verbally or mentally, Sarah gently swiped her thumb. Several screens lit up, showing live pictures from a giant colony of elephant-sized spiders. A few screens displayed the undead reaching the underground passage, about to jump down. Sarah looked at Enigma and Varian with a determined expression. Even though I can only barely sense their auras, these spiders are all living and have at least 30 level 9s, including at least 1 peak level 9. We'll have to use them to drive away the undead. Varian's expression turned grim. The undead had no peak level 9, but this group of spiders was more dangerous. However, that's only a superficial analysis. Living beasts were easier to deal with than the undead. Fortunately, they were all sleeping. They'll wake up the moment we intrude on their territory. We have to time it well. Sarah gave Enigma a look. Enigma nodded and started running her artifact. Massive teleportation was dangerous here and had landed them in trouble many times. But the places they'd already been to would be much safer. Of course, they couldn't just teleport and escape these undead. For some reason, the undead weren't finding them through normal divine senses. For example, a peak level 8 beast could only sense its surroundings up to 200 miles, but a peak level 8 undead could sense them from almost 500 miles away. This made it much harder to evade the undead. Pure teleportation would have done the job, but with the spiders holding them back. Varian tensed his muscles and prepared for a sprint. The moment the undead on the screen were 10 miles behind them, he shot toward the spider colony like a bullet. The distance between the undead and Varian's group quickly shrank. Just as they were about to catch up, the trio crossed into the spider colony. The undead followed almost immediately, and all were locked by the aura of the giant spiders. But right then, Enigma's artifact activated, and the space around them fluctuated. The spiders had space awakeners that tried to disrupt the teleportation, but thanks to the sturdy artifact, the trio successfully teleported back to their previous position and quickly returned to the surface. On the other hand, the spiders fought a raging battle against the undead, leaving the latter unable to chase the humans any longer. After escaping to a secluded valley, Sarah leaned against a tree and hissed, "This is the 7th chase in 2 days. What is going on?" Enigma stretched her exhausted body and sighed. Her beautiful face was visibly tired. "They won our lives because we are the only ones who haven't gone through reincarnation." "I agree," Varian said. "Once the undead reincarnate into a living thing, they lose all their memories. It's like a newborn, except for its muscle memory. We aren't like that. Our souls, if you will, haven't gone through that cycle of cleansing yet. So, we're standing out like sore thumbs." Enigma nodded in agreement. Whether souls existed or not, they were being targeted because they didn't join the cycle. In these 2 days, they witnessed many strange things and made several observations. Firstly, the reincarnations weren't infinite. There were pregnant beasts, so new life was being born. If all the dead turned into undead and the undead turned back into living beings, there would be no net decrease in the number of creatures. Additionally, births from living beasts were a net positive for the population. Over 1,000 or 10,000 years, the population explosion would have destroyed this place. Yet, this region felt ancient, as if it were far older. But the population explosion didn't happen. This suggests there is some restriction on reincarnation, either a limit for an individual creature or a limit to control the population. Secondly, reincarnations swallowed all memories except for muscle memory. Yesterday, a monkey colony was attacked by undead ants. A father monkey, skilled with spears, protected its child but succumbed to injuries in the process and turned into an undead. The very next day, the undead monkey attacked the child it had died to protect. Surprisingly, it still wielded its spear skillfully and displayed knowledge of geography during the battle. Thinking of these 2 conclusions, Varian shuddered and continued in a low voice, "If a human dies, they'll be reduced to a fighting beast, not hesitating to kill their own people." And Varian suddenly froze. He had less than a month to live. In this strange place, even if the death strand killed him, he would never truly die. He would turn into an undead and quickly grow stronger. Due to his insane rate of growth, he would become too powerful too soon. And then, with his own hands, he would hunt down the uncleansed souls, the 2 girls who risked their lives for him. Time continued to pass. The Matriarch continued to consolidate her power. The teams continued to advance in the life zone. And in the mad zone, 3 silhouettes blurred as they crossed many landscapes at supersonic speeds. "Varian, why have you been down for the last 2 days?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with worry. "Is it the undead?" Today, they had shaken off 3 undead teams, and it wasn't even noon. Much to Sarah's concern, the frequency of undead chases was only increasing. Due to the sheer numbers and strength of the pursuers, even Varian, despite knowing it was the quickest way to grow stronger, didn't intend to fight them. The chances of them being grievously injured in such a fight were more than 50%. For the most part, the last 3 days had been spent running, with only a few fights here and there. These skirmishes improved Varian's strength, but the increments were limited. "We need to get out of here, fast," Varian replied, taking several quick breaths. "Exit, but where?" Sarah asked. "Somewhere. We just have to keep searching," Varian said in a determined tone. Enigma glanced at him with a puzzled gaze. Why is he growing tense? She could sense it better than Sarah. Varian was becoming restless. He looked fine and spoke calmly, but he was hiding something. Enigma recalled recent events but found nothing that could explain his behavior. As she was about to confront him, Sarah's delighted voice rang out. "Mountains. Boundaries. I think we reached the exit." Varian's face lit up, and he turned to the screens. The white fog, a characteristic of this crazy place, ended after a row of mountains. After repeated failures, he concluded that this white fog prevented flight in the region. If it was gone, they could simply fly away. With a roar of laughter, Varian accelerated forward. The regions near the mountain ranges were composed of forests, swamps, and plateaus. Varian instinctively chose the path with the weakest auras. A few minutes later, a peak level 9 aura rose into the air and pursued 3 teleporting silhouettes. Due to their reckless teleportation, the 3 inadvertently provoked another peak level 9. Only after 2 hours of continuous effort did they manage to shake off these 2 peak level 9 beasts. But before they could rest, they were once again pursued by a group of undead. It was a formidable group of 30 level 9s and 20 peak level 8s. Fuck. 3 hours passed before they were finally free from the chase. Varian, Sarah, and Enigma rested in a lake under a waterfall. Despite their experience, the stress was overwhelming. But having come this far, they could only move forward. A few hours later, they cautiously advanced. Enigma and Sarah used their darkness and light powers to minimize their presence. However, this minimization wouldn't work if their speed remained high. Compared to their usual pace, they moved nearly 70 times slower. Even then, the undead in the vicinity would turn in their direction from time to time, and they almost got caught. Thus, they chose a forest inhabited only by living beasts. Even with all these measures, the undead are still able to find us, Enigma's voice sounded in Varian's mind. Varian slowly stepped forward, maintaining a heavy silence, both outwardly and inwardly. Enigma sighed and followed. While Varian's restlessness eased after they found the boundaries, she was contemplating measures in case things went wrong. The biggest issues, if they couldn't exit this place, were two. Firstly, Varian's dwindling days. They needed a solution, and they needed it fast. For this, they need to explore the region. Second, the undead. Even with the dual concealment of light and darkness, these zombies nearly caught them. The only safe way to remain undetected is to stay in one place and use concealments. But doing that would mean giving up on Varian. Enigma felt a headache thinking of a solution in that case. Shaking her head, she looked at the distant mountains. I hope we succeed and my worries remain as overthinking. The area near the supposed borders was filled with insanely strong beasts. Peak level 9 was still bearable, but Varian personally sensed at least a dozen sovereign beasts. Even with a pace akin to crawling, they had to be extremely cautious. As a result, they spent 3 whole days advancing toward the mountain range. During these 10 days, they witnessed many battles between the giants. The sovereign beasts died, destroyed the landscape, and showcased their might. Rivers changed course, forests were burned to ashes, snow vaporized, and sturdy plains turned into deep valleys. But oddly, the border mountains remained the same. Even when the earth shook under the terrifying fights, they were incredibly stable, as if they were a paperweight keeping the earth stable. And as they got closer, an interesting discovery was made. The white fog was generated from the top of these mountains. One more day and we'll be at the foot of the mountain ranges, Enigma said as she extended her darkness. Sarah had just started her rest, and it was her turn to cover them. One day, Varian said, looking at the mountain ranges with a longing expression. Once they get out of this hell, Varian vowed to pay back the kindness. And then try to find a solution. Boom! Sarah opened her eyes and hurriedly covered them with a transparent light barrier, increasing the concealment. A giant with human-like limbs and an ox head strode toward the mountain range in large steps. He was as tall as a 100-story building and as wide as an airplane, and each step left a footprint 3 meters deep. Varian and the girls watched with curiosity and anticipation. Only when the giant reached the mountain did they realize how tall it truly was. Even such a massive giant was only 1/10 its height. Not to mention the vastness, it was more than 50 times taller. Aragorro. The giant roared, making some strange noises. Then, he clenched his fists and punched the mountain. Varian sucked in a breath of cold air, waiting for the outcome. Would the mountains be blown to pieces? Or would they fly into the sky? After all, this giant was a sovereign, a powerful one at that. But the expected result never came. Only a deafening, oppressive silence filled the air. Varian rubbed his eyes and watched the scene in front of him in disbelief. The giant's fist touched the mountain, but it didn't create even a single crack. What? Varian was utterly dumbfounded. Argar. The giant roared again and started punching. His fists blurred as he struck the same spot hundreds of times in a single second. But the mountain remained steadfast, as if proclaiming its majesty. Then, a cracking sound rang in the air. Varian noticed a crack in the mountain. It was small at first, but it expanded rapidly. Though the crack looked small on the mountain, it was nearly 100 meters in length. So he found a way to break the mountain? Good. They could simply follow the path carved by this giant and escape. Boom. The mountain suddenly shook, and the next second, the giant was sent flying, coughing up blood. It fell just 50 miles from Varian's trio. Its figure was deeply imprinted in the ground, and the blood leaking from it created a red lake. Varian looked back at the mountain that seemed to have never moved and narrowed his eyes. So you're the final boss, huh? Varian's group spent another 2 days surveying the other mountains. To their surprise, another sovereign beast attacked a faraway mountain and was nearly killed in retaliation. Then came the surprise. A new sovereign beast appeared out of nowhere and attacked the same mountain. The mountain shook for a whole hour as if hit by an earthquake, with cracks spreading across its surface. Yet, it somehow remained stable. The third sovereign beast's attack on the same mountain did not occur. So, Varian's team left the place with reluctant thoughts. If a couple more beasts attacked and broke the mountain, we could easily escape this hell. Of course, that was more of a delusion than a hope. The living beasts here had little to no rationality. Even though sovereign beasts had lived for a long time, their mental capacity was seriously lacking. The undead had it worse. They were just zombies with muscle memory. Under such circumstances, the way out of this hell would have to be created by their own hands. Two things are clear. Those mountains, or whatever they are the exit, and they can be hurt, Varian said slowly in an underground shelter far from the boundary. What can we do? Sarah rubbed her hands to calm her anxiety, making a bitter face. Those mountains couldn't be broken even by sovereign beasts, so what could they do? Wait for Varian to reach sovereign strength? It would have been a comfortable choice if Varian's life wasn't on a deadline. Thinking of that topic, Sarah's face grew pale, and she lowered her head. Answer me honestly, how many days? Varian was taken aback by the sudden question. But after seeing Sarah's gloomy expression, he sighed and answered honestly. Not more than 20. Sarah grabbed his hand reflexively and scanned his body. When the feedback reached her mind, she covered her mouth and looked at him with teary eyes. "Why? It's accelerating." Before Varian could answer, she pressed her palm against his chest and started injecting the time power into his body. Sarah was giving all her time power to him every hour, and it was taking a toll on her. The last transfer had occurred just 20 minutes ago. As she squeezed the tiny bits of time power left in her body, Sarah's body shuddered, and a stinging pain stabbed her brain. A muffled groan escaped her lips, and blood slowly leaked down her mouth, staining her white dress with a bloody red. After a few minutes, she gave out the last bit of her time power and collapsed against the wall behind her. As extreme exhaustion consumed her, she blinked to clear her blurry vision and see Varian. He had fainted at some point. She had been so engrossed in transferring the power that she hadn't even noticed. Why did he faint? Sarah had an ominous premonition and dragged her exhausted body to hold Varian. She instinctively noticed that his body was cool, in sharp contrast to his usual warmth. What? Sarah panicked. She hurriedly checked his body but found nothing unusual. But something was definitely off. Forget the cool temperature, why had he fainted in the first place? In desperation, she fed him a healing potion and then tapped the bracelet on her wrist. Enigma. Enigma. Varian fainted. The other side remained silent for a moment before a sharp breath was heard. The next moment, the space in the temporary underground shelter fluctuated, and Enigma, clad in black, appeared. Without a word, she grabbed Varian, ignoring the bleeding the resistance was causing, and began inspecting his condition. After a few minutes, she sighed softly and took out a 2-petaled purple flower from her storage ring. The underground shelter they were currently in was akin to a rabbit's burrow, but larger. Originally, it had only a few dry plants and sparse grass growing on the walls. However, when the purple flower appeared, the tiny plants doubled in size, and the sparse grass covered the walls, all in an instant. The purple flower brimmed with such high vitality that its mere presence boosted the growth of the plants around it. This was the reason Enigma had gone out to scout the surroundings. Varian objected at first, but Sarah assured him she would use her special skill to watch the surroundings. "Varian, wake up," Enigma whispered softly and placed the flower on his bleeding hand. The flower melted like ice, and a purple juice brimming with vitality flowed into Varian's body. After a few minutes, Varian's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes slowly opened. Huh? He sat up from Sarah's lap and looked around in confusion before his eyes widened. I fainted. Sarah was about to answer when the ground started shaking. A rancid smell filled the air, and everyone's expressions worsened. Undead, Enigma sighed lightly and teleported them to the top of a tall tree on the surface. From there, they could see the entrance to the passage of the underground shelter. A few minutes later, a swarm of undead appeared in the distance, numbering at least 100, all heading toward the entrance. Looks like this place is off limits from now on, Sarah said, shaking her head and glancing at Enigma. Enigma nodded and teleported them to a distant region she had found just in case. After settling down in another cave, Enigma and Sarah turned to Varian with questioning gazes. My vitality is decreasing, which is why I fainted, Varian explained with a bitter smile. Looks like I might be kicking the bucket in my sleep, haha. No one laughed at his dark joke. Instead, the atmosphere grew even more somber. Can you fight? Enigma asked. I can, Varian replied. Without fainting in the middle? I don't know. Varian lowered his head. I feel weak, like when I had a heavy fever before awakening. My body seems to be working fine, but I feel like it's on its last run. Sarah stood up silently and walked out of the cave. Enigma said nothing, sitting in front of Varian like a statue. Varian slowly grew drowsy and fell asleep. A few minutes later, a heartbreaking cry echoed outside the cave. The purple eyes that stared at him slowly turned red. No one expected it. Sarah, Enigma, and even Varian himself thought he would remain in his peak condition until the final day. There was even a faint hope that, with his increasing strength, Varian could overcome or at least delay his demise. Varian believed he would either live by fighting and growing stronger or die in battle. Reality, however, was cruel. A warrior could stand against the whole world, but he couldn't stand against his own body. Varian tried to stay awake, and most of the time, he did. But every now and then, he fainted without warning. One of those times happened when they were being chased by the undead. Varian was running at full speed when his mind suddenly went blank and he fainted. He crashed through a row of trees and came to an abrupt stop. The momentum carried Enigma and Sarah far ahead, and when they finally stopped, Varian was already a dozen miles behind, with the undead about to reach him. Throughout the chase, Enigma didn't dare to teleport because they were in a dangerous forest. Teleporting into the nest of a peak level 9 beast would be like offering themselves to the guillotine. Often, eccentric living beasts chased them if they sensed space fluctuations. So, teleporting in this region was dangerous. But Enigma couldn't care about that anymore. She quickly teleported to Varian and then back to Sarah. Their luck, however, seemed to have run out. 2 peak level 9 auras rose into the air and locked onto Enigma. A giant snake and a giant tree monster emerged from the forest and started marching toward her. These were the peak level 9 monsters. At the same time, the undead were about to unleash their attacks on her. Enigma took a deep breath and shouted. Go! Sarah looked into Enigma's eyes and wanted to say no, but seeing the burning belief in those tricolor eyes, she simply nodded. Enigma could, of course, choose to teleport and try to escape. But if she escaped alone, the beasts and undead would target Varian and Sarah. And if she tried to escape with them, they would also be targeted since they were with her. So, Enigma picked another path. She'd stay behind for a while until Sarah and Varian could get out of the beast's range and then try to escape. Enigma had very little chance of surviving. Yet, she didn't hesitate. In her eyes, Sarah only saw determination. Perhaps, no, undoubtedly, Enigma was prepared to die. Sarah hugged Varian and escaped as fast as she could. As Enigma's lonely figure slowly faded in her view, Sarah's vision blurred. Why? Why did it have to be like this? The three of them wielded power far greater than any of their peers. But the burden they shouldered was something no earthling could imagine. Sarah suppressed the guilt rising in her chest and kept running. She was slowly gaining distance from the undead. But she didn't slow down. She didn't dare to slow down. She was afraid that once she did, she would hear Enigma's screams as she faced off against the horde of undead. "I'm sorry." Pearl-like tears rolled down Sarah's cheeks and floated away with the wind as she marched forward with Varian on her back. The passage of time was indifferent to her suffering. The undead continued to chase her down. Without Enigma's support, Sarah had to keep full focus on not only looking out for threats ahead but also defending herself and Varian from the attacks coming from behind. Sarah was quickly growing tired. First, it was her legs. Then, her arms. Eventually, her entire body ached with pain. As a result, she failed to dodge a fireball in time, and it was about to hit Varian on her back. Sarah's eyebrows shot up, and she instinctively stretched her arm backward to shield Varian from the fireball. A small light shield formed around her arm, but it was too weak to stop the fireball. The light shield quickly cracked, and the fireball struck Sarah's arm. Sarah trembled as searing pain ran through her body, and her nerves screamed in agony. Her right arm's skin was completely burned, dripping with blood. With each step she took, blood spilled out, painting a bloody trail behind her. The easiest way out of the situation would have been to abandon the unconscious person and escape on her own. But the thought never crossed Sarah's mind. She gave it her all and kept running. To her misfortune, a few more undead joined them, and the situation went from bad to worse. Before she knew it, her body was covered in numerous wounds, scorched, electrocuted, burned, cut, and sliced. The beautiful girl who once looked like a divine angel had turned into a bloody mess, unrecognizable from her previous self. The only thing that remained unchanged were her blue eyes, which stayed clear and determined. Even under the pain that would make veterans collapse, she carried on. Thanks to her perseverance, Sarah finally managed to escape the undead and found a safe haven at the bottom of a red lake. The lake's bed had multiple caves. She chose one, emptied it of water, and sealed the cave. After giving Varian a healing potion first, she took a couple for herself and collapsed onto the hard, cold floor. The truth was that because of Varian's condition, she had to push herself harder and harder these days. And with today's chase, she pushed herself to the limit, and her body demanded rest. A hoarse voice sounded in the exhausted girl's ears. Even though she had no energy left, Sarah eagerly looked up and saw Varian opening his eyes. She sighed in relief, but then her pupils narrowed. Enigma. Varian, before she could say anything, she felt a warmth spreading throughout her body. Her injuries quickly began to heal, and almost as if by magic, in just a few minutes, she was back to her normal state. Of course, she was still exhausted. But this much healing far exceeded the support the potions provided. So this is Varian's level 9 planty power. The thought crossed her mind for a moment before she realized something. If even such a strong power couldn't fight against the Death Strand, then what was the solution? The only solution will be outside this hell. But Enigma. Varian's impending death. Enigma's possible death. This place was slowly pushing her to the brink. Everything that could possibly go wrong had gone wrong. Aunt Anna, even though you said adulthood is hard, I didn't expect it to be this hard. Sarah smiled wryly. Gathering her weak body, she slowly sat up and faced Varian. The anxiety in her heart calmed, and she smiled at him peacefully. Varian, she called him in a sweet voice. She had been pushing herself, telling herself they'd make it somehow. That Varian would find a solution to his problem. That they'd get out of this hellish place and find a way back home. But she didn't have to push herself anymore. With every passing day, the chase by the undead only grew fiercer. When Varian was fine and Enigma was present, they could somehow manage. But after Varian's condition worsened, things went awry. Now, Enigma was going to be absent, possibly forever. Sarah was almost certain they wouldn't survive tomorrow's chase. If they did survive by some luck, they'd die the next day or the day after. So, she slowly crawled to the confused Varian and cupped his cheeks. Her sky-blue eyes looked straight into his pitch-black eyes, recalling everything they'd been through. Sarah's heart rippled with a multitude of emotions. But the most intense was joy. "Thank you," she whispered, leaning closer and pressing her lips to his. Varian pulled back from the kiss, looking at her in confusion. "Sarah, what happened after I fainted? Where is Enigma?" Sarah didn't answer and kissed him again, more intensely this time, as she hugged him tightly. It was as if she wanted to melt into his body and become one. As death became inevitable, she spoke from her heart. "We've been together for a very short time, but what I've felt is the love of many lifetimes. I know you feel guilty for getting us into this place. I know you blame yourself for putting us at risk in this unknown place." Varian's eyes widened, but Sarah only smiled in return. "I'm not Enigma. I don't know your little habits, your subtle body language, or what you're thinking. But I understand your feelings. I feel your pain, your love. I know you want me to be happy. I will be happy if you stop feeling guilty. I came here on my own volition. I knew I might die if I jumped into that space crack to save you, but I did it anyway. I regret nothing. You shouldn't either." Varian's mind went blank from Sarah's sincere confession. His emotions were in turmoil as he looked into those blue eyes overflowing with love. Varian wanted nothing more than to love her fully. But as his subconscious processed her words, it picked up something unsettling. This whole thing felt like something a dying person would say. And Enigma. Where is she? If Sarah had such serious injuries, then what about Enigma? Could she be? Varian suddenly stood up, hugging Sarah in his arms, and shot out of the cave, up the river. "Enigma," he shouted. "Where is Enigma?" Sarah leaned against his chest and closed her eyes. Only a muffled cry escaped her lips. "Stayed behind," she murmured. Varian froze before he said to Sarah in a non-negotiable tone, "Use your scattering surveillance. Search for her." "But it's been an hour," Sarah couldn't continue. "Just do it." Varian hissed and teleported. Dozens of mini light orbs shot out from Sarah, capturing the surrounding situation at a glance. After confirming Enigma wasn't there, Varian teleported to the next place. Despite the danger of accidentally teleporting into the nest of a dangerous beast and dying, he did it again and again. Time passed, and Varian's tension only grew. He landed in the nests of peak-level 9 beasts twice during this time and almost died once. But possessed by a mad determination, he kept going, heedless of his safety. Sarah said nothing to oppose his actions. She devoted all her energy to surveillance. Even though she believed the worst had happened, she hoped for a miracle. And after a long search, a miracle did appear. A frail, bloodied young woman was standing on a cliff, facing off a dozen undead. Her bones were broken in multiple places, and a large chunk of her flesh was missing. It looked as if she was about to die at any moment. But like a candle about to be blown out, she held on. She no longer had the strength to fight. She had teleported until she exhausted her reserves and could no longer do so. She had reached the dead end. I am going to die. Enigma's vision turned scarlet as blood dripped into her eyes. She saw the menacing undead in front of her and tried to grasp her sword to slay at least one more before she died. But the sword slipped from her palm and fell to the ground. Enigma attempted to clench her fist for a punch, but her fingers wouldn't even bend. Enigma realized she was truly at the end. But in her final moment, strangely, she didn't think of herself or Sia. The only thought that ran through her mind was, is he safe? As if in response to her silent plea, as the undead pounced on her, a heart-wrenching cry reached Enigma's ears. Enigma.